Morning, welcome. Thursday, May the 12th. Here we are yet again as we plough forwards into the weekend, which is all very exciting. I don't know why I'm looking forward to the weekend. Actually, there can't be anything that's on my agenda at the moment. Is Kate feeling broody? Apparently William was dropping hints the other day. Don't say anything. She might be getting broody again. Believe it or not, Deborah James, you know, the lady who's dying of the bowel cancer, she doesn't know how long she's got left. She's written her what she thinks is the last thing. She's too tired to start doing anything else at all. And it's a case of her fund has now hit 3 million. That is absolutely unbelievable. That is so fantastic. I think, you know, people have identified with her. She's stunning looking, but she said she doesn't want the kids to see her deteriorate. And so she's going for as many hugs and cuddles and, you know, as everything else that she can get. And we wish her all the very best. Unfortunately, it's terminal. There's nothing you can do about being terminal. Just make somebody as comfortable as they can be. And I think that's the special thing about it, because so many of you listening will identify with her. You might have had people who've had cancers before, and it's just terrible. It has to go through phases. It doesn't matter whether it's breast cancer, whether it's, cancer of the throat, of the chest, lung cancer, all sorts of different cancers, or bowel cancer, which is a bigger killer than people realise. It's a case of, you know, they'll make you as comfortable as possible, and they will know nearer the time when it goes into what they call the final stage. You know, she's sleeping a lot at the moment, and then there'll be another stage after that, and then she'll slip quietly away, and they'll make her as good as it can be. I mean, it's just, you know, to try and get your head around it is just unbelievable. You know, I remember, you know, I've said this a million times before, when my mother was dying, the nurse said, the last thing she'll know is hearing you. She said, how they know this? I've got no idea. Stranger things on heaven and earth. And she can hear you. She just can't respond to you. In her mind, she can probably respond to you, but she can hear you. She said, and just say to her, let go, because people fight it, you know, because it must be like, you know, going off the edge of a cliff, and you don't know, you don't want to suffer, you don't want any hurt or any pain or anything like that. And so the nurses said to us, listen, just say to her, you can let go. It's okay to let go. We're here for you. And so whenever Deborah James goes, she'll know that she raised this fantastic amount of money. I think it'll hit 5 million. I've got this feeling within a short space of time it'll hit 5 million. And it's something that we all identify with. We've all been there. And the older we get, the more death will affect you, because you'll know somebody, aunts, uncles, people that you always imagine were going to be there forever and a day. I don't want to start the programme off on a downer. I shall rescue it back with Rebecca Vardy in a minute. But it's a case of we're all going to face it. It's the only inevitable thing, isn't it? It's the only inevitable thing that we're going to face up to it. But all you've got to remember is when you go through life, and I was talking to my driver this morning, Abdi, about this, because I was sitting in the back. I always sit in the back of cars. I don't know why. Does that make me a bad person? Well, you know, when the car pulls up, you automatically sit in the back, because I like to think they want their space in the front. And we were talking, and he said, "You're Steve?" I said, "Yes." And he said, "Are you coming back from work or going to work?" I said, "No, I'm going to." I've never heard of that. I said, "No, I'm going into work at the moment." "Oh, what do you do?" He said, "Security." Well, I was talking to my friend Ben, like a bouncer, you know, as if I look anything like somebody who could be involved in security. And I said, no, so I'm going into work, not in security. And so he went, we've been driving about 3 miles. He went, "You Steve Allen?" And I went, "Yes." And he went, "Steve Allen on LBC?" He got quite excited by this, I have to tell you, as I know he's listening to the programme at the moment, because he said, I'll be listening. He said, I listen every morning. Every single morning, Abdi listens. And that's why he couldn't believe, he sort of half turned around. He went, "You Steve Allen on LBC?" And I said, yeah, just drive, we should be fine. And he was very excited. He said, you won't believe it. He said, but every time I get people from the BBC in the car, what do they want to listen to? You on LBC. He said, I listen to you and Nick Ferrari. Isn't that good? So, and Ben, my friend Ben, and actually I've got a message from Ben, because he went back to Welsh Wales over the last few days and met a couple of friends of his who turned out to be listeners to this programme. Which is absolutely, I mean, even in Welsh Wales, people, they're everywhere. It's like an epidemic. Even Dawn Neeson, she says, actually starting work before the lovely Steve Allen, which is some going. I don't know when this woman sleeps. She doesn't sleep. She doesn't sleep. But I'm liking the red. She's got this great red jacket she puts on, and red is her colour. Red suits her with her colour hair and everything else. And that's the thing that looks, that looks good. Because it's very difficult. If you're on television all the time and you're a journalist and you've got columns to get out, and she's a busy person. You've got to find something you can put on that will always look good. It doesn't look creased. We used to spend a lot of time when I did Channel 5, or when I was reading the news for B Sky B, you'd sit on your jacket. So you'd pull your jacket under your bottom and sit on it so it gave you that nice line at the back, because otherwise you look all creased. And you don't want to look creased on television. Steve says, Stella, I'm very confused. I saw a photo of you on your Twitter and you've got long hair and a beard. And what do you want? Have you seen the latest? Have you seen the latest on my Twitter, at Steve Allen Show? It's a cutie. Even my friend Rich. Yeah, there's me with the beard, and then we've got a new one today, which is it's the thumbs up bit that we like. So you have a look, because people say I'm looking younger every day, and in this particular photo, I'm looking exceptionally cute, Stella. So you have to go to @Steve Allen Show, and I also hope that you've all downloaded the chat with Ian Dale and Anne in Dorset, who says, I enjoyed listening to you chatting with Ian Dale, downloaded the podcast to listen to it on my day off. The weather was lousy, so after I'd finished the chores, I sat down with a cup of tea and cheese on toast and laughed and cried along with you. I don't know where I'd be without my radio, especially when I can't sleep. Yes, it is a laugh and a crying podcast, I have to be honest. The funny thing is, I cry at the drop of a hat, and I get choked up, and the interesting thing is, my friend Rich will tell you it's 37 minutes in that we both cry, because we can't help it. And I was saying to Corey, my previous producer, because I describe the producers that I work with, it's like a family. It doesn't matter what sort of family you've got, and mine's very dysfunctional, but it's a family nevertheless. And he's listened to the programme twice, 4 hours out of his life, and he's listened to it twice. And he said it made me cry. And I thought, but that's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be. We're in the business of radio. Anybody who can go through it without having any emotion really is in the wrong business. You've got to be emotional about it. It doesn't matter whether you've been doing it 5 minutes or 5 years or 25 years or 50 years. It doesn't matter. You're supposed to get involved with it. And sometimes stuff gets on top of you because you share your life with people. Some people do it to varying degrees. I mean, I do it like full on. People know everything about my life. They know about my parents dying. They know about everything. People know about my complaints. They know about everything. You're like an open book. There's nothing that's kind of not ever discussed on the programme. Some people like it. Some people listen to it all the time and can't stand it. But then they're the funny ones. They're the ones that we laugh at the most. And I did like it because we were talking about people who've been banned over the years, Ian and I, on the podcast. And he was sort of saying, he said, I mute them. I said, no, we actually just go out and ban them. I said, so much easier. I said, you get somebody who's really particularly thick and you want to put them out of their misery because you don't want everybody else to think they're a bit stupid as well. And so you have to get rid of them. And so we just push there's a special button that we push there and they disappear forever from our lives. And of course, I love it. I mean, it's the most fun you can have with your clothes on. And so somebody will write in something like, don't think we don't know what you're reading on the screen. And I thought, you really need to get some medical help. I mean, most of them are under doctors or sort of at least the care of the local community. That's the council and the police, I should imagine. And drugs, I think, come into it quite a lot. But it doesn't matter because once we've gone, and you can either delete, as you know, for 24 hours or for life. We do for life. We don't even worry about it. We just do it. The producer says, listen, far too busy with doing things. But if you want to hear my podcast, and you do want to hear this podcast, I think we're heading for record numbers on it. Just search for Ian Dale All Talk, wherever you get your podcast from. And you can then download it. It takes 20 seconds or something to download a 2-hour programme. And you will not be disappointed. But it is 37 minutes in that we do the cry. In fact, we do quite a bit of crying bits. I don't know why. I still cry watching films at home. And that's with nobody there. You imagine if I had an audience. I mean, I'm terrible. I can sit down. I might watch something on YouTube and you just all of a sudden you well up with emotion. You can't help it. I think that's a good thing. I never ever thought that was a bad thing to do. I think emotion is always a great thing. And you should respect people because always think to yourself, like the family of Deborah James, there is going to come that time when she's not going to be there. And that's what you have to face up to. That, it doesn't matter whether you're married or single or in a relationship or a long-distance relationship. It doesn't really matter. There will come a time when those people are not there. And it's not like they pop round the corner for a cup of tea or to go and get a loaf of bread. They've gone completely forever. And that's why the memories that you make while you're alive and the things that you hang on to are so important. I always, I used to laugh at people who say, I thank God for every day I'm alive. I do. I do, absolutely. Never get bored with doing a programme, never get bored with seeing people, never get bored with sort of coming in. I think Ian asked me, on the podcast, he said, do you ever get up some mornings and think, I really don't want to go in? I said, never. I can honestly say never in a million years, 43 years, pushing 44. I've never had that day where I go, it's a chore. It's a bit of a hassle. What am I going to talk about? God knows what we're going to talk about. You sit out there, you have a cup of tea. I had three Satsumas this morning, which was very good. That gives my little boost of vitamin C. I'm living the rock and roll lifestyle. And I don't get excited about going on air. I don't even think about what I'm going to talk about going on air. It just flows. I don't know how it works. I really don't. Drivers shift gear to automatic cars. Another producer said to me, knowing nothing about luxury cars, he said, is your car automatic? I said, they only make it in automatic. They don't make it in anything else, which is quite nice. And snooty BBC bosses scorned the show, but 50 years on, Are You Being Served is remembered by its sole remaining member of the cast. So, because when it first came out, and they were looking at doing it, the BBC weren't happy about the John Inman character. They said, we want the show, but we don't want the puff. And so the writers said, he's not a puff. He's a mummy's boy. And they said, if you don't take him, you're not getting the show. So 50 years on, it's huge in America. It's on one of the cable channels. And John Inman was as camp as the proverbial Christmas tree, but it's because he was a mummy's boy. His mother used to phone him up, and he'd always go, yes, mummy. And it was one of those sort of things. It was like there were certain people. Penelope Keith in The Good Life never featured for ages. She was a voice in the bedroom. Jerry? And so then people said, what does she look like? So then we saw her. And that's how it worked. But the BBC bosses are very funny. Isn't it amazing? Nowadays, they've got openly gay presenters. And not a word was said. Not a word was said. All very odd, very odd. The Tory MP Lee Anderson condemned for his shameful remarks on food banks. Did you hear James O'Brien yesterday on the food bank story? Oh, my goodness me. There they were, one of the councils in London, the mayor and everybody else, big smiles on their faces, cutting the ribbon for a food bank. And he said, I don't think they should really be celebrating opening a food bank. It's a food bank. Anyway, they then took down all the pictures, which were online, and the mayor phoned up, I believe, James O'Brien. So that was quite interesting. The Aussies have launched a barbecue helpline to tell us how to grill things outdoors. I don't want to be rude about it, but why don't you do one? Honestly, it's amazing. Still to come, Rebecca Vardy. Who's not with her? 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So, the trial of the century is rapidly turning into Want to Laugh Today. And this one is interesting. You know who it's between. It's between the Vardy and the Rooney. And it's all, at the moment, the Vardys in the witness box. And it turns out that, yes, she has done stories into Fleet Street, but it was just gossip. Just gossip. In one of them, though, she demanded money, she said. They have a recording of her. The only thing I ask, because to be honest with you, I couldn't give a stuff about either of them. I think they're both as boring as each other. I remember when we saw the pictures of Rooney sitting in the box. Was it Wimbledon, I think, or something like that? And Vardy comes and plonks her ample bum right behind her. Weren't her seats. And somebody said, would you like to move? And she told them to off. But anyway, the only question I ask is, when we see Rooney going into court, there's Mr. Rooney, Wayne, in with her. Vardy walks in by herself. Poor soul. Probably with a minder who puts his arms around her. Don't touch. Very unnecessary. A minder. Who does she think she is? Well, I think we're all finding out, aren't we? Steve. And another one here says, like many of your long-time fans who've been waiting for your autobiography, I guess the podcast will have to do. I enjoyed every minute of it. Yes, it's very good, actually. Very well, I think it's very good anyway, but I always think those sort of things. I mean, 2 hours, it's a conversation. I love it. I hope by now Stella has found the new pictures which are on my Twitter feed, at Steve Allen Show. In America, many believe that us Brits, says Roger, still live our lives in the Are You Being Served 70s. No, they don't. No, they don't. I'll tell you what they all believe in America. They all believe that we're in a Merchant Ivory film. That's what they do in America. It's all hey nonny no. And the girls go, oh, forsooth. You know, and the men go, oh, I'd love to take your daughter out, Mrs. Worthington. And we're all terribly posh and we all live in fabulous houses and we don't work, we just have meals. And it's just fabulous. It's really wonderful. There's Rebecca Vardy going into court again. Dark glasses and a minder. I mean, it's so hilarious, honestly. So hilarious. We love it. Very, very funny. Peter Andre's hit back over the Chipolata accusations, although, as I pointed out before, when he was doing his camera shoot ages ago, Dawn, he's in the swimming pool in his little Speedos where he's showing off his washboard stomach. And the agent at the time, who was, I think, Jordan's and his agent, very well-powered agent, and she said, do you want the sock? And she rolls up a thick sock and he pushes it down his swimming trunks to make it look as though he's got a lot more. So this is not new. Jordan described it once as an acorn. And so Peter's now going, you know, I love the way that Peter sort of fights back because he's a bit drippy. He really is drippy. It's a case of, he said, it's the size of a Sky remote. So we looked at a Sky remote and, to be honest with you, I think if it's got buttons all down it and different coloured plastic, I'd go to a doctor immediately, love, because you're quite clearly suffering from some incurable disease. Very odd. No such thing as the size of a Sky remote, Petesy. But of course, you're never going to be able to prove it, are you, to anybody? Because all the people that you appear to have been with have gone, he's Mr. Teeny Tiny in the trouser department. I mean, it's the worst thing somebody could say is you're about to go into Greece. When I say go into Greece, I mean it's the musical, you know. You're the one that I want. Ooh, 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 honey, the one that I want. I'm 50 today, Steve, says Christine. Can I have cake for breakfast? You have what you like at 50. Definitely. Can't celebrate with the family until tomorrow when we'll go to Danson Stables for an afternoon tea and got lunch on Saturday and a zip wire next weekend. Middle age will not be boring for me. Can't wish me, the family, can't we wish me a happy birthday till this afternoon? So could you wish me a happy birthday, says Christine. Well, if you're having cake for breakfast, fancy having cake in. Fancy having cake in for breakfast. I don't think I've ever had cake for breakfast. Have I? I think I probably have, actually. If I was going to have cake now, I'd quite like a slice of lemon drizzle. That's quite nice. Really quite nice. Or failing that, some fruit cake. I do like a proper bit of fruit cake, a bit of Dundee cake or something. That would suit me fine. Absolutely fine. Another one here. Oh, Pret-a-Manger have removed all items containing chicken. Shame they haven't removed the bacon roll, but there you go. This is over a scare in salmonella. We don't want a repeat of that one again, thank you very much indeed. I believe also 2 other supermarkets have started removing chicken items, and one of them is Aldi, and one is Sainsbury's, and now Waitrose and M&S have recalled the sandwiches. The chicken crisis is growing. And it's linked to safety risk at a supplier. Obviously a supplier who supplies Waitrose, M&S, Aldi, Pret and Sainsbury's, which is very interesting. And also Caesar wraps. They think they've been contaminated by salmonella. So if you've got any chicken in a roll, in a sandwich, in anything at all, this is wraps, platters, cooked chicken sandwiches, get rid of it. Get rid of it. You don't want to even risk it. As a precautionary measure. As a precautionary. So, those being recalled include, listen carefully, Waitrose roast chicken salad with salad cream sandwich, roast chicken and stuffing sandwich, essential chicken mayo sandwich, and Waitrose chicken and bacon Caesar wrap. This is all from a supplier. One supplier supplies all these things. You know, when people say, oh, they're made for all of them. They just go into different wrappings. They say a small number of them could contain salmonella, but believe you me, you don't want to risk it. You don't want to risk it. So M&S are now issuing a precautionary recall, which is slightly disturbing, isn't it? And you should not consume the items. The use-by dates are up to and including the 14th of May. So check those things and then take them back and they will give you your money back. Because they don't want anybody to become... I mean, you probably don't remember salmonella last time round. Believe you me, you don't want to go anywhere near it. It's as simple as that. It just spreads. It's like sort of people who sort of reheat things, which you shouldn't have done. Enjoying my cup of tea this morning. Thank you very much indeed. And Steve, our lovely trucker Phil, accomplished the amazing challenge of riding the Moonshot reverse bungee at the fantastic Truck Fest last weekend. He was catapulted up into the air. We all collectively agreed he's far braver than us all. All the name of Steve Allen, says Lisa. Loving the show as always. Thank you. And Joe says, I listened to your conversation with Ian Dale yesterday, thoroughly enjoyed it, but then my two favourite people, so I would enjoy it. Good. Well, that's very nice. That's very nice. Thank you very much indeed. And from Robin Hatfield, my wife and I have just returned from visiting my daughter in Jersey. We had a lovely time. We attended the Liberation Day celebrations on Monday, where the Earl of Wessex read a wonderful message from our fantastic Queen Elizabeth. And then I went all emotional at the singing of our national anthem. What a day, and the weather was glorious. That's nice. See, you can get emotional about anything. You can get emotional about anything. I get emotional about a cup of tea. You know, a bit of lemon drizzle would not go amiss, actually. In fact, lemon drizzle would go down very well at this precise moment. Yeah, I get emotional if I don't get it. In fact, I just lose my temper if I don't get it. So, Vladimir Putin is more dangerous than Hitler and Stalin. Yeah, but just remember what I've said to you all the time. All these despots, and he is a despot, he's going to die, same as everybody else. Just depends, you know, how he's going to die. Scots are not the big porridge lovers in Britain. Because even though it's called Scots porridge oats, apparently they're not. People of Coventry eat more than the people in Scotland. Do I have porridge? I have had porridge before. You've got to be very careful. Most of it's full of tons of sugar. You need possibly, you know, the purest stuff, and then you make it. See, if I was going to have it, I used to buy one. It came in a little, like sort of a tub thing, and you filled it with hot water, and then you stirred it up, and it was full of sugar. Full of sugar. But it was a shame because it tasted quite nice. Then they do ones with honey. And oats so simple, again, is you've got to just be, you know, you need to buy the proper oats, make it yourself, a bit time consuming, and then some cream in the middle of it. I mean, that is like yummy, yum, yum. Very nice. Hot milk as well, or hot water. I mean, either. If you're going to use hot milk, I mean, you know, just make sure it's probably semi-skimmed. Jarvis Cocker admits he's terrified of mice. Go away, you boring little weasel. We always remember Jarvis Cocker when he turned up at the Brit Awards, didn't he? And, you know, trashed Michael Jackson. Well, let's trash you, Jarvis, eh? See how you like it. Students at Oxford University have been invited to stroke alpacas to combat exam stress. My God, what a nation of mamby-pambies. Oh, diddums, what's the matter with you? Oh, exam stress. Oh, stroke an alpaca, that'll make you feel better. And there's a museum dedicated to Florence Nightingale. Appropriately, it's called the Florence Nightingale Museum, which is lovely. And it's a case of they've even got Florence's lamp. She was known as the lady with the lamp. In other words, you're just trying to get off to sleep, and in comes bore of the century again, you know, with a lamp. You go, oh, turn the lights out, for God's sake. Listen, lady, we're trying to get some sleep. But they've got all sorts of things. All sorts of things. They've even got a little shop. A little shop as well. It's going to cost you, if you want to go in, 10 quid. And it's a lot of money. If you're a Blue Badge guide or a Nightingale holder, then you get in for free. And it's currently closed. Oh, it's opening today. That's why it's in all the papers, actually. And you can see the actual lamp she carried, which earned her the nickname, the boring old baggage with the lamp. You can meet her pet owl and see her medicine chest. So there you go. For those people who don't know anything about Florence Nightingale, a tramp, she used to follow the armies around all over the place, and it was this. But fancy having the actual. I mean, I think that's amazing. Don't you think that's amazing that they've still got the lamp that she took around? And did you know as well that she was the first female member of the Royal Statistical Society? She owned over 60 cats throughout her life and had a pet owl called Athena. Where do you think the cats went? And why was she called Florence? You can find out if you go to the Florence Nightingale Museum. Is that nice? I think that's quite a good idea. I don't know anything about her at all. But in fact, fancy having I can't get over the fact they've actually got the lamp that she went around with. And she took that, and they've got, you know, all sorts of things. But she had 60 cats. I've never known anybody get through so many cats. And you can celebrate the life of this trailblazing woman, discover all about her affluent childhood, how she fought against her parents' wishes to become a nurse, her work during the Crimean War, and how she campaigned for better healthcare for ordinary people. So I think that's lovely. Very nice. So good luck. And you can find it because they've got a website as well. Steve says, Roger, if Kevin the Milkman's on his rounds, perhaps he can drop off some cake if he can find some. Oh, actually, my friend Jordan, He'll probably be heading into work at the moment. Not in the River Jordan or in the faded old has-been model Jordan, but Jordan, a friend of mine who's in the radio business. I can't remember, Jordan, the name of the pub that we went and celebrated Mr. Moore's birthday. I was talking to my friend Ben, and he said, which pub was it? And I said, I can't remember the name of it. We've used 2 pubs when we went for Mr. Moyles' birthday, but I can't remember the name of either of them. So if you can remember, it was in Highgate. But I mean, Ben ran through a whole list of pubs that he's frequented, obviously barred from all of them, and I couldn't remember which ones they were. So if you can remember, Jordan, do let me know, please, or anybody else. That'd be very handy. Well, of course, it can only be our little group who would know. Nobody else would know. But perhaps Pap Sharp will remember these sort of things. 4:30. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Lottie Morley.
Make this Christmas one to remember with the Royal Mint. Our specially selected Christmas product range features unique gifts that your loved ones can cherish for a lifetime. From collectible coins and heartfelt stocking fillers to bullion bars and exquisite jewellery and tree decorations, our range of premium Christmas gifts is sure to make your loved ones feel precious this festive season. Search the Royal Mint and visit royalmint.com. The Royal Mint, the original maker.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Nice to be company. I've got a rare Rolex watch for sale. It's gold, which I didn't think was that rare. £1 million, they reckon, for this one. £1 million. Oh, somebody's come forward to claim the lottery. Somebody's come forward to claim the lottery, which is very nice. I'm so thrilled for them. And why not? They can go out and buy everything. Enjoy it, for goodness sake. Listen, you're only young once. We don't know if it's an elderly person, a single person, a consortium. We've got no idea. They don't tell you unless they choose to go public. And obviously Camelot will be hoping that they will go public. I'll be advising them, don't go public. Really don't go public. Not with 185 million. You'll have to move. Life changes quite dramatically because that's the biggest lottery win that we've had forever. Steve, say Freddie and Steph, we're the owners of Wiley's Coffee in Twickenham. We were told by a customer that he found out about us through mentioning us on your show. Firstly, thank you. Secondly, we'd love to know when you mentioned us and what was said if you have the recording. We don't. We can't supply things like that because of copyright. Yes, we burn all recordings after the programme. Colin says, totally agree with you. In 1990, on holiday to Florida, I was asked by an elderly local if I knew the Duke of Leeds. People did. I don't know whether he did or not. They do that in Australia. They'll say to you, because somebody will say, oh, we're just going over to the neighbours for some drinks this evening. And they go, oh, right. Then the next town, they go, no, about 500 miles away. In some of these places, the Americans get sort of Brits and Australians confused. You say to them, where do you think we're actually from? And they go, Australia? You get, no, we're British. Apparently, we both say mate. And they think that, us Brits sound Australian. And you have to say, no, that'd be good day, mate. And should we chuck another shrimp on the barbie? Or something like that. I love it. Serial killer Levi Belfield is engaged in prison to another one of these bizarre people. And she's bizarre. There's a picture of her leaning on a bed. She's a besotted jail visitor. How you could be besotted with a convicted murderer, I've got no idea. You do get these sort of peculiars where they write to people and they go, oh, I think I want to love you and all the rest of it. We had it before, didn't we? There's a few who have sort of done it. They've generally got a few screws loose. Why would you want to go and start visiting somebody in prison who's a convicted murderer and then go, I think we're going to get engaged? I mean, I'm obviously a bit simple in that respect, but unfortunately, I don't think you're right in the head. I really don't. Very, very disturbing. And as of course, you're desperate for publicity. And judging by the picture on the front of the Sun this morning, I suspect the latter could be to the forefront. Coronation Street's Helen Flanagan could be in the I'm a Celeb All-Stars. Every agent under the sun is chucking people forward. Remember the other day, we had Lady C. Oh, I might be persuaded to go back. Oh, go away. You were boring first time round and quite nasty. And who was the other one they were coming up with? I've now forgotten. There was somebody the other day, and no, it wasn't Martin Roberts. No, he's just come back from a health scare, him and his hair transplant. And, who was it? It was somebody else that we really didn't want to see on television ever again. Lady C would be top of everybody's list because of the rubbish she comes up with. And now Helen Flanagan. Oh, I tell you, it's Gillian McKeith. Gillian McKeith. There you go. I've just remembered. All these things, they take time to filter through to the, they're in the brain. You just got to sort of circulate it all around, and then it emanates from the mouth, as were to speak. So, Gillian McKeith. Oh, it could be. That was the one who just spent her time falling over in the programme. The biggest fraud ever, honestly. Come on, stand up. Oh, no, can't do anything like. She was very odd. Very, very peculiar. Pretended she was a doctor. Whereas she wasn't. What was the other one? Oh, the Strictly bosses keen to sign up Gino D'Acampo. No idea why. No idea why. And Steve, great picture of you. Picture of me as a child. It's so lovely, actually, because I've hardly changed since I was a babby. And still wearing glasses. Came out of the womb with glasses. So I could see it. If you haven't seen it, it's on my Twitter page, which is @SteveAllenShow. I think you'll have to agree it's a bit of a gem. We quite like them, actually. You wait to see we've got lined up tomorrow for us. And for me as well. So Helen Flanagan could be in I'm a Celeb also. This is the one who admits she doesn't sleep with her boyfriend. They have so many children, but they have separate beds, which as far as I'm concerned is too much information. And please find a driver for eating a bowl of cereal at the wheel. Do you remember years and years ago, I told you I was in Hampton Court. There's a woman driving over the bridge. She's in traffic. She's got a bowl of cereal on her lap while she's driving. It's at times like that you wish you were a copper. And you go over there, you get pulled into the side. You completely the stupidest person, get up 5 minutes earlier, shove a bowl of cornflakes down your throat. It's like I saw another bloke yesterday, dog on his lap, the dog leaning out of the window. You think a bus comes along too quickly, your dog's about to lose its head. These people are idiots. £5,000 fine, I believe. 5,000. Noreen says, we listened to the podcast with you and Ian. Fabulous. There were tears here too. When you spoke about your shows, it brought back so many memories. It was just... Oh, good. I'm glad you got the other thing. It was just amazing. We did the show, every show. I don't think I've had a show that I've ever done where I've not been overwhelmed with emotion. And I don't know why it is. It just seems to happen all the time. People sort of turn up and it's just you get this sort of outpouring. Radio brings it out in people. I don't care what anybody says. You have to believe in what you do. Simon says, Steve, I put sultanas in my porridge instead of sugar. I also use full-fat milk, as semi-skimmed and skim milk don't contain all the vitamins that full-fat milk does. Sounds delicious. We used to put sultanas on our cornflakes. We used to put sultanas and sliced banana. I love sliced banana. I nearly bought bananas yesterday, but I decided not to for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah. And Kathy in Wigan says, yes, I too listened to the podcast yesterday, and I'm not ashamed to say I will listen to it again today. It was wonderful listening to two old friends just catching up. Oh, next time you're in Iceland, look for the Harry Ramsden range. The sausages and batter are delicious. And I will be forever grateful for finding you that night when I was in a terrible place, and I've listened ever since, so thank you. You're very welcome. You're very well. I always recommend to people, they always say, when you wake up in the early hours of the morning, and this is the difficult time. If you've been bereaved or you've had illness or you're in hospital or something like that, and you wake up and you just look around and you think, I've got nothing. And then you turn on the radio and you suddenly realise there's somebody worse off than you who's broadcasting. And it works very, very well, actually. And somebody says, when people text and tweet, do you ever get bored of reading your name? Don't be silly, of course not. In fact, not only do I get bored of reading my name, I have jingles that every 15 minutes tell me my name. I mean, talk about an ego trip. My goodness me, can you imagine? Love your picture. You wear your glasses so far down your nose. They all do it. It's the latest way to do it, actually. You always have to wait. So you can, and I'll tell you why, because I can read, the emails and the texts, and I can look up and I can see normally. So that's quite handy. Linda in Bromley says, my granddaughter Florence is 4 today. We didn't realise she was born on Florence Nightingale's birthday until a friend who was a nurse mentioned it. Ha ha. Kevin the Milkman says, alas, no lemon drizzle cake on board. I did have a 5-pack of Cadbury's chocolate-covered mini rolls earlier in the night, but that's most definitely in the past tense now, he said, licking his lips. Exit stage left. Thank you very much indeed. Eileen in Scarborough, thank you for looking. Eileen says, really enjoyed your interview with Ian Dale. Thank you for sharing your life stories with us. Love you even more, as if that were possible. And Lawrence says, add cinnamon and nutmeg to Simon's whole milk and sultana porridge. Cinnamon and nutmeg. Cinnamon's quite nice, isn't it? I quite like a little bit of I've got cinnamon sticks at home, which you have for Christmas. I sort of tie them in little bundles and sort of I've got a wreath on the door and I add extra bits to it, which I think is quite a nice thing to do. I do like my wreath from my wreath girls every Christmas. That's what I look forward to, because I think it's something. It celebrates the event, and as you know, we do like celebrating the event. Prue Leith has signed up for the US show. It's obviously cooking, isn't it, really? And what did I say? Oh, yes, 1 in 4 adults suffer from chronic pain. I think that's why people listen to this programme. Although they've said taking certain things like ibuprofen could prolong backache. Prue and Paul Hollywood are doing this at this show in America. They'll love her. They'll absolutely love her. Apple retires the iPod after 21 years. And there's a picture in the paper today of what they describe as an old Nazi building. They think it was a brothel. And they think that's where the Nazis may have hidden their gold. That's what they think. Because the Nazis looted, as you know, and they've had to give stuff back over the years. There is said to be somewhere in a mountain in either Switzerland or Germany a train that was put into the mountain and sealed up, and it contains all the looted pictures and gold and everything. Now, whether it's an apocryphal story, I don't know. But they also looted gold. And they think they might have hidden it in this brothel. It would be fairly safe there. But it's this train in the mountain. A short while ago, they did the story of it, and they were going, we think we might have found the train. I mean, I would have thought the tracks leading up to a mountain would have been the giveaway. You go, oh, look, there must be a train in there. But they think it could be the Nazi train loaded with, pictures, paintings, gold, artifacts, anything that was worth an awful lot of money. So no doubt that'll be fighting its way into the news. I mean, despite numerous searches since 1945, mainly the Polish army during the Cold War, no evidence of the train, its tracks or treasures have ever been found. Historians believe the train never existed. A little bit like Little Green Men. But between 2015 and 2018, the train received renewed global media interest when 2 Polish men claimed to have discovered it using ground-penetrating radar. The search culminated in a dig involving the Polish military, state officials and privately funded individuals. However, excavations were halted when the detected anomaly was found to be natural geology. So there you go. I'd like to think that, you could make a great film, wouldn't it? Might have even been a film made. And you open it up, the mountain opens up like a James Bond thing, and inside is this train carriage, and it's top to bottom Vermeers and Leonardo da Vinci's and all sorts of things, and gold stacked as high as you could see. Like when they raided Pablo Escobar, do you remember, the Colombian drug lord? And they had a whole room full of millions and millions and millions of pounds. It was hidden, all hidden. How lovely. I love stuff like that. You imagine if you find things like that. It's like digging in your back garden. You dig up a sack full of money. I've had dreams about that. Dreams. I like my dreams. The tourists charged in one particular seasidey town for a wee, but the locals get it for free. Well, you just tell them you're a local. Much better, isn't it? And the red-faced council chiefs who had their grammar corrected by a teacher. Duh. That's a bit bad, isn't it, really? 4:45.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
It is Thursday, May the 12th. May the 12th be with you. Doesn't kind of work, does it? But it doesn't matter. Dawn Neeson says, Bowel Babe is amazing. It seems odd, doesn't it? That we can say that about somebody, because that's what she calls her sort of hashtag handle kind of thing, Bowel Babe. And she is a babe, and she is suffering from bowel cancer. But to be brutally honest with everybody, if we don't talk about it, we won't do anything about it, and more people will die as a result. Whereas, you can get a simple test kit. You can go to your doctors. They'll give you one in the reception. You take it away, take it back to them. And then you can. It's not difficult to do. It's just sort of seems kind of odd, I realise, but there you go. But Dawn Neeson says, thank you for talking about her and losing somebody you love so poignantly this morning. I think unless we talk about things, we're never going to talk about anything at all, and we don't deal with death very well. We don't deal with illness very well. Men are the worst. I bet, Dawn, you're him indoors trying to get him to the doctor. I should imagine it must be a blooming nightmare for most people. I remember hearing stories of women who had gone with their husbands to the doctor, and they sit in front of the doctor, and the wife turns to the husband and goes, go on, tell her. Because men don't want to talk about it. They don't want to know if they're ill. They want to try and keep it. I think they think it goes away. But the older I've got, the more I realise that it's not going to go away. You have to go and get it sorted out. Much easier. Steve, looking forward to a day after day, going out for lunch in my new Mini Cooper S. Says Peter, the Toastmaster in Malvern. A Mini Cooper S. How lovely. They had a car on Bangers and Cash the other day, and it was a Mini Cooper van. Or pickup, whatever it was. My father used to have one. And this one was a wreck. A total wreck. And I think it went for about £7,500. It was amazing. Yeah, old. Very old these things were. Very old. Look at that. Clean Mini Cooper van. I thought they were really cute. Mind you, the Mini Coopers now, the Minis, they're so much bigger inside than they ever used to be. Yeah, they're not cheap. They're not cheap. It's cheaper to buy a car like mine than it is to get one of these. Well, maybe not. But close. Close. You mentioned, says Stella, you have cinnamon sticks. Try putting a few in a teapot when making tea and add a few cloves. That's what us Greeks make at home. Oh, I've got a teapot. I've got a teapot at home. What was that joke? I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here's my handle, here's my... Oh, I'm a sugar bowl. Steve, I've downloaded the Ian Dale podcast. Looking forward to listening to it later. Nearly finishing a night shift and enjoying a chip butty with salad cream. Woo! That's living. And Kim says, we've got new signets round at the pond, Steve. Not sure how many. I'm going to go round later for a proper peek via the supermarket. A bit of a worry, isn't it? Signets and supermarkets in the same sentence. There'll probably be, actually, could be anything from 7 up to 13. They have loads of them. Sometimes many of them don't survive, but very nice. B in Clitheroe. Clitheroe. I love it. Do you know, I had haddock chowder this morning, B, and says, after your conversation about Waitrose and their fish chowder and crispy rolls, I was on my way to collect the new budgie, and I passed a Waitrose, so called in and told two of the lovely ladies about you and LBC. Unfortunately, they had no chowder, but I did get the rolls. Listen, rolls is better than nothing. Much better than nothing. Kev in Luton says, fantastic interview with Ian. So following on from that, is there an autobiography in the pipeline anytime soon? You must have 1,001 stories and anecdotes. I do have a lot of stories. I do have a lot of anecdotes. Not necessarily anecdotes, but probably a load of stories. And, it's been a while. From Jake, do you remember our favourite Methodist minister? Do you remember? A long while. He says, I hope all is well. A crazy storm night in Minnesota, or tornado hit my parents' farm in southwestern Minnesota. Jake is a storm spotter for the National Weather Service in his spare time. Another busy storm day tomorrow. Jake was keeping us going throughout all the riots that they had over there. But in fact, even before the riots started, Jake was filling us in. So we're delighted that you're in the fold. Delighted to have you back again, Jake. So he's our favourite Methodist minister. They call them pastors over there in America. We call them ministers. We just call him, he's a nice person. So I'm sorry to hear about that. But being a storm spotter, I think takes you into a different level from everybody over here. We never get stuff like that. And one here that says, this is from Moffy. Hi, mate. I get told... I'm going to get into trouble one of these days. I get told here in Australia that I call people mate too much. My sister, who lives in East Sheen, was told the same by her boss in London. On a personal note, when I woke up this morning getting ready for work, I listened to the podcast of your interview. Thank you for being you. Your professionalism, wait a minute, here we go, work ethics and honesty is quite inspiring. I hope you take sometimes occasionally to stop and think about the impact you have on so many people in their lives. No, I don't actually. I don't. But I do remember that one line from James O'Brien some time ago. It was a few years back. He said, I don't think Steve Allen realises how good he actually is. And I said, no, because if I did, it would be an absolute nightmare. So we plod on. We do what my boss says. Listen, just do what you do. He said, that's what it's about. It's about honesty in this business. You can only be honest. You can only play yourself. You can't play somebody else. I've heard people do it on the radio, and I can hear them. You know, I can sort of spot that. Have I ever had a boss who tried to change me? Yes, I did. Yes. One of my bosses, yes. he wanted me to do phone calls. And I kept saying, I'm not a phone-in presenter. Phone-in presenters, I did try it, yes. I mean, I had done phone-ins over the years, but I'm not a phone-in presenter. I'm what they call a standalone light-end presenter. I like describing myself as that because it means I stand and fall on me. I don't need to rely on anything else. And it's lovely to have the option of having a radio program, but the very idea of having phone calls into it would be different for me. You know, I would always want to turn around to some presenters and say, I tell you what, you know, I mean, I was watching somebody earlier on, actually, on the television, and it's a case of, I tell you what, let's take away the person who's helping you out, you know, presenter's friend in the studio. You don't get any phone calls. Fill it for 3 hours. That's what I always say to people, you know, and they go, because I told you yesterday, you know, I remember having somebody who said to me, anybody can do what you do. And I said, really? And they said, yeah. And I nearly got annoyed. And then I thought, but the trouble is you can't sort of offer somebody the opportunity to do it. And I said, no, I said, believe you me, I said, I know people can't do it. I did once, years and years ago, get a friend of mine a job at LBC because he'd been on television, he was looking for some work. And I said, well, have a word with my boss and see if he can offer you some work. And he did. He lasted 2 nights. 2 nights. And I remember saying to him, why have you quit? And he said, I don't know how you do it. I said, but you ad-lib, you're very good, you could do why could you not do it? He said, I've got no idea. He said, I just couldn't do it. He said, I sat there petrified trying to do it. I mean, I'm still doing it, you know, after 43 years, still doing the same thing. It's evolved over the years and it works. But when you've got a company that you work for and they look after you, it is, and I described it, and I've described this, you know, to everybody, even to my big boss. It's like a family. We're in a family. It used to be years ago, you describe it as a wheel and the spokes, and if there's a spoke out of kilter, it's all going to fall apart. But because we're not, we're all in sync together. And it is like being in a giant family. You know, if you're not well, you tell them you're not well, and they help you. And if you're going through a bad time, they help you. And that's how it works, because you have to protect people and you have to look after them. People are a bit more fragile. I mean, I don't think I'm particularly fragile. You know, other people might disagree. I mean, even music presenters struggle to know what to say, and they've only got 30 seconds. You know, you have to sort of, I can't describe it. It's very odd, because if somebody says, what do you do that, you know, sets the programme apart? I have to say, I've got no idea. I've got no idea. We just sit down. You know, we have 3 satsumas, not every day. Sometimes I don't do the 3 satsumas. And you do a programme. And at the end of it, I walk out of here and I get on the bus and I go to the station and I get on a train. No idea what I spoke about. Not a clue. All I know is we get record numbers of texts, record numbers of emails, and long may it continue. Thank you very much indeed. Vicky in Norfolk says, thank you for keeping me company. I feel excited about coming to London with a friend on Saturday to watch Lloyd Webber's Cinderella. Yeah, not for much longer, though. Not for much longer, I'm afraid. And Steve, the article you read regarding the possible treasures hidden reminded me of the movie with George Clooney, The Monuments Men. In the Second World War, there were a group of 345 men and women. The job descriptions were simple: to protect cultural treasures from war damage and to find and return works of art and other items of cultural importance that have been stolen or hidden. Worth a watch, says Alan in Muddyford. The Monuments, Fine Arts and Archives programme was established, you probably know that, I think about 1942, 43, and that was to help protect cultural property in war areas during and after World War II. So there's a group, as I say, these 400 service members and civilians who worked with the forces to safeguard. And the idea was, as the conflict came to a close, to an end, to find and return these works of art and other items of cultural importance stolen by the Nazis. And some of them are portrayed and honoured in this film, which I just talked about, which came out, I think, in about 2014, 2015, something like that. So go and check it out. Go and check it out. You will not be disappointed, I promise you. Other stories which are running in the papers today: almost half of all bird species in the world are dying off. Which is not so. We don't tend to look at birds, do we, really? We don't, sort of, apart from blooming pigeons. And the sooner they all die, the better. So somebody has come forward to claim 185 million, approximately, which is nice. What funding crisis? The BBC gives staff a 5% bump in pay. So a lot of BBC staff going, very nice indeed, thank you very much indeed. You wait till they take away the licence fee. How they're going to fund it, I've got no idea. Harry and Meghan go from one disaster to another. Their charity has now been landed with a huge bill because they wanted to wind up a company. The bill about 130,000, proving they're just rank amateurs. Rank amateurs. They don't know anything about business. They don't know anything at all. They're just one little posh boy who sort of plays polo, doesn't actually know anything about business, and a very average actress. And that's it. You know, but they managed to get money out of Netflix, but already something's been cancelled, which is not very good. Steve, I've downloaded the podcast with Ian Dale, and I'll be listening to it while having dialysis this morning. Oh, listen, this programme was made for dialysis. Are you mad? It's fantastic. Steve, I'm a 32-year-old guy in Missoula, Montana, USA, and I've been a huge fan for 10 years. I listen to you at night as I fall asleep. It's 9:49 p.m. here in the Mountain Time Zone. And I love the commentary perspective and the bit of company your programme provides, says Clint, who says, keep it up. Merci. Thank you very much indeed. And Wayne the Trolley Dolly, morning Wayne, says, listen to the Ian Dale podcast as soon as it was available. Loved it. I've just got in from a visit to the Dominion to see Greece, which was good. Was Mr. Teeny Tiny person on stage? Was he on stage? And Anna says, did you mention Wiley's Coffee in Crown Road, St Margaret's? Well, I've been going there since March. They do full flavour coffee, brilliant homemade cakes and sides. Love your show. Been a listener for 17 years. Got the bag, the tray and the glasses. Waiting for the next item. Well, not too long. Hope you like it. Whatever it is. And Dave's heading to Leeds. He said, where can I sell a load of Dandy and Beano comics from the late 70s and early 80s? Mum used to buy them as a kid. eBay. You'll find loads of comic sellers on eBay. And if they're sort of really valuable ones, they will tell you. But I just go to Google and put in, comic, and if it's just Dandy and Beanos from the late 70s, and you'll find there are specialist shops. There used to be one years ago in the Strand, but that's not there anymore. But it's a huge market selling these comics, provided they're in pristine condition. That's what they're looking for. Better condition, more money. So good luck, Dave, heading to Leeds. This is the news at 5.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. With you to 7 o'clock, Monday to Friday, 4 till 7. If you can't make it, bring a note from your parents. Okay, we'd like to make sure everybody's here. Everybody's sitting down. Do a head count, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 400,000, 500,000. Yeah, we're just about all there this morning. So you thought I was counting Piers Morgan's audience. No, you can do that on one hand. One cameraman, one presenter, so 3 of you. Audience dropping by the day. It's not looking promising. You imagine what some of the other programmes are doing on that poor channel. You feel so sorry for them. People masquerading as presenters, and broadcasters when you know damn well they're just average producers. So the best they can get, and no phone calls at all. I mean, good Lord above. I mean, I can rake in hundreds of texts and emails. Long-time listener says this one here. What's going on with sort of Becky? Well, it was gossip. That's what she said in court yesterday. It was gossip. It wasn't meant to be malicious. But I love the way she turns up with her big sunglasses every day, and yet another dreary outfit. But no hubby with her. Whereas Colleen turns up like she's going for a visit to the laundrette, which is always interesting. Strictly Boss is keen to sign up cheeky chef Gino D'Acampo. Every year, a TV insider said, this will be the producer's assistant, every year the team got behind the show, want to get the perfect balance of stars. Whether it's, no, it isn't, it's ticking boxes. It's ticking boxes, that's all Strictly does. And so apparently Gino, somebody who's got universal appeal. And we're talking about the same person. Are we talking about the same person? He's been on Road Trip. He said he was invited to do it in 2019. He said the show would require a lot of time and training. No, I don't think so. Britain's Got Talent judge Alicia Dixon has been made, or she's had a new portrait made of biscuits. Somebody used 644 whole and broken McVitie's treats, including digestives, hobnobs and rich tea. So he's made, you get these people who make pictures out of, sand or, rice or something like that. And very nice it is too. Here's Colleen and Wayne and Rebecca interestingly enough, seems to have asked for money and cried and old bits and pieces. And then it's interesting that, you know, the size of Peter Andre's appendage is coming up in conversation yet again. But methinks the man doth protesteth too much. He's previously boasted about the size of it, saying it's the size of the Sky remote control. I've measured it. I'd keep your mouth shut, mate. You're looking more stupid by the daytime. Please don't go any further. And then Katie Price backed him up, saying it's the size of the Sky Plus One, the one with the grey bits on. That's bigger than the normal remote. I think we're both talking a little bit of rubbish, actually. Loving the show from the team at GB Rail Freight, keeping the country moving. Well done. Well done. But I tell you what, it's reminded me of something else, actually. Oh, The Games. That disastrous programme on the television with a load of people you've never even heard of. Even poor old Christine McGuinness. I mean, what a failure. And the audience, I mean, it's, you know, the audience are falling off, like tumbling. You know why? They're using, unfortunately, Holly Willoughby too much on television. We're going to be bored with her. In fact, we're bored with her now. You know, On This Morning, lovely. Maybe one or two other programmes, not the amount she's doing. It's getting as bad as with her and Pip Schofield. They've got to sort of cut back. They've got to cut back. And it's, you've taken it out. Oh, well done. Clever boy. Producer was trying to charge his phone up and he got dust in the bit where you plug it in. And he's managed to get the thing out with, what was it, a hair grip? A little staple. He managed to get the thing out so he can charge it up so he can listen to the podcast. Donnie says it's International Nurses Day today. Is it? Fantastic. Congratulations to all the nurses. So anyway, just going back to poor old Peter Andre and the embarrassment that he's facing, size of an acorn. I mean, honestly, whichever way you look at it, love, there's no way that you can get out of this one unless you're going to produce a photograph. You know, and I think that's highly unlikely, don't you? I think very, very unlikely. But it's sort of Rebecca Vardy who, you know, is sort of dropping all these hints and everything else, and I really don't know. But where's the husband? She appears to be all by herself in there. At least Colleen turned up in a most ridiculous outfit. You're in court, love. You have realised you're not putting washing out on the line. Have you realised? Might be nice if we saw a little bit of respect. But people don't seem to bother about that, do they? The depraved killer and the jail visitor. I don't know what a jail visitor is, but judging by the picture of this particular person here, she's not the full ticket, and she wants to get engaged to Levi Belfield. In fact, she's put on Twitter, "I'm the new Mrs. Levi Belfield." I mean, really, I think don't think you're right in the head, love. Get some medical help. But all they'll do is the papers will buy her story. You know, so why were you attracted to this killer? Odd, isn't it? Phil Vickery says, very good morning, Steve. Good morning, Phil. I trust you are well this morning. We were talking about that. I don't know what you can make now, actually. Do you know, actually, the weather yesterday was not particularly brilliant, was it? It wasn't as warm as I thought it was going to be. And is it going to be nice at the weekend? Oh, lovely. You sure? What, when you say nice, is it going to be sunny? Oh, here we go. Friday oh, my God, it's Friday the 13th. Tomorrow, Friday. Oh, I'm in hospital tomorrow. I might not come out. Yeah. Anyway, enjoy the last show. It's all going very well, I think, so far. Friday the 13th. I mean, I'm not superstition. White rabbit. I'm not bothered about that. I don't mind sort of walking under a ladder. I wouldn't do it myself personally, but, you know. So I walk up a ladder. Yeah, not very high. Not very high. Like the first 2 steps would be about enough, actually. So 21 degrees and moderate breeze. Sunny with a moderate breeze. Saturday, 22 degrees. Sunday, 21. And then Monday, 23. That's going to be shirt-off time, isn't it? Do you know, can you imagine if somebody said to you, would you walk through London with your shirt off? Not a cat in Hades chance. No chance. Why would you ever want to do things like that? So unnecessary. Even with a lottery win. I mean, I didn't win it, but it doesn't matter. I hope they enjoy it. I hope they really do enjoy it. Stricken Deborah James says she doesn't want the kids to see her suffer at the end of her life, but craves one last cuddle. Oh, you're going to get loads of cuddles. Loads of cuddles, which is, you know, she says, and interestingly enough, I'm thinking of asking people to bring a photo or funny anecdotes so my family can collect the memories. And I want the song from Blood Brothers played at her funeral. And it's a song that goes, tell me it's not true, say it's just a story written on the news. It was played at the very end of Blood Brothers after the incident which happened, and then it goes. I mean, I just blubbed my way through it. I just was awful. And the story was that we were out on the town, 4 of us, and we wanted to go and see a show. And I phoned up Bill Kenwright, you know, as you do, and said, listen, we'd love to go and see a show. And he said, well, I'll get you tickets for Blood Brothers. So they put 4 tickets of Blood Brothers. We didn't know anything about it. We knew nothing about the show, and we didn't know what it was. Written by Willie Russell. And the story of a Liverpool housewife who has 2 boys, and she hasn't got enough money, so she gives one away. She gives one away to a lady. She goes cleaning for this woman, and this woman says, I'll take one of your children. So the twin is brought up not knowing that there is another twin. So one is Mickey, and he's like, that was played by Con O'Neill in many of the shows, who was fantastic. And he was, you know, like, Mickey is great, it's all right and wonderful and all this kind of stuff. And the other one was terribly posh. But yet they were brothers and they didn't know. And they fell out. And I don't want to ruin it for you because the show's been around about for ages and ages. And Mickey loses his mind. His mind's gone dancing. It's gone wandering off somewhere, and he doesn't know. And he ends up shooting his brother, and then shoots himself. And we were sitting there in the audience, and I'd never seen anything like it, because the band are on the stage as well. They're above the stage and they're looking down, and all the cast assemble, and they both lose. It was fantastic. I mean, it was just absolutely fantastic. And then she goes into this, tell me it's not true, say it's just a story written on the news. And it's just amazing. It really is. So that's what Deborah James once played at her funeral. So I hope you get your wish. I think you will. But as I say, she keeps saying she doesn't know how long she's got, but she just wants to make sure that it's going to go fine. She broke down in tears on BBC Breakfast, revealing the conversation she had with her 2 children who are 12 and 14. And for children of 12 and 14 to take in something like this is monumentally big. It's the biggest thing they're ever going to face in their entire life. They're never going to hear anything like this ever again. When your mum tells you, look, it's going to finish, okay? And I want you to make sure. She said to her husband, you know, I want you to get married again and stuff. You know, she's trying to play it as well as she can. And she said, telling her husband, she said, you know, I've never seen him so emotional. He suddenly realised the enormity. It's not like, as I say, somebody's divorced you and they've moved to another part of the country or abroad. This is it. She says, I want a somber funeral in black and white, she says. I think that's, you know, and I think that's amazing. It's very good. She said, but I didn't think I'd be able to speak to them without crying. And she said she's working through the death admin with letters to the kids, top of her to-do list. It's amazing how many people write letters. My mum wrote letters to me and my brother. And people don't write letters, but my mother did, to be given to us after the funeral. And so we went back to my Auntie Grace's house in Buckinghamshire. And my Auntie Grace, who is my mum's sister, said, I've got letters for you both from your mother. So we just had the funeral, and then she gives us the letters. And then the enormity kind of springs into action. But, you know, what this lady has done by drawing attention to bowel cancer. What did my mother's letter say? Oh, she just basically said, listen, you know, I just want to say thank you. And, you know, to look after each other. Don't argue. She thought we were going to argue about the furniture and bits and pieces like that. And just to say I was immensely proud of you. Which, of course, yeah. What can you do? So you spend your life. I was walking around my Auntie Grace's garden, which was beautiful, roses everywhere and all the rest of it, you know, and I couldn't even read the letter properly because I was crying so much. But then that's what you expect to do. Who goes through a blooming funeral laughing their way through it going, whoo, fantastic that was, because you miss the person. You know, all my mother said to me was, she said, you will look smart for the funeral. I said, well, you won't know about it. trying to make light-hearted of it. You know, I should just be wearing jeans and a T-shirt with, well, ding dong, the witch is dead. You know, no, I wasn't going to do that at all. But she's raised, I mean, I think she's raised 3 million so far. I think she'll raise 5 million. I think people will give to her because they'll just respect everything she's doing. Seriously. Lovely Faye Barker says, love Blood Brothers. I'll be singing that all morning now. And what an amazing person Deborah James is. Yes. I mean, listen, your face, none of us know, do we, until we get to that stage in our lives, what it's going to be like. You know, if I sort of got myself into a predicament where I got, you know, a terminal illness, my God, I'd make the team suffer. Oh, I tell you what, cup of tea in the morning, sod that for soldiers. I want bacon, egg, sausage every single day. Yes, I am dying. Don't even refuse me. Don't even think about it. Phil Vickery says, Steve, have to tell you, today I'm making a film for TM with a lovely lady who invented Coronation Chicken all those years ago. Really? The woman, I didn't know there was anybody who invented Coronation Chicken. Should we find out after the break? I've got no idea who it is, but we will find out and we will tell you. Why? Because we're like that. It's 5:15. The LBC Travels with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Interesting story, though, isn't it? I mean, I don't know many parents... Sorry, we're talking about these letters. Because when I was first born, my father wrote a letter as I was flying in with my mother on an RAF plane to Egypt, and he said, you know, this is the first time I shall see you. And he basically then went on to tell me about their life before I came along. Because think about it. How much do you know about your parents? You don't know. You don't know whether it was the first person they went out with, how they met, you know, where they lived, what they did for jobs. You didn't know anything at all. So this was basically them giving me the potted history of where they met, and he was looking forward to seeing me. I mean, whether he was later in life, I've got no idea. But that was it, looking forward to seeing me, which was always sweet. Steve, morning, listened to the podcast yesterday, really enjoyed it. The bit that made me well up was the story of the Blue Peter Batch. Tony says, by the way, any month that starts on a Sunday always has a Friday the 13th. I don't want to know about it. Phil Vickery was telling me who this lady is who invented Coronation Chicken. Okay. And Angela Wood says here. So, although I've got a different name down here, Phil. Constance Spry. And so what they did, she proposed the recipe of cold chicken, curry cream sauce and dressing that would later be known as Coronation Chicken. So there you go. So how many people invented Coronation Chicken? I used to love it. Coronation Chicken was one of my favourite things. And then I suddenly realised, because of all the things in it, it was a curried cold chicken, and just ruined my diabetes. But you can get Coronation Chicken sandwiches. Not at the moment, I shouldn't imagine. They'll be taking them out of the... Because at the moment, I don't know if you know, Phil, that they're recalling chicken like there's no tomorrow because they're worried about salmonella. So there's lots of the supermarkets are taking it out of their cabinets. Steve, can me and every other listener have a whip round and get you weekends too? So how much would we have to raise to get me weekends? What, weekends working again? Oh, there's no amount of money under the sun that would get me working on the weekends again. I quite like having my weekends off now. Very nice. Laura from Sutton says, I was born on Friday the 13th, 1983. I'm 39 tomorrow. Fingers crossed I have a good day. Oh, of course you will. Of course you will. Friday the 13th. Think of me in hospital. 10 to 12, you know, trying to be his brave little bunny and all the rest of it, and not being particularly brave about it. Yeah, they used to give lollipops, but when you get to my age, they don't give you lollipops. But the team, every time you mention the hospital, you see their eyes raised. You know, they say, oh, not the hospital again, honestly. Because they haven't had any of the things that I've had done. I said, don't worry, you will. You know, and that's what I'm looking forward to. I want to be there when they have their first operations and things. Just like the big happy family that we really are. Big hugs and kisses all round. Which is quite nice. Apparently a big droop in the global supply chain has claimed yet another victim. Comedy Plastic Willies. Apparently Hindu suppliers are struggling to meet the stiff demand for inflatable manhoods and willy-shaped straws as the climax of the pre-wedding party season nears. So about 250,000 of these silly straws are sold every year, but there's a major shortage. One company sells 7,000 blow-up willies a year. What on earth do you do with 7,000 blow-up willies? Well, it's for one person. A stag and hen party boss said a shipping container full of willy products finally arrived from China this week. It was like getting the FA Cup final tickets. I don't think so. They look completely different, don't they? Shipping costs apparently have shot up and delivery times have extended. Good Lord above, I had no idea. Apparently Willy straws are the perfect example of the problem. Back to Peter Andre again. I feel a bit sorry for poor old Petesy, but never mind. But they're giant inflatable Willys at £4.99. Oh, look, Willy straws. I don't think it's that funny, Elliot. They're not funny. They're supposed to be taken quite seriously. We're not treating this as some cheap, tacky laugh on the programme. We're just being very sensible. I've never seen these before in my entire life. We've got 7,000 just been delivered to Global. We're all very, very excited here. If Peter Andre had a show here, he'd be going home with 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of them. Do you know what odd things? They're called, I can't tell you what they're called, it sounds far too rude, but they're made for Henput. The producer is absolutely apoplectic for this one. He's very excited. And see, the trouble is, whenever you have the men's stag nights, we don't have things like that. We just don't do anything at all, do we, for stag night? I've never been on a stag night. Never in my entire life. I can't think of anything worse than going on a stag night. I mean, I suppose you just get, most people go to Budapest, don't they, or somewhere like that, and you have strippers. You're going on, are you really? Poland? Oh, Poland's very popular. Very popular for stag night. I can't. You booked in? Oh, dear. I mean, it's just people getting very drunk, isn't it? I'm not keen on things like that. Have you ever been to one, Elliot? No friends. And other stories this morning. And Donnie says, would you like to try some of my specialty pasta? My dear friend, the Dion, can attest for how good it is. I'm not really a pasta person, actually. I never have been. I've never quite sort of got into pasta. It gets a bit dull and boring, isn't it, really? You do it with you can buy one of those Dolmeo tins or whatever it is, and it's just every mouthful tastes the same as far as I'm concerned. You know, grate some cheese on the top of it, and that's it, some Parmesan. Would you like to do Parmesan? No, thank you. No. It's all very bizarre. Rod Liddell talking about Peter Andre. Poor old Pete. Poor old Pete. Never mind, Peter. I'm sure you'll get over it. Nobody else will, but I'm sure that you will eventually. So funny. So funny. There is a boy with uncombable hair syndrome. I work with somebody like that. Uncombable hair syndrome. It's been likened to Boris Johnson. His name is Cohen Jacks Pomsford. He's got frizzy, dry and fluffy hair. He's 3 years old. Frigid, because my assistant, Elliot, he's got sort of hair. He doesn't do anything with it. He just basically sort of washes it and leaves it. He doesn't bother drying it. He just goes to sleep with it, and he wakes up looking like this. And then the other day he went to the hairdresser. Laughingly, the hairdresser charges 30 quid to cut his hair. I mean, seriously, I think they just stand behind him making the noise of scissors. And then they go, yeah, done now. Like, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, and he walks out and he goes, oh, cheers, mate. Yeah, he's a bit like that. One of the boys from Maidenhead, the Maidenhead posse. And they all go and get their hair cut in this particular place. Christine says, what a lovely podcast with you and Mr. Dale. Could have listened all day. Who was interviewing who, in fact? Yes, it did go like that, didn't it? Steve, regarding your piece about Nazi looting, did you see the film The Train with Burt Lancaster and Paul Schofield? Great story based on the facts about theft of art from a book by Rose Valland, and well worth a watch even today, says Mike. And do you ever get your watch back from the jewellers? Yes. It's a complete new inside. But they give you the old one as well, so you've sort of kept it. So if you want to sell, I won't be selling the watch anytime soon, but the complete inner workings again for 230 quid. Where the rest of the God knows how much this cost, details came from, I've got no idea. Kiev's entry, Ukraine's Eurovision entry, glided through the semi-final ahead of Saturday's main event, in which they are tipped to win. You see, it'll be political. It'll be political. I think our bloke is also tipped to win, but this is the Kalush Orchestra and their song Stefania. Ladbrokes have given them odds at 4-7, followed by Italy and the UK third at 6-1. That's what they've said. I mean, I don't see that really. No, I don't think we'll get anywhere near there. Even though some people are sort of going, oh yeah, we might actually win it. And I'm being positive. I'm very positive on things like that. Steve, top of the morning chew says, Perdita. I keep seeing a barrage of adverts for the Kardashians' new show, somewhat unimaginatively named The Kardashians. The ratings are huge, so the show is evidently very entertaining to some, but frankly, I couldn't be less interested, and the adverts are a bore. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't interest me, Perdita. I mean, I've seen enough about them. They don't contribute anything to anybody's lifestyle at all. But have I heard the Eurovision song? No. I'm not really sure I want to. I know it's a guy called Sam Ryder. He's also, the song is called Spaceman. Oh, right. Is it particularly interesting? If I were a spaceman up in space. I love the way that they've got him standing in front of a fan. Just so it makes it look interesting. Otherwise, it's just, he looks a little bit like sort of the Reflex when they're on that ship for Durran. And, or failing that, he's doing an impression of Jesus Christ Superstar. Difficult to tell which one it is. And there's a lovely video, which is another one of these arty videos where you've got no idea what it's got to do with the song. There was a Christmas song some years ago, people kissing. I'll be sick. It was about, was it A Spaceman Came Calling or something like that? Krista Berg, I'm pretty certain. And I'm sort of looking at this video thinking, why is it all just clips all the way through? There's nothing, why can't they just stand there and sing the blooming song? Make it a lot easier. I mean, do you think it's a winner? You've not heard it, no. I can't actually play it to you because, I just don't want to be honest with you. Elliot likes it, but there again, Elliot's a bit odd. Yeah, he's doomed. He's got no idea of anything. Seriously. He's still playing the theme from Peppa Pig and thinks that's pretty groovy. Pretty groovy song. But listen, if Perdita talks about the Kardashians and says the ratings are huge, I don't know why people watch. Perhaps they're bored. The Kardashians are about the dullest family you've ever met in Christendom, but they're worth a lot of money, and that apparently seems to be it. I was watching one of these Love Island type programs where it's sort of a dating program where you get some bimbos and himbos, and they all sort of seem to get together and they go, yeah, because I really liked you when I first saw you, and then they go in for the oh God, really is vile. And they go, of course, it's nice. There was a housewife from Cheshire, and she's engaged, I think, to David, who owns the football club West Ham. David Sullivan, yeah. And now I've known David Sullivan for years and years and years, and he's got a lovely house. In fact, he's down in Essex, and it's beautiful. It's got its own bowling alley. I mean, that's what I call rich, a bowling alley. We had a croquet set. And I thought croquet set was pretty good. Bev says, my birthday's on Monday and I'm off to Amsterdam for the weekend. We'll remind you Monday. Oh, you'll love it. If you've not been to Amsterdam before, it's lovely. But it does have the seedy side of it. It does have the girls in the windows, which become a tourist attraction in their own right. So you ask any policeman, Siri, can you tell us where the girls in the windows are? Oh, yes, down here, off to the left, and then on the right-hand side. And they just direct people. Taffy Nige from Pontaclean, he says, fried spaghetti in olive oil and garlic with fresh Italian cheese all over it. He says, come on, Steve, tidy. Sounds ghastly. I don't mind spaghetti. It's just messy. You can't eat it out, can you? If you go out, they're not talking about spaghetti hoops. This is spaghetti. It's tidy, apparently. That's what they say. I'll have to ask Ben because he's from Welsh Wales. I love the way they're still spending money in the Sun on 2-page adverts for Piers Morgan as the audience descends into almost chaos. But never mind. At least he's doing his best. 5:30, the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 26 minutes to 6, and welcome to Thursday morning. Welcome to, tomorrow, Friday the 13th. I'm trying not to think about it too much. Trying not to think about it, because otherwise we get a little bit depressed. Not that I'm superstitious, but I know a lot of people are, and they don't like these sort of things. If they privatise Channel 4, do you think they would axe Steph's packed lunch? Says James. I think it's a pointless show. I don't think it's a pointless show. I think they've got too many guests. Way too many guests. I mean, God knows what the budget is. Absolutely astronomical. Astronomical, because remember, each guest on that programme, they've not arrived on the bus. They would have taxis backwards and forwards. And there is, on average, there's sort of a little mini audience in the studio of about 10 people. And then there's about 6 to 8 people as guests. That's a lot of taxis. I think there's somebody high up at Channel 4 who quite fancies Steph. And I think that's why they've sort of kept her on, because she's not particularly interesting. You know, she was fine when she was on the breakfast time, but, you know, I think she's running before she's even walking properly. And they rely on other people on the actual programme to sort of do all these different bits and pieces. But top of the morning, Steve. Top of the morning to you. Thank you, and to you. Liz says, are you accepting any more godchildren? How do I... No, 3 is quite enough. 3 is quite enough. Some years ago, somebody said, oh, do you want some more godchildren? I think you're joking. 3 costs an arm and a leg. Now they're adults, which seems very odd. There's a grandmother in the paper today. There's always a grandmother, but this one is selling a baby blanket knitted by Queen Mary 83 years ago to raise funds for children in war-torn Ukraine. Kathleen Pritchard, 83, was given the pink crocheted covering after her mum Florence won it. It still bears a note on Marlborough House paper saying, made by Her Majesty Queen Mary 1938. The estimate for it is £600 to £800. I think it's worth much more than that. Worth much more. I think it's one of those things, isn't it, that people say it's £600 to £800 estimate, but if 2 people want it, they're prepared to take the price higher and higher. Steve had a milkshake yesterday from a well-known high street McBurger shop. Won't say the name. 2 months ago, £1.60. Yesterday, £2.29. A 40% hike. Do you know, I walked past Five Guys in Richmond yesterday. Well, I didn't walk past, I was on the bus. And they do milkshakes in there. But there was another shop down, which has gone now. They were a burger shop, and they used to do the most delicious banana milkshakes with literally banana cut up, put into ice cream and whisked up, and they would bring it to you to the table in the actual thing that they pushed under the machine. It was delicious. Ice cold banana milkshake with bits of banana in it was like heaven. It was really delicious. And I nearly called into Five Guys to say, would you have a milkshake? And, how much would it be? You know, and then I thought, no, I can't sit on a bus with a milkshake, even though it sounded irresistibly gorgeous. I like the idea of a chocolate milkshake. Was there a picture with this one here? Jet, there wasn't a picture. Oh, right. I'll have to mention them anyway, actually, which is okay. Sid Cup Julie said, listen to you and Ian Dale's podcast. What an excellent listen. I was glued to the radio. You're right, Steve. All your viewers and listeners seem like a family. It is. It is. It's like a big, big family, an extended family. So yesterday, I've lost it. Where is it? I've lost the blooming thing. It was one that came in actually because Ben, one of our security men, was passing through the building the other day. Earlier on this morning. And we were sort of chatting about different bits and pieces and operations and things like that. And he said he went back to Welsh Wales and he went to a party and he said, you came up in conversation. And I couldn't quite believe how I'd come up in conversation. But anyway, he was fed strawberries by Mark and Alana. And so he said to me this morning, strange enough, even before they wrote to me this morning, he said, could you say hi to Mark and Alana from Wales? And so there again, I get this thing. Alana and I went to a party last weekend. Our friend there said he knew you. Do you recognise him? He's always telling people that. Seriously, he's constantly saying, oh, I know Steve Allen. So listen, Mark, you know what he's like. Because I now discover what you do for a living, which I thought was quite... I won't mention it because it could be top security. I don't want to sort of betray confidence. But he had us feeding him strawberries. Don't pander to him. He's terrible. He's absolutely awful. No, we know it. I do know him, actually. And very nice he is, too. Very, very nice. So we're glad to have you, Mark. And fancy feeding somebody strawberries. That's very decadent, isn't it? Very decadent. I like the idea of feeding strawberries. We had, for my goddaughter's 13th birthday, we had a chocolate fountain. And that was quite nice. But how you clean these things afterwards, I've got no idea. They must be really, really messy. Lick them. Oh, no, but this and you buy little chocolate pearls for putting in it, and then it sort of bubbles away, and then you dip your strawberries in it. But, I mean, it's no good for one person. It's only good for a kiddie's party, isn't it? Isn't it? I don't know, perhaps adults. Perhaps I could get one. James says, Steve, it's my birthday today, 47 candles. God, you'll be nowhere near the cake, will you? Nowhere near the cake at all. He says, Dartmouth Steam Railway and Riverboat a little later. There you go. Well, we're having a look at the pictures of the Dartmouth Steam Railway, and it looks lovely. And you know me, I don't have a fixation on railways, but every time I see a thing and I look at some of these beautifully decorated carriages, and I remember these things from years ago. Now it's all a little bit basic, but it looks lovely. So it's the Dartmouth Steam Railway and Riverboat Company, and you can visit Devon and go on a puff-puff. It's a puff-puff. I used to love stuff like that. And the smoke billowing out the top. I love it. All those. I'm glad that everybody else keeps up the interest, James, in these things, because otherwise we lose this sort of stuff. You know, and people sort of say, oh, you know, we used to have this and now we don't have it anymore. Which is a great shame. Steve, I've got the Black Beauty theme ring on my phone, and let it ring as long as possible. Is that the one that goes da 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 da? Or perhaps that wasn't it. I like the down in the meadow where the wind runs free, the wind goes free, and the row row the lightning tree. Is that cute? Is that cute? How could you fail to not be tempted by my tweet with people saying I'm looking younger every day? I think I look cutesy. I mean, listen, how could you not fall in love with this little creature? Eat me. If you haven't seen it, you have to go to, the thumbs up is the winning bit as far as I'm concerned. Like, yeah. I love it. I absolutely love it. The Steve Allen Show. It's at Steve Allen Show, and you'll find the picture, and you will just go, Steve, that is the cutest ever. But then it did confuse Stella. I got a bit confused by beard one day and then not the next. But now we know Mark and Alana feed people strawberries. Honestly, decadent. Nearly a quarter of vehicles on British roads have more than 100,000 miles on the clock. I would have thought, do you remember at one time, if you bought a new car, you would, this is what makes this programme a success, and you bought a new car, you would have to run it in. You couldn't just go and drive it. You had to keep to a certain speed limit. Now all these cars are pre-running, but in my day, when I bought my first brand new car, you had to run it in so that you didn't sort of break the engine or anything like that. I mean, nowadays, I don't have high mileage. I only do about 5,000 a year. In fact, even at the garage, when I traded my last one in, he said, I bet you've done about, 55,000 miles. And I said, you're almost spot on, because I don't do many miles. I'm not a huge mileage person. Yeah, it's just Costco and back, which actually I'm going to Costco today. Yeah, and why not? Because I can. Actually, well, I don't know. I've got to check the bank balance first. I might not be able to afford to go. You have to check these things. Now that you can get it all on the app. That's why. Oh, I love the way Phil Vickery said, I'll ask her. This is a lady about the invention of Coronation Chicken. We've got Constance Spry, which always sounds quite interesting. He's got Angela Wood. Perhaps they're related or something like that. I love things like that. We love Phil Vickery. We love him. So, so when you get your bank app up, and I'm assuming most people can get this up now, it's not difficult. And then you can transfer. I don't know how to transfer the money bit. That's the only bit I don't know. Oh, and I got a big packet the other day, and I think it's from the Will people. Or it might not be. I haven't opened it. I hate official envelopes. I'm really rubbish. Absolute rubbish at this kind of thing. So I shall have a little sneaky peek later on. Angela Wood helped. Oh, right. Is that what we found out? So Angela Wood was just 19 when she helped invent the dish after spending days perfecting the recipe, which was originally named Poulet Reine Elizabeth, or Chicken Queen Elizabeth. The food had to be prepared in advance, and the florist, Constance Spry, suggested a recipe of cold chicken in a curry cream sauce with a well-seasoned dressed salad of rice, green peas and mixed herbs. How cool is that? You see? More than happy to help anybody. More than happy. And so it had to be prepared in advance. So you're right, actually, in one way, and we were right in the other way as well. So everybody it sounds wonderful, isn't it? But Coronation Chicken. Actually, of course, very apropos, seeing as we're cancelling chicken all over the place at the moment. When do we get paid? So I can afford to go. Pret removed all chicken. Aldi recalled Caesar wraps, and Sainsbury's staff tell customers the meat is blocked for sale. So the Food Standards Agency puts out a call to recall Aldi's Caesar wraps. They think they could have been contaminated. They think, Waitrose and M&S recall sandwiches due to the potential salmonella risk. I mentioned this again this morning because you might be going out, you might be looking for a chicken salad sandwich or something like that. And the answer is no. No. Nil point. Do not touch anything with chicken in at the moment, just to be on the safe side. Please, just to be on the safe side. Steve, talking about burgers, do you remember the outlet Casey Jones? Yeah, we used to have one at Waterloo Station. Kevin. Living in Hertfordshire and only 30 minutes to King's Cross, a few of us would travel just to get the burger and fries. Or the only reason I hated Casey Jones, because at Waterloo Station, on a Friday, it was a burger place. Like you went in like Burger King, like any of the other ones. Oh, by the way, I don't think that Burger King's coming back at Waterloo Station at all. It's been months now, best part of about 6 months, and it's now completely a shell inside. I mean, they normally do shops in about a month. They put them all back together again. Probably missing my hash brown order, I should imagine, keeping them going financially. But Casey Jones, on a Friday night, all the businessmen from Fleet Street and round there used to stagger onto the station. They'd been out 3 sheets to the wind. Ooh, cheeseburger. And they'd order these cheeseburgers. They used to sit on the train and they'd open up the box, look at this thing and think, I'm going to be sick. And it was just awful. They'd sit there eating this food, but they were so drunk. I used to dread the train going home. Dread it, absolutely. You'd start moving because you could tell. But did I have a food I liked when drunk? Kebabs. Everybody had kebabs and a portion of chips, and I used to wrap the kebab around the chip. I was really pushing the boat out. I tell you, I knew how to live. Nobody could actually match me, apart from a few local students. It's 14 minutes to 6. Let's get the LBC Travel with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Thursday morning, May the 12th, and it's 12 minutes to 6. I only mention the time just in case you're rushing to catch a bus or a train. I still see people every day running to catch trains. As I'm coming out of Twickenham Station, you know, with all my bags there, not like the original bag lady, and you sort of stagger out this, and there's still people running through you, trying to get through the barriers, and you think, why don't you just get there a bit earlier? Make it a lot easier. Steve, what do I click on to hear you and Ian? I can't find you. Calm down. Calm down now, calm down. You search Ian Dale All Talk wherever you get your podcasts from. And if you don't normally listen to podcasts, then you download the Global Player app and you can find it on there as well. So just go to lbc.co.uk. It's so simple. Once you've got the Global Player app, the world is your lobster. I promise you, you will absolutely, you can find everything, take it around the world with you, listen to LBC, and I can only urge you to do that. And if you go there, you search Ian Dale All Talk. Don't put my name in. That won't help you at all. But if you find Ian Dale All Talk, you see all the other people that he's interviewed as well. And so wherever you get your podcast from, and then you will be a happy bunny. And then you'll be one of those people going, now I know a bit more about Steve Allen. I didn't need to worry anymore. Robert says, wonder if you like chili con carne. I'm okay with it. I'm not crackers. They used to have to do a thing years ago, didn't they, with the kidney beans. They used to have to say you have to cook them properly because people were becoming ill by not cooking kidney beans properly. Yeah, there was a big scare, actually. And sprinkled with lots of grated red Leicester. That's not chili con carne, that's just mince. Because if you like chili con carne, I make mine without kidney beans. That's the whole idea of putting kidney beans in chili con carne and sprinkling it with sort of cheese. I'm not sure about red Leicester. I mean, I do like red Leicester. It's okay. I'm not sort of crackers for it. But, you know, the idea of putting that on sort of basically just mince doesn't make any sense to me. So, yeah, I mean, you might as well just stick it on a baked potato. I had that the other day, actually, when I went to Costco. I had a baked potato again. And I had it with cheese and baked beans. Don't you like that? Oh, right, it's my showbiz lifestyle. Well, it's because of some stuff. If I go shopping there today, then I might only eat the once. And that's actually better for me than eating. They're cheap as well, about £1.40 something. And you can have either chili con carne, cheese, beans and cheese on chili con carne, or just the baked potato with butter, I suppose. But no, I like to feel it's healthy. But I must take my own spoon, because they've only got these little plastic wooden type things, and it's a cross between a fork and a spoon, and it's very irritating, because you can't eat properly. It's a spork. And so I might take my own spoon there, which I know is going to look a little bit pretentious, but I think if one takes one's own napkins and a spoon, then you can enjoy the thing properly. Because it's a baked potato, for goodness sake. And it's very good for you. Very good for you. Well, I think, the skin's very good for you on a baked potato. So, the Daily Star, Wags at war. Wait, I have to read this bit out because I think this is actually quite clever. I tried to leak a story about footballer, says footballer's wife, who denies leaking stories on footballer's wife. And that's where we've got to. She goes into court with a bodyguard, no husband evident, and he's obviously too embarrassed to go anywhere near the place. But we think we've got it right, say the Daily Star, but it's a bit hard to keep up. It's a bit hard for all of us to keep up, actually. But it's, as I say, when you sort of look at Colleen, I don't know where she thinks she looks as she's just off for a visit to Aldi. You know, she's not wearing anything smart in the court. She obviously has no respect for the court whatsoever. But this libel trial is just... It's only a joke. Only a joke. You know, my idea of a joke is there was this nun and this vicar, and then you tell the story about the nun. That's a joke. These sort of things aren't jokes at all. They say wag Becky and sad rag. I don't even understand what that means. I've got no idea. No idea. Britain's first satellite launch will take place. Nicole Scherzinger is showing off her toned body. She's obviously flogging bikinis or something. She's 43 now. She's in Cancun. Welcome to it. What a dump. Who'd want to go to Cancun? I can't think of anything worse. And does size matter? It's the schlong and the short of it. That's what the Daily Star say today. It's all jokes at the expense of Peter Ondrex. Yes, here they are, the poor boy who's sort of denied it all and said it's more like the Sky... What is it? The Sky remote control. I mean, he thinks he's over-exaggerating. And a Tory MP who claimed, will you stop showing me pictures of the Sky control? I'm really not interested. I mean, does anybody believe that? No, of course they don't. No, that's not life-size, is it? Good Lord above. I mean, that's 2 hands. At least. I mean, you couldn't manage it. And it's got batteries in it as well. That would explain a lot, wouldn't it? But as I say, I don't believe him. I don't know this. I'm just telling you, I don't believe him. A Tory MP who claimed 222,000 expenses in a year said people who use food banks because they can't cook or budget properly. This is Lee Anderson. But the food bank charity, the Trussell Trust, said people ask for grub that's easy to make as they can't afford to switch on their ovens. Yes, poor Mr. Anderson, not the brightest penny in the box. And he said people should register for a course to learn how to make meals for about 30 pence a day. You should podcast James O'Brien's programme from yesterday. You want to know about food banks. That'll be the interesting one. And after creating new digital versions of themselves, ABBA didn't fancy shopping at a cheap high street chain for their outfits, so they've been clothed by Dolce & Gabbana. It's very clever, isn't it? Very, very clever. I love ABBA. I was singing one. Although there was a great film the other day on the telly about the Beatles, and it had unheard... soundtrack of the Beatles when they were in a studio. They would go in at 10 o'clock in the morning to the studios at Abbey Road. They'd have cigarettes and a cup of tea, and then Lennon and McCartney would play them the song that they'd written the night before, and then the other boys, Ringo would just pick it up on the drums and George would just pick up as well. And before you know what would happen, they had a song. And then they were playing their first... They didn't make any money out of the records. They made the money out of touring. They were going over to places like their biggest was Shea Stadium. And I think they played to 36,000 people. They came out, bearing in mind, Shea Stadium, I only learnt this the other day, didn't have a PA sound system. It had those horn-shaped things. It was just an announcement PA. So they were hearing the music. And at one point, I think John Lennon said, "Can you hear us?" And it was the sound of an aircraft taking off. 36,000 people. The boys run onto the pitch and they can't have heard a note that they played. Their amplifiers were 100 watts in a stadium that held 36,000 people. And so their sound quality or their pitch was absolutely excellent because they could play it in tune. They were that good. And they played on stage. And look at the size of their amplifiers. They're filling 36,000-seater stadium. It was the best thing I'd ever seen in ages. And I bought the album. Well, actually, I got it for free. And it was the Beatles at Shea Stadium. And you could... It must have been so amazing for them to play. All around there were people screaming and shouting. They were the biggest thing. And they went on to play all the stadiums in America. But they were in tune throughout the whole thing. Which is, not even I can be in tune on this. I mean, I'm supposed to be pitch perfect, me. Oh, sorry. And, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But they created these amplifiers specifically for this show. They made bigger amplifiers of 100 watts. Well, I knew a guy who had a disco setup. He had 500 watts on a disco setup, just playing with big orange speakers. They were playing them with Vox AC30s, which have been made into bigger things. People can't have heard a thing. And coming out of these trumpets in the stadium, because it was a stadium for people to watch, American football and stuff like that. Best programme I've ever seen. I'm glad you found it. Bonnie Lithgow. Morning, Bonnie. She said, listen to your interview today with Ian. It really was such an insight into your life. And by the way, She said, I went to the Magic Castle last night and saw this incredible magician called David Minkin. He was incredible. Do you know, there are so many magicians out there, Bonnie, and it's lovely to hear from you, thank you, who you've never heard of. And yet they are so absolutely amazing that, you know, when you look at David, he starred in that documentary film, Magician's Life in the Impossible. And he's just one of these people. You watch things, even me, I can watch stuff, even at the Magic Circle, and think to myself, my God, that's amazing. You know, some of them are so skilled, and you might never ever hear of them. You might never ever hear of them, but when you watch them, and even if I know, you know, how things work, and I've got a rough idea on how most things work, but you're watching the skill. You know, people who literally take a card and it'll be the Queen of Spades, and they put their hand over it and it changes to the 3 of clubs. And you go, well, how is this possible? And the answer is, it's a miracle. It's a miracle, which is quite nice. So if you want more miracles, I'm here after 6 and till 7 o'clock this morning. Whilst listening to your show, says Connie in Stockwell, in the kitchen, I decided to make homemade banana ice cream. I'm back in the sitting room, have to wait for 1 hour to find out if it tastes good, because it takes 1 hour to make ice cream. Oh, you've got an ice cream machine. This is mainly people freeze these things. You have to freeze them in the freezer and then put the stuff in. If you've got a gelato machine, which they run about £600-700, it freezes it as it stirs it. And so you can make sorbets and gelato. Gelato machines are much more expensive than an ice cream maker, which you have to freeze the bowl in your freezer. You know, most people don't have freezer units, and you freeze it and then you make it. But gelato machines, you put all the ingredients in and it stirs it, and it has a freezer unit built in, which is good. Banana ice cream, eh? You could whiz some round here. The boys could help you out. I mean, obviously, yeah, we're here for another hour. Only one of the boys, because the other one's going surfing at the weekend and he can't fit into his little suit. You know, we'll have to sort of dust him down with talcum powder, which you're supposed to do, aren't you, I think? Don't you put talcum powder on first and then you put the suit? No, you just put it on. You like the feeling of stretched rubber. Lovely. I think they're fairly peculiar. All these people who want to go surfing, you know, take the caravan, you know, or the Winnebago down to the shore, and they go there and they sort of, you know, all they do is they go out and then come back in again. Out, come back in again. They don't even do any tricks. Out, come back in again. Why don't they just stay in, and it would save them going out, riding the waves? What a load of old hooey. It really is. You want to go and do the big surf, okay, in Australia. The big surf where, I mean, literally you could be pounded to death by these huge waves. Over here, tiddly-pid. I make more waves in the bath, seriously, than all this stuff they do down there. Oh, we go to Devon and Cornwall, Steve. Yeah, like I'm impressed. Not. I could do that sort of stuff. You know, put me in the bath. I can sort of go backwards and forwards as you used to do when you were a kid. Much nicer. Peter Shilton's wife thought he had another woman before she realised he was a gambling addict. So now you know. And Jonathan Ross has had a spooky blackout. Oh, my goodness.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Thursday, May the 12th. It's Steve Allen. I just realised, actually, that my doctor put down my appointment for the hospital for tomorrow, but he put down Friday 13th, 2021. And I suddenly realised we're in 2022. And I suddenly looked at it and thought to myself, perhaps I've got it wrong. Did you see the Japanese magician, says Mark? Yeah. He's won 3 of those competitions already. He's not new to it. He's been around for ages, you know. And, yes, I saw the ring trick. I saw all of it, and the folding note and all the rest. I couldn't believe that they'd never seen this sort of thing before. I was absolutely amazed, because I know tons of magicians who do it. But he's won 3 of these American Got Talent programs in different countries. but the producer likes it. And I love the way they sit there with their mouths wide open. I mean, you know, have these people never been out and seen a magic show? You need to come to the Magic Circle. You see this all the time. I've got my dates for sort of my Christmas magic show, and you see that close up. And then they stand up and applaud him, and then Ant and Dec come on and give him the golden what's it. But he's won 3 of these competitions already. He's not new to this. I love the way they sort of think, oh, this is all brand new. No, it's not. It's not. But it's always good, because a friend of mine's the magical advisor on this show. So they sort of find magicians, and these sort of people, they're all over the place. You've got no idea how sort of talented they are, but how, you know, thank you, but how sort of how bad it's been for them. Because remember, Jamie Oliver wrote to us a week and a bit ago, and he saw Michael J. Fitch. They were doing a benefit, and he was, you know, Jamie was blown away by it. And when you watch something that's close, you know, as close as you possibly can be, then it makes it more believable. It's only when other people go, oh, there'll be a camera trick. And you go, no, I promise you, it's not a camera trick. God, I don't think anybody uses camera tricks anymore, do they now? Because there's so many. Yes, on my Twitter we do camera tricks, but we think that's quite clever. In fact, we think it's very clever. Very nice indeed. Kerry Katona has moved in with her mother after her breast reduction surgery. Honestly, that's a news story apparently nowadays. Kerry, what do you do for a living, love? Apparently, she's recently underwent her second operation to reduce the size of her chest. So she's already had it enlarged, now she's having it reduced. And she's had to move in with her mother to properly rest and just be in bed. Why don't you just stay at home, dear? You know, make it easier. Why would you sort of plonk yourself on your mother? She says, it's a lot to get used to, and I'm very happy. I feel as I've lost about 2 stone. No, but you had them done in the first place. Is this our fault or something? I do hope not. Chris in Lancashire says, amazingly, on the 9th of August 1964, I saw the Beatles perform at the Little Futurist Theatre in Scarborough, 10 days before they went to start the first US tour, which was all huge stadiums. 15 shillings, 75 pence for a day of history I'll never forget. Yes, they've got that on, that was on film, it was on the thing. But they started playing these huge stadiums in America. They had a problem with the Taxman, because they weren't making any money out of all the records they were selling. But they were just so prolific. So prolific. It was just amazing. As I say, they had these recording sessions and they sounded as good today and as fresh today as they did when they were first written. A lucky band of treasure hunters have unearthed some Nazi gold buried at a secret SS brothel. The 4-ton stash is believed to have been stolen on the orders of Heinrich Himmler towards the end of World War II to set up a Fourth Reich. Roman Firminiak of the Silesian Bridge Foundation used georadar scanning to locate a metal case under a palace near Wrocław in Poland. Roman said metal has a different density. The foundation hoped to uncover 10 tons of gold. Don't believe it. I think he's lying. They've had this before. This former site, it's a former palace, they say, was used as a brothel. And they say the container and its location matched the information in a treasure map and an SS diary. Yeah, Jack. Well, tell you what, when you bring it up, love, tell us about it. OK, but until then, not believing a word of it. Mikey in Kettering says, do you remember a place called Fatty Arbuckle's? No, Fatty Arbuckle, his career collapsed in America, didn't it? He was accused of various misdemeanours, and the food was to die for. Not in this country. We never had Fatty Arbuckles. I don't think so. But if we did, it certainly escaped me. But we certainly remember him because his career did collapse in Hollywood. So it was an American-themed restaurant founded in 1983 by Pete Shotton, and it was focused on large portion at cheap prices. So apparently they had them in West End, Tottenham, Harrow, Islington. Good God, there were loads of them. And then the chain was sold. Fatty was removed from the name and the restaurants were rebranded Arbuckles. And the last remaining one closed by 2006. So a new store was opened in Ely in 2017, business owned by an employees' ownership trust. So they had 30 outlets at the maximum. There was even one in Southampton, Wigan, Stoke-on-Trent and Belfast. So now, I mean, they sold Knickerbocker Glories, but Fatty Arbuckle, you check out Fatty Arbuckle in sort of the Wikipedia thing. See, there were all sorts of Arbuckles. He was a bad egg. He was definitely a bad egg. Very, very bad egg. That's why I'm surprised anything is still still lasted. So, yes, we do know all about them, thank you. My ice cream machine, says Connie, has a built-in compressor freezer unit. Was expensive, 170 quid. I can make some for you next time. How lovely, thank you. Steve, I listened to your show with Mr. Dale earlier, but I knew most of the answers to his questions. Wait a minute. I've lost the mouse. Oh, there it is. Because I've been listening to you religiously for so long. I imagine a lot of Ian's evening listeners, however, would have learnt a lot about you, and I'm sure you've gained a few million listeners to add to the existing 21 million. Yes, that's the downloads, 21.5 million downloads. Not bad. Yeah, the show's got 50 million. I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, I can't get too excited. Jack says, do you do magic or compare? I compare. I do magic. I buy magic. I'm a very great supporter of the magical arts. Have been for years. And Sue says, nice to hear you immortalising the phrase first used by that great philosopher, Hilda Ogden. The world is your lobster. Bless Hilda and her muriels. Yes. And Gary, who's an Eastbourne taxi driver, says, I downloaded Ian Dale's podcast yesterday and it was brilliant. It had everything. It made me laugh and cry. Especially when you started talking about Dale. For anyone who has not downloaded it, you will not be disappointed. No, you won't be. It's a very good one, actually. Chris says, got my very first podcast yesterday of you and Ian Dale. Great show. Chris is in Brighton. And watched the new Downton Abbey film yesterday, in bits at the end. Oh, no. Not something else I'm going to need to cry at. And you mentioned earlier this morning, Steve says, Jill, about wreaths on front doors. Here in Ireland, there's a craze of having beautiful silk flower wreaths on the front door all year round. I wasn't too sure at first, but my son brought me one for Mother's Day, and I really love it. You see them everywhere. Oh, I like the idea. See, I just do the Christmas ones, actually, which were good. Talking of magicians, best I've ever seen close up and personal was David Copperfield at the MGM. Yes, he's still there. 3 shows a day, I think, David Copperfield does. Absolutely mind-blowing, recommended. Yes, he featured on my programme. We interviewed David Copperfield when he came to London. And Kevin says, you're going to turn the tables and interview Ian? No, absolutely not. There's only one celebrity, and that was me. And so I don't know how many downloads we've actually had of that. I know it's a lot. I'm trying to push up the numbers a little bit. You know, there'll be a table somewhere with my name on it. It'll just say, oh, Steve Allen. Yeah, and hopefully it'll be fairly near the top, if not at the top. But, you know, I don't want to sort of go on about it too much. But if you would like to download, then please do. Please do. David Copperfield performs apparently over 500 shows per year throughout the world. It's very busy. Mr. Neil says you should really show us your flowering bush this year at the Magic Circle. Do you know, I should do. I keep meaning to every year. I nearly did the other year. I was going to show... I mean, the ticket price will have to go up, Neil, as you can imagine. But no, my flowering bush was a bit legendary, actually. Many people spoke about it. Not many people have seen it. In fact, you nearly saw it at Hornchurch at the Queen's Theatre, but it didn't quite, you know, achieve the dizzy heights we were heading for. It doesn't matter. Listen, it doesn't matter. It'll pop up this year, probably. I do keep meaning to get it out, but, you know, one of those things, isn't it? You know, once you've seen it, you certainly won't be forgetting it, I promise you. A weight loss drug has broken records in clinical trials. This is some of those who were injected with this drug weekly for 16 months, lost more than 20% of their body weight. Doesn't tell you where it is, though, and I suspect it's probably not in this country. Human guinea pigs only lost an average of 2.4% of their weight. Wouldn't you love it if there was actually something that you could take that would help you, apart from cocaine, which apparently they were talking about drugs. Has the mayor not said he wouldn't mind legalising cannabis? I don't want to get in... I don't want to get into any vehicle where the driver's been on cannabis. Whee! Just take the train off-road. It wouldn't be legal to drive on it, but you'd have to have enough police out there to make sure you could stop people from driving with it in your system, because they reckon, I mean, it's like drink driving. But people will try, yeah, of course I can drive. Ooh, and fly. We can take off in this car. Over the Hammersmith flyover. Look at us, we're looking down on all those little ants. Oh, wait a minute, they are little ants. I worry about these sort of things. UK Eurovision hopeful. Sam Ryder reckons aliens exist and he's even seen a UFO. Well, that's it. We've killed that stone dead, haven't we? What's the point of even going for Eurovision? Nobody likes us. They're not going to vote for us. They're going to vote for Ukraine. I bet you anything. Ukraine win. Definitely. And so they should. It's actually a very good record. But Sam has had long hair since he was 9. Oh, dear. Mind you, they do look a bit freaky, the Ukraine lot, don't they? But mind you, if you look back over the years, the best and the worst at Eurovision there, that one, Einstein Drei, that one. Do you remember that bloke dressed in Baco Ford? He's a famous drag queen. Yeah, that was Ukraine as well. He's a very famous drag queen in Ukraine. And they did dun 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 dun. My name is, I can't remember what his name is actually, but anyway, he's sort of, they've always been a bit peculiar. Mind you, I thought Lordi were a bit peculiar, but I loved the record. I thought Lordi's Hard Rock Hallelujah was fantastic. Yeah, I thought that was one of my favourites. Sam is 32, and he comes from Essex. This is our they've obviously decided to give it a Eurovision special, so they've sort of got a picture of him. And all the rest of it, I just don't think we stand a cat in hell's chance. I mean, it's always nice, but it's just changed Eurovision, hasn't it? Who won? I will watch, yes. I like to sort of, because I'm always curious about the marking. You can tell the moment they start giving us no marks, it's political. And that's why. I don't even know who won last year. Couldn't even tell you who won last year. Do you know? See, you can't remember either. Find out after the break. Bit of a tease on that one. It's 6:15. The news headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Would you be, Steve, so kind as to pass on a message saying, have fun in the sun to Christina, says Lynn, who is flying this morning to Alicante for a week with her friend Leslie. So you have a nice time. I hope your flight takes off. The only reason I say that is because I've been cancelling flights left, right and centre. But I don't know, Christina and Leslie, where you're flying from. But I hope you have a lovely... I hope the weather's good for you, just as we go into another minor heat wave. So Christina and Leslie, have a week in the sun and enjoy it. And that's lots of love from Lynn, and I do the same. By the way, the winning song last year was Italy, Zitti e Buoni, which roughly translates, I mean, my English better than my Italian pronunciation, shut up and behave. Okay, that was what won last year. So we'll wait. I mean, to be honest with you, we really don't want to win, because the cost of putting this thing on is an absolute pain. It really is. I mean, Ireland, I think, won it about 3 times, didn't they? I mean, we do pay loads towards it every year anyway. Why? I've got no idea. Nobody likes us. Yeah, it's just to be humiliated. Steve, the games. What a car crash of a TV programme. I switched off after 5 minutes of episode 1. When will they stop pampering these Z-list so-called celebrities? I know nobody's heard of any of them. Christine McGuinness, I mean, hardly worth bothering. And other people as well. And where they found the people to sit in the stands, I thought they were superimposed. I thought it was blue screen, because it's such a dreary programme. Audience hemorrhaging. And Ian in Hornchurch says, I downloaded the podcast yesterday to listen to on the way to work. Thankfully, I was stuck in traffic. I managed to listen to half of it. And, oh no, it's Jan in Hornchurch. We listened to the second half today. I love it so far, says Jan. Yes. You'll definitely love it, Jan. You really will. Lloyd says there was a Fatty Arbuckles in Brighton Marina. I did the food challenge there. It wasn't the greatest, but I did complete it. Yeah, they... what can I tell you? It's the same with all these things. I mean, they've got loads of chains in America that we haven't heard of before. I don't remember that one. Denny's? Yes, I've heard of Denny's. I wonder why I've heard of Denny's. You pronounced Wrocław very well. I'm impressed. How about the following, says Helinka. Have you heard the podcast with Ian Dale? Excellent. I can't do that one there. Hard to say. It's SZCZEBRZESZYN. Not a cat in hell's chance. I couldn't. Says Brizen. Something I wouldn't know. I mean, I could do better with Wrocław, Helinka. I'm rubbish at these things. I have to apologise, actually, to people for sometimes my dreadful pronunciation of people's places. They go, how can you not know this? And you go, well, I don't know everywhere, but that looks really... Do you know how to pronounce that one? Is that really difficult to do? I mean, is it a place that actually exists? It's in Poland. Yeah, well, I don't do Polish, do I? I mean, I really don't do Polish. I'd love to be able to pronounce things like that, but you know, yes, Helinka, how do you pronounce that? Can you break it down for me in little bits and pieces? Because I'm never going to manage it myself. I'm really not. Other stories in the papers today. Well, I mean, it's the High Court. It's Rebecca Vardy going in, looking like she's sort of, you know, from Scottish Widows, and then Colleen Rooney, who, as I say, really just doesn't seem to have made any effort at all. It's whatever was hanging in the wardrobe. And but at least she's brought down little Wayne with her, which is very sweet. Whereas Rebecca doesn't appear to have any friends at all. But she denies the story leaks and says it was just gossip. Doesn't matter what it is, does it? It's up for the courts to decide. And also, hopefully, get this sorted out as quickly as possible. Really, really expensive for them. I mean, if they want to waste money, that's their business. Nothing to do with us, really. Steve, I listened to your podcast with Eddie Mayer yesterday. Oh, have I done a podcast with Eddie Mayer? Well, I mean, I did do one ages and ages ago. Yeah, I think it was Ian Dale, but it doesn't matter. I mean, their voices are so similar. Steve, totally agree about the games. How does being a Spice Girls daughter make you a celebrity, says Jen in Chelmsford. Well, we asked the same question. In fact, Christine McGuinness, a celebrity? I don't think so. I mean, she came out of the Housewives of Cheshire because she wanted to spend more time with the family. That was obviously a load of old hooey, wasn't it? Hazel says, please say happy birthday to my husband, Tony, who today has joined the 6-0 Club. The 6-0 Club. And Karen says, our entry in Eurovision this year, Sam Ryder, has an incredibly powerful voice, really good, from Karen, who's a very nice Karen. Yeah, it's the fact it's Eurovision. They don't vote for really nice voices or really good songs. They're voting for countries. And that's why I think Ukraine will win. It's generally neighbours and stuff like that. He might be a really charming man with a really good song, could be the best song you've ever heard in your entire life, but it'll go to Ukraine. They are top of it because it will, and it's because it's voted for tactically. People will vote for that. They're not going to vote for us. Why would they want to vote for us with a man who looks like he's auditioning for Jesus Christ Superstar or Godspell? The fact he's had long hair since the age of 9 puts me off immediately. And tanker driver Phil says, the original Spikers want me to show you this. What I did at Truckfest. Yeah, I knew about this. I did in the name of the Steve Allen Spike. I'm the one on the right in the film. I could no more do that, Phil, than fly. Have you ever... You watch what it does. It's a slingshot. That's what it is. And it's got all coloured lights. It's all very pretty. And then all of a sudden, it's held in place. You put your thing on, like a safety harness, because this thing is going to throw you up into space. The like of which you've never seen. I mean, I don't know. I feel ill watching, but you've never seen one of these things before. Oh my goodness! You wait. Now I don't know if it's got cameras on the inside of this thing. Here we go. Flashy lights. Oh blimey! I have to be very careful watching this one if you've got some sort of dimension. There you go, and it throws you up in the air. It's a slingshot. Look at it. As if that would be happening for me. But tanker driver Phil, well done, but he did it in the name of the Steve Allen Spike. So that is good. We're just grateful we didn't have to do it. Joanne says Denny's is an American diner. Thank you. Yes, we think we knew that, actually. We think we knew that. Also, a Rambo, who's a bull, has fetched nearly £200,000 at auction, setting a new world record for the breed. His real name is Craigok Rambo. He was overall champion, and he was the best bull he'd ever seen. They go for huge amounts of money, these things. It's like sheepdogs. Do you know that sheepdogs go for huge amounts of money? I mean, 55,000, I think one went for a short while ago. If it's a fully trained sheepdog, or people are buying puppies, aren't they? Sired by famous sheepdogs. I don't know much about them, but they're collies, apparently. Which is not cauliflowers. That would be completely different. And they're very nice. Fitness guru Joe on his childhood. Yeah, here we go. More sort of memories from the past. And families of the 56 fans who died in the Bradford City fire tragedy have held a memorial service for the first time in 3 years. 3 years. Prince William yesterday whisked Kate away from a school visit before she had a chance to get broody. I love that. And digging in to save the Amazon rainforest. Apparently there's a lady called Josefina who lives in the Amazon rainforest. The indigenous tribes fight to keep the greedy miners out of paradise. So they've confiscated this digger, this huge digger. They're not using it on our place because otherwise you'll have nothing left, actually. The land damage by these huge 20-ton diggers is absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Plus an Al Jazeera broadcaster killed in a gun battle between Israeli forces and Palestinian gunmen. This is the well-known US reporter Shireen Abu Akleh, who died whilst covering an Israeli raid in the West Bank town of Jenin. Another Palestinian journalist is stable after being shot in the back. See? And we all sort of complain, don't we, about, oh, you know, they should have brought us pictures of this, should have brought us pictures of that. And in the end, they're risking their own lives. Apparently, Clint says Denny's breakfast is delicious. It's a diner-style restaurant. Back in the day, the staff wore costumes, and it was a lot of fun as a kid. Order the moons over my hammy. Right, so, do you know what it's got on that breakfast I couldn't eat? Pancakes. Who in God's name eats pancakes for breakfast? You do. Not fair. I mean, the eggs look quite nice, but they're not cooked on both sides. But the Americans love pancakes, which they have drizzled with all sorts of stuff. They don't do sausages. Have you noticed? They look like little chipolatas, or as we prefer to call them, little Pete's. You know, and the bacon. In fact, actually, the American breakfasts aren't half as good as the British breakfast. You know, the British bacon is good. See, look at that pancake there. So you've got bacon, eggs. That could be a hash brown or something else. Then pancakes with strawberries and bananas and blueberries on the top of it for breakfast. Might as well serve up a box of chocolates. But the good news is it's only $5.99. It's called the Super Slam. Super Slam, if you like that kind of stuff. But I have had breakfast over there before. It just isn't as good as our breakfast. Our breakfasts, I think, are better. Much, much nicer. A medical student has told how a double miracle saved him after an 85-foot suicide leap into a river. First, Fraser Mackenzie landed deep in mud when he jumped from the Tyne Bridge in Newcastle because the tide was out. Firefighters just managed to dig him from the chest-deep silt before the waters rolled back in to drown him. Yorkshireman Fraser reserved special thanks for firefighters Tommy Richardson and Martin Scott. He said, "My memory of that night wasn't very clear as I was in a really bad place and they saved my life." Well, they did save his life. They managed to get him out. Here we go. Helinka says, the best phonetic explanation is as followed. Sh, she, bis, shin. So it's sh, she, bis, shin. You think that's as near as damn it? That's about as good as we're going to get, but thank you for that one. Shall I do it again? I'll do it again. Just one more time. Sh, she, bis, shin. Sh, she, bis, shin. Yeah. Yeah, sounds a bit like Sean Connery, doesn't it? I could have played that part if they'd asked me, but they never did. There's a Denny's diner apparently in Swansea, the only one in the UK, says Caitlin. Thank you. At least we learn things, don't we? Just gone 6:30. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines this morning from Simon Conway.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 25 minutes to 7 is the time. I see the Hillsborough disaster activist Teresa Glover was branded inspirational. She's just died at the age of 83. Her son Ian, as you probably remember, was one of the 97 Liverpool FC fans killed in the 1989 tragedy. And Mrs. Glover and her husband John were pivotal in the launch of the Hillsborough Justice Campaign in 1998. Older son Joe, who later died in a work accident, saw his brother died in the Leppings Lane terraces. And there was a docudrama, Hillsborough. And we've been told now that Teresa Glover has sadly passed away. Her love and heartbreak was palpable. Reading too many depressing stories recently. Really, too many depressing stories about people dying, too early. People who were, instrumental in sort of changing the country. What else have we got? Dan Walker seems happy to demob during his last days on the BBC Breakfast. He's disappearing to 5 News, so see ya. That'll be about it, really. And he said, my last ever Wednesday on BBC Breakfast, and guess what? I forgot to set my alarm. Don't worry, won't make any difference to anything at all. They all hope. A gambler who bookies were ordered to pay a jackpot to is finally splashing out on a dream man cave. What are these man caves that men have? This bloke has got this money from the bookies, £2.4 million, which is not bad. He won $1.7 million in January in an online blackjack game. It was told by Betfred that a software glitch made his win invalid. So he had a 3-year High Court battle. And last year he was awarded the winnings, which have now been moved up to $2.4 million. He's a triple heart attack survivor. He's revealed how he'd been given planning permission to build a man cave at the bottom of his home. He said it'll cost about $25,000. I'm told it's a shed or a room or a basement where blokes go to do blokey things, play games and watch football. And that's about it, apparently. And it's called a man cave. Oh, right. So now you know. It's blokey a blokey thing is playing games. Is it? No, we don't know. We're just guessing that bit. We've got no idea. Probably sort of reading magazines or something. Yeah, if there's any blokes listening, do tell us what you do in a man cave. They do them in America. They have sort of like a basement in the house, and they go, you can put a pool table in here. You know, that would be a man cave. It's a private area where you can go to and go slow, yeah, or something like that. Steve, do you remember the Golden Egg restaurant in Richmond back in the late 70s and 80s, says Spencer? I used to go there for their wonderful omelettes. I used to love the Golden Eggs. In fact, I drive past it every day on the bus. I mean, I'm not driving the bus. I'm not allowed to. I'm not licensed. But I just sort of sit there as a passenger. I don't stare at people on the bus. I don't stare at people. Although sometimes I'm aware of people looking at me. Probably if you'd seen my picture this morning on my Twitter feed, they're probably looking at how young I'm looking recently, which is quite good. I think I'm losing weight. Although the doctor said to me the other day, he said, we need another month to find out, whether or not this new tablet for diabetes is working. Because I said to him, you do we for the country. You know, you can wake up twice in the night to go. And no matter how much you try and put it off, you can't do anything. You lie there thinking, perhaps if I go back to sleep now, it doesn't work like that. Eventually, you have to sort of slide out of bed. In my case, slide. It's much easier. And then you then you stagger back into bed again. But I think these pictures are dead cute. Do have a look, please. It's on my Twitter feed. Please have a look. The grim reality of the cost of living crisis laid bare today by the dilemma of a mother forced to choose between eating or keeping her disabled daughter's life-saving machinery running. Suzanne Crosby has no choice but to pay her soaring energy bills like hundreds and thousands of others. Even though she has a grant, it's not enough to cover everything. I told you a few weeks back, this is going to get worse. You're going to find people, if you've got people opening up food banks. But energy, they say, this is for Suzanne's bills, yours could be different. It's gone up from £100 a month to £157, predicted to rise by another £50. The outside platform lift service charge is up from 32 to 40. Water has more than doubled in 4 years because a lot of washing for Mia. It's currently 60 quid a month. It used to be £28. And food is up by at least £20 a week. They used to spend 100. Now it's 120. And that's just one family. It's another blow, she says, where you're already on your knees and you don't know where else to go. And we're going to be seeing more of this and more food banks and stuff like that. And the other story, which ties in, the supermarkets hiking the food prices by 30%. Which is not good for people. I mean, I'm not very good at balancing books on things like that. I just go out and I buy something, but I do look at. I mean, I told you the other day I bought some asparagus, and it was British asparagus. It's only short season, and it was £5.30 a bunch. I mean, admittedly, it's a big bunch, but even so, it's fine on vegetables, which should be relatively cheaply. It's very thick. It's really, really thick, and it's very nice. Asda hiked 37 out of 158 Smart Price or Farm Stores products. A tin of mushy peas has gone from 16.7% for 18 pence to 21. You see, that might not make any difference to most of you, but to a lot of people who are counting the pennies, it's bad. National World also found Sainsbury's up to 20 out of its 237 in its value range, including lasagna up from £1 to £1.25. Who did James O'Brien? James O'Brien had somebody on who was another one of these money people. Is it Jack somebody? Jack Monroe. I was fascinated by how they'd worked out all these different prices, where we just take it all for granted. I mean, I don't look at the end of the day. I buy my stuff in the supermarket. I don't then sort of get the receipt and start checking everything off and finding out how much things cost. I do know a bottle of Prosecco is £10. I'm sure you can probably get it cheaper, and cheese and things like that. So there's certain things. It's not that I go without anything. It's just that sometimes I'll go, I don't think I'll bother with that. I'll buy something else instead. Steve... Says David, we can't tell you what we do in our man caves. There could be wives listening. Well, there you go. And Steve, I think that nameplate is not really for non-Polish speakers, says Helenka. When we put two consonants together, they create a sound that's different to single letters. You need to know how to get your tongue and teeth around the sounds, but good try, Steve. Thank you, Helenka. I'm doing my best. I'm not very good at stuff like that. The NHS, we are told, will take 5 years to clear the cancer backlog. 5 years. It's ridiculous. Lorraine, my wife, downloaded, Steve, says, Charlie, your interview with Ian Dale, and we listened intensely to a couple of friends just chatting over a cup of tea, relaxing and exhilarating at the same time. When you spoke about Dale Winton, and I remembered watching the episode of Supermarket Sweep when he revealed his amazing weight loss by taking off his old suit, wearing his new suit underneath. It was an amazing achievement as he struggled to control his weight. Yes, I mean, he spent most of his life. When he was younger, when we were, 18, 19, he was the good 20 stone, 23 stone, something like that. But he didn't think anything about it. He didn't seem to eat any more food than I thought anybody else ate. And he smoked, which was always the way of keeping your weight down. Smoking was sort of, not always, I know, but for a lot of people, it's a way of keeping the weight down. But then he started taking what he called his fat-busting pills. And he would check in a restaurant, what the food was. Was it grilled or was it not? He had to have the gravy on the side. He became a little bit finicky because he knew that television put on weight. So if you were sort of a large person in real life, television makes you look enormous. It doesn't really help at all. So he would spend ages. And at the end of each programme, when they were watching it back, all he wanted to know was, did I look fat? And yet, when I look at his suits now, and I've got all of his suits, I've got all of the clothes. All of the clothes. I mean, I've got rails of clothes. Seriously, it's like living in a museum. But I can't get rid of them. I don't, because I had them adjusted, some of them to fit me. His waist size was really small. He was doing 34 to 36 inch waist after he'd started losing the weight. But the waist vanished at the same time as the weight vanished. But again, as you know, Charlie, it's a nightmare to try and lose weight. When you enjoy food luckily he didn't drink alcohol till much later in life. He was very good. He might have a glass of champagne or a Kir Royale or something like that. That'd be about it. He didn't really bother the rest of the time. Whereas me, I was chucking it back like there was no tomorrow. But I was lucky. I didn't put on weight at all until I got to 25. And then it turned into the nightmare from hell, I think. So what are we going to do? We're going to take a short break in a moment. Francis Miller, talking about the ludicrous Wagatha Christie libel trial. 3 years this has gone on for legal wrangling before they've even got to the court. 3 years. And even with the judges and the lawyers and everybody saying the same thing, why don't you just settle out of court? Nobody's going to win on this thing. Nobody's going to win at all, which is a shame. Also, trilingual Emma Raducanu's language skills as impressive as her tennis, but she made an unforced error this week during a televised interview because she speaks English, Mandarin and Romanian, thanks to her mixed heritage. She was in Rome for the Italian Open. After, if she's picked up any local phrases, she said a friend taught her to say this word, but she didn't know what it meant. And it was rude. And I can't say what it is because it's the word. So I don't want to say it, which is much better. 6:45 is the time. Let's get those news headlines on LBC with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
I see that the BBC staff have just been given a pay rise. I suppose they're trying to get the money in before it all disappears completely. So most workers get 4.2%, then another 1% later this year. I mean, it's interesting, really, isn't it? Because is Nadine still on her campaign to take the money away? Where this money's going to come from, I've got no idea. But we'll have to wait and see. So, Culture Secretary Nadine said licence fee funding of the BBC is completely outdated and decisions on changes will be made well ahead of its charter renewal in 2027. But the corporation are now trying to work out, if they get this money taken away, where they're going to find it. Because it's something like 10 billion, isn't it? Or so, whatever it is. It's a huge amount of money. Huge amount of money. And freelance talent like Gary Lineker, paid around 1.4 million for his work, will not be eligible for August Rise. Well, that'll please people, won't it, going? He earned 1.4 million. Dan Walker's quit, so he'll disappear now into nothing at all. And Louise Minchin left to spend more time with her family. Andrew Marr, of course, has come to LBC. Emily Maitlis and John Soap. We seem to be picking them up all over the place, actually. It's like rats deserting a ship, and we're more than happy to take them, which is very nice. But what happens if they lose the licence fee money? You know, where do they then get them? I don't know how that's going to work out. Will it be a subscription service or anything? I mean, what did they spend on the EastEnders set? Was it something like 90 million? Something absolutely ludicrous for a programme that's got a pitifully small audience. 2.5 million people are watching EastEnders, and they spent 90 million on the set. Dreadful, isn't it? Matt in Weston-super-Mare says, I think you and Ian Dale should share the presenting for being the new Countdown hosts. Carol Vorderman's a little busty and bumsy to do it, so I think she would give all the old boys a coronary if she was on screen every day. She does look fantastic, though. I don't think she'd want it. We're still campaigning for Victoria Corrin Mitchell to get it. We think she'd be absolutely ideal. You know, and I hope they put her on their list. She would be absolutely the ideal person. She's going to look right. She's not going to stand any nonsense. She would, I don't know whether she would think it was beneath her to do it, or whether she wants to sort of take things in a new direction. But she's done Have I Got News for You? And she's very, very good in that. So why not? She makes a lot of money playing poker as well. But then does it come down to the money? They're offering, I think, £500,000 a year. I mean, I could struggle through, I think, on £500,000 a year. Viv says, here in Suffolk, asparagus £2.50 a bunch. Oh, I wish. But this is the British asparagus, which is only a short season, and no matter what people say, it does taste different. Add a little bit of butter to it, and it's even more delightful. Yesterday, I had 2 beef burgers, from Marks and Spencer's big beef burger range, which weren't too expensive, actually, although I was quite pleased with those. And then just put some asparagus in the pan as well, and it cooked along together, and that was quite delicious. Julie from Earlswood, secret spiker and a lifetime fan, says, your conversation with Ian is bringing me lots of laughs, tears, and a sense of endearment. So thank you for comforting me in the early hours. And she says, big shout out to your producers. Well, we're not starting that malarkey. Big shout out to the producers. They are like family, though. Not my ones, but most of them are sort of part of, yeah. When we say they're like family, like the Addams family, I think. Drivers shift gear to automatic cars. Almost 3 in 4 used cars for sale are automatics now. I remember having a car once. It was an automatic, but it wasn't. It takes away some of the power, not on my current car, but on some of the. I had an automatic Peugeot, which was quite nice, but it had no power to it whatsoever, because you lose a bit unless it's because mine's a 6.7. Oh yeah, power steering. Good God, you couldn't turn the wheels. And mine's 6.5 litres, 6.7 litres or whatever it is engine. But on the Peugeot, but most people like driving automatic. You don't have to worry. I remember when I did drive a manual car for the first time in ages and ages. I took mine in and I got a manual car back again. Well, I kangarooed down the road like there was no tomorrow. I couldn't remember. And also, the amount of times I stalled at traffic lights, which was very difficult, very difficult. Caroline from Little Italy says, I'm currently on the A3 coming up Roehampton. I've been listening to your podcast with Ian Dale. It's so good as I cried when you talked about Dale. Oh, Caroline. We love Little Italy. We love Little Italy. Wasn't your boss on the television the other day? He was talking about somebody phoned me and said, oh, you won't believe who's on the television. Won't believe who's on the television. So Caroline, she's listening to the podcast as well. It's very interesting when you listen to the radio, and we've said time and time again, and Ian said this to me, it's very personal radio, very, very personal. If you're listening to 2 people just chatting about, life and the way things are and stuff like that, and we've all been there. Life, death, romance, no romance, single, whatever, it's all different. It's all different. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. There's a great piece by Rob Crossan in the paper today, The Express, the cheeky comedy classic that served viewers very well. And this is Are You Being Served? The main man you had to impress was John Inman. They said it was like getting royal approval. And if you look at audiences love the show, and yet it was very smutty. It was a bit smutty. But the last surviving man is Mike, actually. And it's very interesting. I don't know if it's a book or anything else like that. But to anybody who'd ever worked in retail, Are You Being Served? There was always, a Mr. Humphreys. And there would always be somebody there, in these departments. I worked in a very similar department store. Steve says, Tudor, Victoria Coren Mitchell going to Countdown from Only Connect would be like going from LBC to BBC Radio Shropshire. Oh, we don't want to talk about that. I mean, heavens above, do not start a war, please. Thank you very much indeed. I think she'd be good at it. I think she'd be very good at it. It's something that I certainly wouldn't be again to watching. Definitely not. Amanda Platel is talking about how every woman can reinvent life and sex after 60. Dear, don't talk about things like that, do we? Honestly, I love the way that people always do this on the television. They go, is there... Somebody was talking about it the other day. It was on Loose Women. And Janet Street Porter was talking about sex and everything. And I thought, right, I don't want to hear about this. It's it's just not right. Honestly, it's like looking at the queue for the ghost train on this programme at the moment. I've never seen so many people who wander in. It's very busy, isn't it, Courtney? Very busy. Very busy. Not sure about this beard thing, Henry, but, I'll have to put up with it, I suppose, for the meantime. What else we got today? Very quickly. Oh, because somebody's come forward to claim 184 million... Yeah, I wish it was you. But it says you're now richer than Adele, which means that you could buy a luxury runabout, a private island, or you could get lots of curries. So if you're thinking of buying any for Keir Starmer, you can. Jewellery, we've got some very nice things, 24 million for a beautiful carat necklace worn by Lady Gaga to the Oscars, and a super yacht at 150 million, but you've still got 30 million left. So you could just about cope. I wonder if that person's going to come forward. I wonder. But to the lady who's dying of bowel cancer, one of those sort of people, I think she's going to make 5 million. She's made 3 million so far. £3 million has been donated. I think it's going to go for an awful lot more. I think it's going to be 5 million. And it's such an amazing legacy. I mean, it really is absolutely phenomenal. And even the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge have paid tribute to Deborah James. And so she's stage 4 bowel cancer. And she says, just buy me a drink. Buy me a drink. And as I say, if she's on 3 million at the moment that she's raised, I think it will go to 5 million quite easily. So we wish her all the very best. I forgot to mention a birthday today. Emilio Estevez is 59 years old today. And in the dock for speeding, an opera professor called Mr. Till. And he decided to take it to court. The reason being, he can't drive and he's never owned a car. But they've taken him to court for speeding. And he's hoping for an apology from the court system. I'm sure he's going to get it. Thank you very much indeed for your company for today. It's all gone very well, actually, I thought, Record numbers of text messages. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday the 13th. Can't bear the idea. Can't bear it. Doesn't matter, I'm not superstitious. White rabbits. And, or walking under ladders. Never. So Friday, May the 13th. May the force be with you, ladies and gentlemen. What have we got today? The Wagatha drama, Vardy's tears stopped the trial twice. It's really, you couldn't make it up, could you? It's like a soap opera. 113 products in the salmonella scare. That's quite a lot. We thought there would be. Anything chicken, avoid. Wraps, sandwiches, cooked, avoid. OK, just to be on the safe side. I'm not scaremongering, I'm just telling you, easier to eat anything else but, eat pork, sliced beef, all sorts of things. Global cryptocurrency market goes into meltdown. Billions could be lost. Doesn't affect me in the slightest. And the amateur baker from Southport wins the royal competition with a lemon Swiss roll trifle. How exciting that one is. I believe because it's based on posset. And posset is quite nice. You can buy it in John Lewis Waitrose. It's very nice. Cafe Nero, by the way, are also pulling stuff off the shelves, and Starbucks as well, and Costa, Shell and One Stop. It's a factory in Hull, apparently. Tesco have taken 14 items off sale, including a range of its cooked chicken breast slices. M&S withdrawing 12 products, Waitrose 10. And so the idea is anything that's got chicken in it, just avoid. Sainsbury's have recalled 33 items. Anybody who's bought any of the items, anything that's got chicken in it, take it back there. they'll give you your money back. Okay, simple as that. You don't want to get salmonella. And we'd rather be on the safe side than on the sorry side. So don't say baldy, it's sexual harassment. What a load of old cock and bull, honestly. Have you heard of anything like it before in your life? And Levi Belfield's girlfriend speaks out. Apparently she was introduced to him by the Yorkshire Ripper. Yes, you do. She says, I'm not one of those people who just I'm very intelligent. I thought, maybe you're not. Maybe you're not. You know, and also I can't understand how anybody could be allowed to marry a mass murderer in prison. I find that absolutely abhorrent. What's the point of going to prison? You know, is she looking to sell her story or something? Because that's what it looks like to me. According to a BBC boss, scrapping the TV licence could harm society. Oh, yeah, OK. And Gary Barlow's up on tour again. I don't think he likes being at home. I think he enjoys going out on tour. I think I'll be like that, going out on tour. What would you rather do? Sit indoors, have strawberries fed to you, you know, as you recline on a chaise longue or something like that? Would you rather go out on tour? Go out on tour, I think. North Korea's had a COVID outbreak. Well, it's the first one they've admitted to. Up until now, they've just let them die, because that's North Korea. And who makes the finest lemon drizzle cake? And don't say yourself, because I'm talking about commercially made drizzle cakes. We do love it. It's been proven the most popular cake in a recent survey. Lemon drizzle cake. I'll tell you who it is a bit later. And they get 10 out of 10, which is good. The Russian cyber criminals tried to sabotage Eurovision. Oh, we don't want anybody to win. We don't want anybody to win. We think people should be dancing to the Cossack music and things like that, you know, because that's how backwards we are in Russia. Not much left of it, is there really? Apparently now Putin wants to take over the whole of Ukraine. He obviously likes bricks. Perhaps he thinks it's Lego. Perhaps he thinks it's Lego and he can just sort of rebuild them. What was the other one that I quite like? Oh, the Queen missed the first day of the Royal Windsor Horse Show, but she did go privately to see her horses. Just didn't do it publicly, which is good. And a Quackers Council insists that ducks are fed granary bread. They don't like white. You shouldn't feed them bread at all. So more fool the stupid council. And Becky's, this is Rebecca Vardy, the pigeon slur on Colleen. And the fact she didn't know what Davy Jones's locker was caused uproar in court. You didn't know either. You never heard? They'd gone down to Davy Jones's locker. It's like, what lies at the bottom of the sea, you know, go, oh, like that. Nervous wreck. Okay. I don't know, you have to try and explain everything. Yeah, obviously. I mean, I thought everybody would know that. Well, she's an adult. She's supposed to know these sort of things. But as somebody said, these two people in court, this is the only place that they're not in their comfort zone. Before that, they're sort of, you know, people go, oh, look, that's a wag, as opposed to that's another thick one with a load of makeup on. You know, married to a footballer, loads of money, not a brain cell in sight. But now they're in the court of law, and this is proper grown-up stuff, which they've never done before. Never done it before, but it's interesting. The passenger with no flying knowledge manages to land a plane after the pilot just slumped over the gear stick thing or whatever it is that they fly these things with. I don't know. Anyway, so he was sort of going, hello. We're up here now. We seem to be heading into a spiral. Anyway, managed to pull it out of the... No co-pilot, no. Managed to pull it out of the spiral and then he landed it. Now, I've seen people do that before. I've heard of it before when sort of somebody, you know, the pilot gives up. And very good. Well done him. I mean, at least he sort of landed it, didn't sort of smash it into the conning tower or anything else. It just sort of landed, and then they said, by the way, pull on the brake, or just failing that, turn it off. See what happens. Stella says, I saw the photo of you as a baby on Twitter and was cracking up. I loved you giving the thumbs up. Isn't that the best ever? Kim says, but Steve, once to avoid walking under a ladder, I had to go into the road, nearly got knocked down by a passing car. Gosh. And Alison says, I've just finished listening to the podcast. Thank you and Ian Dale for an honest and funny, although I too cried in places interview. A wonderful listen, and thank you for being very honest. Yeah, I mean, it's a good interview. It's a very good interview. All you have to do is download the Global Player, click on podcasts, search Ian Dale All Talk, and then you can download it. It'll take you a matter of seconds, and it runs 2 hours. So download the Global Player, which you'll find on lbc.co.uk. Okay, and then click on podcasts, search Ian Dale All Talk. Don't put my name in, you'll never find it. Never find it. And, you know, it's good, very good. 2 hours. 2 hours. Norman says, imagine my excitement. The first time I've ever been awake at 4 a.m. to hear the start of the Steve Allen Show. Don't let me down. Well, listen, we've been doing it for 43 years. It's, I could just close my eyes and do it by myself, I suppose, really. Oh, I'm going to give you the chance this morning. Brace yourself. You ready for this? I'm going to give you the chance to win an incredible holiday for two to Bali. This is not just any old holiday to Bali. You'll be in a deluxe pool villa. I'll give you the more details later on, with your own pool, private pool, extra large double bed. Get my drift? And there's also 3 more outdoor pools, a restaurant, plenty of bars and a fitness centre. Who the hell wants a fitness centre? Just get to Bali. It's lovely. This is a 1-bedroom deluxe pool villa. You've got an outdoor patio and a dining area, luxury bathroom. Sounds gorgeous, doesn't it, really? And I've seen the pictures of it. You're going to like it. Going to like it a lot. And it's to raise money for Make Some Noise. And I'll tell you about it a little bit later on. Okay, so there you go. So ponder on, if you've had a really rough few years and you think to yourself, I could do with a holiday to Bali. I could find somebody to take. And you've got a nice big I like an extra large double bed. I don't like a small double bed. I mean, a small double bed would be ridiculous. Extra large would be sort of queen or king size, I should imagine. A few months ago, Steve, you recommended the Magic Circle's Marvels of Mystery, hosted by the brilliant Danny Lee Grew. And yesterday evening I saw it in Guildford, and it was fantastic. Met the magicians afterwards, who were brilliant, and mentioned you recommended the show, which they were pleased with. I had a front row seat centre, which is literally on the stage, and my mind is still turning on how they do those tricks. Stunning, and thank you very much for the recommendation. Next on the list, a visit to the Magic Circle Museum in London. Can't wait, says Christopher. Told you it was a good show. Another one coming up, isn't there, in Hazelmere, which you'll find on Wayne Dobson's website, and that's coming up very, very shortly, which is a lot of magic. And Wayne, who, as you know, has been in a wheelchair for a number of years now, he'll be sort of talking about the magic and everything else. And there's a guy called Mike who has got his sort of hands in all the tricks and everything else, who's currently in Vegas with my friend David. They're over there at the moment at a big magic convention. And it looks like they're having a nice time. They've got another week to go over there. Another week to go. And then Darren's got a birthday coming up, hasn't he, very shortly? His, is it 59th birthday, I think? Did he say 59? 40. No, it's 40. Oh, dear, honestly, I'm terribly sorry. Sorry, Darren. Karen says you're so right about the prisoner being not the prisoner, the murderer, the convicted murderer, being able to get married. Ridiculous, Absolutely ridiculous. This woman introduced by the Yorkshire Ripper, she's obviously one of these people who turns up at prisons and goes, I'd like to be a prison visitor. And then she says, I know he's been bad in the past, but he's had 17 years to recuperate. Are you really stupid? Listen, you go to prison for life, you go to prison for life. It's not some bloody holiday camp. You don't go there and go, I think we'll get married. I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you. I think that's really appalling, really appalling. But, of course, what'll be more at the moment, she's not been identified, but I bet you anything, the moment they get married and the prison are trying to stop it, well, you just don't let her in. Don't let her in. I've seen the pictures of her, but she's got one of those pixelated faces, so you can't actually tell. And it's a case of, sorry, if you're in prison for murder, I'm afraid you have all privileges and all access to decent life taken away from you. I couldn't care less what happens. Just think. The people who were murdered by Levi Belfield, they don't get the opportunity of getting married again in the future, and yet he sort of thinks this is some holiday camp. I'm hoping to God it's not. But I bet you anything she'll be selling a story. They've all done it. Who's that other prisoner who keeps changing his name inside? And Charles Bronson, not his real name, but he's been married a few times, and all the people have then sold stories on him. These people are so dim they can't see beyond the end of their nose. So let's hope it does not happen. Actually. Steve, I have no problem, says Helen, with Friday the 13th, as it's my mum's birthday. So if there wasn't that date, I wouldn't be here at all. My brother's birthday was on the longest day, June 21st. His friend said he could be a druid. No need for any initiation ceremony. And best of all, my dad gets loads of cards on his because he was born on St. Valentine's Day. Oh, right. So, but they're not always Friday the 13th. It's not every Friday is the 13th. So your mother might not have been born on Friday the 13th, or on the other hand, it might have been the 13th, but it might not have been a Friday. Friday was the 13th. Oh, right. It was the 13th, but not necessarily a Friday. So, So there you go. So you can't jump on that bandwagon. Matt Goss stunned when his car changed colour. It's a story. It's about 50 years old. He hasn't got anything new to tell you. Nothing at all. Wilfred Brambles, you remember from Harold? From Steptoe & Son. Used to soak his false teeth in vodka because he loved the taste of alcohol. And a UFO expert, for that read, another doolally person, claims to have found a tomb entrance on a galaxy far, far away. It's an entrance to a tomb, a bit like the pharaohs. And you think to yourself, you are as mad as a cricket, aren't you? You really are. Oh, I loved it. Talking of crickets, actually, I loved a thing the other day. There's a guy on American television. He's on YouTube, and he exposes the call centres in India, Calcutta, 3 owned by the same family, bunch of crooks. And what they do is there'll be a whole room full of people, and their sole job is to part you from your money. That's what they want to do, is part you from your money. So they'll phone up and say, oh, listen, we're trying to do some bank transactions. They'll pretend they're in your country. They've ripped off people, billions of pounds. So what this guy does is he exposes them on air, on his programmes, and he's discovered something new now because he's hacked into their computers so he can see them working. There'll be like 40, 50 people. And their sole job is to rip you off. Old people, yeah, they couldn't care less, if you're old and decrepit and in hospital, they will rip you off. That's what they do because they're crooks. So he's decided to come up with something even better. He's the man who invented these boxes that you leave outside somebody's house, and then a crook will come up to it. Happens a lot in America. Picks up the box and runs away, and then opens it, and it explodes in his face with glitter. It's a big glitter bomb built into this thing, and it goes woo, 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 and all this glitter covers them, and of course you can't get it out. So what he's done is he's managed to get the same box delivered to each one of these 3 places in Calcutta. And what's he put inside them? Cockroaches. Cockroaches. Hundreds of cockroaches. And what he does is the box is delivered, and then at a certain time, the box operates. It's got a battery in it, and it opens the door for the cockroaches to get out. Well, these people go mad. It's the funniest thing you've ever seen. And he's got another one which has got mice in it. So they end up with a plague of mice. And he wanted to fill their room with smoke so they couldn't rip people off, but he decided that was too far. But the cockroaches is great. People screaming and running and trying to get away from them. What a marvellous man he is. We loved him to pieces, definitely. It's 17 minutes past 4.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice that a ferry stop has been named after Jerry Marsden. Ferry cross the Mersey. In Liverpool. Yeah, well, hardly on the moon, is it? Of course it's going to be in Liverpool. The civil servants demand the right to work abroad. 91,000 of them are going to be made redundant very shortly. Wonder what they'll end up doing. And Adam Woodyatt has lost 3 stone after quitting alcohol. Because apparently alcohol is really, really, really fattening. Really fattening. What was the other one? The former world darts champion, Ted Hankey, I've never even heard of him, has just been jailed for assaulting a young woman, and somebody off Gogglebox, who only did 1 season and they got rid of, he's been jailed as well for assaulting a young boy. And I will tell you later on who makes the finest lemon drizzle cake. I might have to go and buy it. Because I do like lemon drizzle cake. And the CCTV footage, which I thought was about as bad as it gets in this war, and it shows Russian soldiers going up to the gate, and the man who's looking after the property goes there and chats to them, and then he turns around and starts walking back to his little hut, and they shoot him in the back. And then they break into the compound. So I think there were about 2 or 3 of them that they shot in the back. He staggered back into his hut and called for help, but he bled to death. And these Russian soldiers are going straight to hell. They're going to string you up from the biggest gallows in the land. This is war crime. This is war crimes. You cannot just go and start shooting people indiscriminately unless you've got something the matter with you. And judging by some of these soldiers, they've definitely got issues. They've given children guns, and they just think you can kill people left, right and centre. Rape women, murder children. That's what they do. You're going to pay for it. You're going to pay for it. I don't care how you end up paying for it, but I'm promising you will bloody well pay for it. War crime. And Putin as well. He will pay for these war crimes. And to be honest with you, I'd be taking half the Russian Orthodox Church out with me as well because they've supported Putin all the way through on this. It's absolutely disgusting. It really is. Heinz are going to make ketchup bottles out of paper. I don't see how that's going to work. Doesn't it sort of... I haven't had actually any Heinz ketchup for a while. I do like it. But I thought it would soak in. No, presumably it'll be like waxed paper. So it'll be paper, but waxed paper. And it looks quite nice. And it's environmentally friendly. Honestly, we've turned into a right bunch of wusses, haven't we? So it'll be the first ketchup brand in a paper bottle. Is it going to affect the taste of it? That's what I ask myself. Probably not. Probably not. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, the volcanic eruption in Tonga, which led to that huge tsunami. Apparently it's one of the biggest ever, bigger than Krakatoa. I'm fascinated by volcanoes. Absolutely fascinated by them. And when you look at this Tonga volcano, most ferocious eruption in 140 years. And you see it, you look at the satellite pictures, and it's just amazing. And then they went out to do something on a volcano the other day, and they were literally right at the edge. And they looked down into this huge crater, and it's bubbling away down there. Because you've seen the Erta Ali pictures. I keep talking about Erta Ali because that's been bubbling away in the middle of the desert, I think in Ethiopia, for God knows how many years. And people take their meat and they cook it by the side of the volcano. I mean, imagine if you fell in. Well, don't even think about it because you wouldn't be surviving very long at all. That's like that poor little kid where was it? Was it in Africa or something, with his family by the side of a river, and he got too near the water and a crocodile came out and went, grabbed him, because they don't know what it is. They don't go, oh, that'll be a child, they mustn't touch a child. It's not the first time I've heard of it happening. It's happened on quite a few occasions, because these things move fast, very fast. Grabbed him, took him back in, and that was the end of it. Terrible, really. Erta Ali. Look at it. I mean, it's just, I don't even know what the temperature is here, but I imagine fairly hot, because this is bubbling rocks, and the surface, you look as though you could walk on that surface, or at least have or at least have a warm bath. Well, you can't really get down to it. You can go down as far, but the heat would be phenomenal, and it's just a lava lake. It's in Danakil in Ethiopia, and it's a boiling lava lake, and it's been running for God knows how long. And you look at it, and you just marvel. You would disappear in a second. You wouldn't survive at all, would you? You wouldn't even have a chance to go, this is but hot. Nothing like that. You'd be out immediately. And also, I don't know how deep it is. I suppose that's almost immaterial, isn't it, when you try and work out how deep a volcano's lava lake is? Because they've never actually been able to put anything in it to test the depth that presumably comes from the deep. But you can see it at night time. I mean, at night time, it's spectacular. It's like a firework display. And you can see it as it sort of pours out of the side. And it's been running like this for donkey's years. So, you pays your money. I think they should do holidays to it. So you could go and see it. Because once you've seen the power of a volcano, and it isn't just the actual... I mean, you could fly over, I suppose, in a helicopter. They offer flyovers. Can you imagine, though, if all of a sudden the thing erupts? I think when they did Mount St. Helens... What was Mount St. Helens? So that was the one that had been dormant for ages and ages, and then it went off. And it's not so much the lava and all the rest of it. It's the pyroclastic cloud, which is, the thing that can kill quite easily. And people stand there taking pictures of it, and other people are going, run for your life. It's a volcano. And then there was that other one that erupted in the middle of the ocean and formed a new island, as because it just sort of keeps coming. And when these things, they go down to the sea, they just push the land out. And then if they hit houses on the land, the house just vanishes. I mean, it's quite amazing. Power of stuff like that. Amazing. Richard Madeley celebrates his birthday today. I can't tell you how old he is. Why should I tell you how old he is? Far too, because I've forgotten, actually. I think he's 66. Is he 66? Oh, good. I don't like... It's awful. All the papers do that, don't they? They go, Steve Allen, 68. Richard Madeley, 66. And you think, why do they do that? What is the point? It doesn't mean anything to tell you somebody's age. And also, I'm not 68. Much younger than that. Much younger. Yeah, 39 plus VAT, which I always used to tell people. National Trust passes, 50,000 free, apparently, worth over 26 quid. They're very rich. I think the National Trust is the richest charity And evil Belfield's girlfriend, here we go. She's obviously desperate for attention. She's obviously got some deficiency or something. Says, I'm not ashamed. Well, you bloody well should be. You absolutely should be. And what else have we got here? She says, I'm no silly woman with an obsession for serial killers. No, dear, of course you're not. You're a really intelligent person, aren't you? I think not. High Street, this is the 13 chains now pulling the chicken. Salmonella detected at the process plant in Hull. In Hull. So, not good. Peter Andre speaking out about the Chipolata jibe, saying he's taken hit after hit for 15 years. Well, what was the sock thing then, dear, when you were doing the photo shoot, which was on the television for all to see? Why did you ask Jordan when you were in the jungle? Do you think it's big? Why did you do that? I mean, are you obsessed with it or something, or are you feeling a little bit inadequate? Anyway, he wants to go and live with his family in Australia. Why? Because his mother's very ill. And he told us that. Why do you tell people that? Why don't you just go and do something? You haven't got anything to keep you in this country. Oh, you're doing Greece. You're doing Greece. Obviously, your mother not that bad if you're able to do Greece. But, if you want to go, then go. But don't make some big deal about it. It's your mother. She's 86, I think, or something like that. Talking of Friday the 13th, says Paul, it was that day in September 2019 when I was given the all clear from cancer. Used to be a bit superstitious, but for me, Friday the 13th now holds no fear. And in the round, it can be very a good day. But thank you for your programme. Bette Davis is on TV this afternoon in the anniversary on Talking Pictures. A bit of camp, says Mike, which I'll enjoy watching. Oh, I think anything that Bette Davis was in was a bit of camp. I like Mrs. Skeffington. Was it Mrs. Skeffington or Mr. Skeffington? That was a very good one, which you'll like, actually. The narrow boat's already getting a tad hot in the afternoon as it gets warmer. Not that I'm complaining. Yeah, Mr. Skeffington. 1944. Betty Davis, who played Fanny Trellis. Love the names. Claude Rains was Job Skeffington. Richard Waring was Trippy Trellis. Johnny Mitchell was Johnny Mitchell. Walter Abel was George Trellis, and George Couleris was Dr. Biles. It's a great film. And they're all dead. Every single one of them dead. But you can watch them on film. It is a bit of a camp. It's a woman who was a society beauty. But as she gets older, she has to wear a wig and cover her face with sort of makeup. She dreams of a picture-perfect life, but she found she's close to losing everything. Families, her sort of marriage plans to protect her family's reputation, but her machinations are rendered meaningless when her brother Trippy is killed in World War I. For Fanny and Job, the following years will be coloured by loss, longing and self-discovery. Get it? You get it? It's a very, very good film. And for those of us of our age, it's even more applicable. It is, seriously, I promise you. It's very entertaining. I mean, when you watch Betty I'd love to have met Betty Davis. She did come into LBC. Brian Hayes interviewed her. And used to get big stars, big stars, huge big stars. And she was a bit of hard work. But once she settled into it, she was fine. But her hats, she came in, she was dressed up to the nines, but she was a little tiny thing. Little tiny. So, of course, I'd have preferred to see her in a pair of jeans, but she was fairly advanced in years. And she had this little tailored suit on and this little pillbox hat. And the wig was sewn into it. So she didn't have much hair at the end of it. She just had this little false, piece on and everything else. Still Betty Davis, for goodness sake. Let's get the latest news headline, shall we, at 4:30 with Jack Foster.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Yeah, there's a circus at Chessington World. Sorry, I'm just half having a conversation with Nick Ferrari's producer, who said he was listening to the podcast, which we did with Ian Dale. He said he was crying as well. It's so funny, and I've discovered, actually, the older I get, I've told this to Henry on numerous occasions, the older I get, the more I can cry at the drop of a hat. I'll be talking about something quite innocently, and all of a sudden, you, well up. And you just can't do anything about it. I'm terrible. I'm the world's worst. But he said he was crying too, so that's good. Yeah. Oh, you have to go. I'll try not to set you off again. But he's going to Chessington World of Adventure. He said, what am I, 10 years old? I said, you'll love it. But there used to be a circus there. And I'll tell you why I know that. It's because Coco the Clown used to be the star of Bertram Mills Circus, which was the circus that travelled by train. And we went there, only went there the once, to Olympia. And they would put the circus tent inside Olympia. And there was a big fun fair inside Olympia as well. And Coco the Clown would come out and he'd have this sort of suit on. And his hair, it was a wig, and he could push a button and the hair went up at the sides. He was very famous, but he'd always wanted to be, strangely, working in a circus with no animals. And so Chessington World of Adventure, I think, was sort of really in his memory, a circus with no animals. And you get lots of circuses like that now. It's how you determine what you think animals are. If it's lions and tigers, people go, oh, no, we don't want that. Yet they're more than happy to see performing horses, performing budgerigars, performing cats, performing dogs. I've seen all of these things. It's when it becomes an exotic animal. But there are people, I think it's Robert Lacey, isn't it, who's got, he does wild animal acts, and his two sons do wild animal acts on the continent, where it's huge. I mean, I think he works with something like 13 wild... Is it Robert Lacey? Might not be, I can't remember. But it's he works with about 13 tigers and lions and everything else. And he wrote a book, which is it's just amazing. His life within... So look for British lion circus trainer. That might sort of head you in the right direction. I've probably got the name wrong. I must have done, actually, because he's very famous on the continent. And his two sons are very famous as well. There we go. No, not Richard Chipperfield. No. Thomas Chipperfield. No. Britain's last animal. Martin Lacey, circus ringmaster. He trained most of the tigers, which were used in Esso. And there's also Martin Lacey Jr. As well. And there are two of them. And they literally work with these animals. They breed them as well. So they're not taken from the wild. They are bred. And he's achieved fame. Martin Lacey Jr. is the son of Martin Lacey, the ringmaster and the animal trainer who bred most of the tigers. But they find fame abroad, and it's mainly Germany. Germany has these big circuses, and I remember the Esso adverts. I remember it very, very well indeed. And it was lovely. Henry says, does Steve Allen do roller coasters? I have done roller coasters, Henry. And Gavin Inskip says, he says here, guess why I'm up early again? Now, why would my friend Gavin Inskip, be up very early again? I don't know. Tell us, Gav, why are you up early? Why are you up early? I need to know. I can't bear not knowing these things. He's obviously going somewhere, isn't he? We don't have our lunch until next week, which is the 20th, which is the Steve Allen Memorial Lunch. We always do it. Somebody wrote to you, went, oh, how can it be a memorial lunch? You think, oh, grow a beard and go away, you silly little old bag. Oh, look. Oh, Britt. This is Pepper, our new Frenchie puppy. We're taking him to his new home on Sunday. She'll have a new listener. Do you know, they have what do they look like? They look like, what was that film where they had these things with big ears and everything else? I can't remember. Was it? No, not Dumbo. They've got the cutest faces, haven't they? You've got to make sure they're all inoculated, though, and, you know, so we've called him Pepper, presumably not for Peppa Pig, but they're very curious, but they've got interesting faces. Very interesting faces. I'd love one. He's 13 weeks. 13 weeks, yeah. I bet you paid a fortune for that. I bet you paid. Shall I have a guess, actually, Britt? I guess you paid between £1,500 and £2,500. They go for... I didn't realise that dogs went for so much money. Seriously, an awful lot of money. I now know where Gavin's going. My friend Gavin Inskip, who does quizzes and television warm-ups and everything else, he's on his way to Gatwick. So I hope he's there early enough. He's going to Monaco for the weekend to watch the Grand Prix. He's so rich. He's so rich. Have a nice time. We'll hear all about it on the way, but mind you, don't tell me I'm bored witless. I can't think of anything worse, actually, than watching blurred adverts whizzing round at 150 miles an hour. Meow. Actually, the father of my godchildren went there with a load of his mates a few years back. They loved it. Monaco comes alive. You know, I'd love to live in Monaco. Vegas are having a Grand Prix next year. But what it means in Monaco, as Gav will tell you, they close all the roads off, and then you just watch all these cars whizzing round. I think you go to say you've been. I think it's a rite of passage. Perhaps we should send Henry. He'd like something like that. But does Steve Allen do roller coasters? I have done roller coasters. I've done a few. I went to Seven Flags Magic Mountain in America and did go on them. But the Americans have got this thing where they put their hands up in the air and they scream. Whereas, I was a bit more reserved. And so I didn't scream at all. But I did put my hands up in the air, I have to be honest. It's only because I didn't want to look like an idiot. Rita, who's a place from Roxwell in Essex. I've never even heard of Roxwell. Never heard of Roxwell. We now have to check out what Roxwell looks like. I bet it's a little village or something like that. Certainly can't be a big town because I thought I've heard of everywhere, Rita. So, it's village, is it? Do you know that if you go to... it's pretty. Oh, it's pretty. Oh, my God, it's pretty. You've got a lock and a beautiful church. Oh, blimey, you've got some lovely property down there. You go through Essex and, you see the only way is Essex. I promise you, hand on heart, that bears no resemblance to anything in Essex at all. Essex has got some of the most beautiful villages and beautiful houses and unspoilt places. You wouldn't see anybody who looked like the creatures that they put on The Only Way is Essex. You don't see anybody like it. It's beautiful, isn't it? And there's loads of places. You go through Essex, you'll find loads of these little villages with people who are immensely proud to say they're from Essex, but they don't want to be associated with Towie because they're basically a bunch of naffos, I'm afraid. So my twins, Tia and Theo, born on this day 11 years ago, Friday the 13th, says Rita. Unlucky for some, lucky for me. Well, lucky for you where you live. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Really is nice. Look at that. Places to go for walks, ideal for dogs. Just nice. And well, near Chelmsford. Oh, I used to go to school near Chelmsford. Little school for me. Steve, moving to Greenwich this weekend, says Ashley. It's amazing how much stuff you accumulate. So far, 1 box down, 20 to go, but your company is helping me get through. It's amazing what you accumulate. And Nick says, I'm the same. 56 years old and get tearful over the most ridiculous things. What causes it? I don't know. I can seriously... I remember when we were talking, and we're in this studio... Ian Dale and I, he wanted to sit in my seat, and he didn't want me on his left-hand side. I had to sit on the right-hand side. I don't know why. We've all got our little foibles. Yes, sorry, ruined my gag. We've all got our little foibles. Just about to weave in Peter Andre again, but I couldn't. And then you say something, and it just triggers something in you, and I don't know what it is. I've often talked, people say, why do you love Christmas so much? And I said, because I always remember Christmas in Yorkshire. I remember when the snow came down in Yorkshire, it came down. And we were in a little tiny village, and we were at the end of a dirt track, this house that was built in, 1560 or 16 something, because it was in tiles on the roof, different coloured tiles, spelling out the year it was built. And we didn't have central heating. And we didn't have anything at all, but we had Christmas there. We had a tree. And I always remember having to walk about a mile. None of this get the car out and run you to school malarkey. We had to walk. And I would walk up to the main road, through the village, with the snow driving down. And you'd stand by the side of the road. No umbrellas, nothing like that. You just put the hood up on your Mac. And then the bus would turn up and you'd get on the bus and that would take you into Withensea. So I could go to the school there. And I always remember walking down that road, crunching on the snow. You could hear the snow crunching. It was just unbelievable. And I always remember our Christmas trees and our lights and things like that. And I can get quite emotional about it. Quite emotional. And I tell you for why. I've just thought about it. It's probably because your parents were alive. And as you get older, and it doesn't matter how old you are, you could be 90. You still remember your parents. You don't forget your parents and just go, oh, well, that was one, bit of my life. I can't complain about my childhood. I mean, you build up more nostalgia as you get older. You've always got something to talk about because your parents, I remember my father coming home one day and he just started a new business. And he said, we're going to have to cut down on cereal. So we didn't have cereal for breakfast. We had a yoghurt. don't know. I was always convinced that yogurts were a bit more expensive, and it's because we didn't have much money to go around. But we never went without anything. We had a washing machine. Mother did the washing and ironing. We had a pussycat. We had a dog, but didn't make it to that place, and had to have it put to SLEEP. And I don't like to shout it out in case it's still listening, but you do get teary over things. And yet, strangely enough, at my dad's funeral, I never cried. I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't. At my mother's, I did a bit, but only afterwards, because my mother didn't want flowers. She specifically said she didn't want flowers. She just wanted a coffin spray, which there was a local florist to me when I lived in Isleworth, and they looked after me. I'd been going there for ages and ages. And I said, listen, my mum wants a coffin spray, and they knew exactly what she meant by that. And so they made it, and they didn't charge me for it. They just sort of said, you can have that. And so she didn't have any flowers, whereas you go sometimes to a funeral or, cremation or whatever it happens to be, and there's acres and acres of flowers. And you think to yourself, look at Diana, Princess Diana, £30 million worth of flowers were lying in front of Kensington Palace Gardens, rotting in the plastic bags. If they'd taken them out of the plastic bags, they might have lived a little bit longer, but £30 million worth. And you go there, you go to any crematorium or cemetery on Mother's Day or Father's Day, and you'll see loads of flowers. People just feel better taking them. But my mother specifically didn't want them, although LBC very kindly sent a wreath. It was the only wreath that was there, because they always put a note up saying whose funeral it is, and then they put the flowers there. But very sweet. But I wish I knew why we cry at certain things. But I do the same on all the one-man shows. I always get to that stage where I'll sort of mention something, and all of a sudden you think, and it's interesting because you sort of talk about the programme being much more than just a programme. It's not just a ho-hum radio programme. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. We're like a little family. And that's the bit that got Corey crying, and it worked for Henry as well. But, because it is a family. You spend a lot of time with these people. God knows you don't want to, but you have to, because it's part of the deal. And you spend a lot of time with somebody, and then they have to remind you to take a break because you've missed the blasted ad break again, as per usual, 14 to 5.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
My friend Gavin Inskip says it's the historic Grand Prix, not the Formula One. He said, I haven't got your kind of money. Bless. Well, you have a nice time, Gav. I'm sure you will. I love Ian Highland. He says, following this week's Wagatha Christie shenanigans in the High Court, surely it's only a matter of time before ITV commissions a 3-part dramatisation. Come on, you'd love to see Jodie Comer as Colleen Rooney against Suranne Jones as Rebecca Vardy. They could even throw in some celebrity cameos. I'm sure there's a small part there for Peter Andre. Poor old Peterkins. Never mind, darling. You'll get over it. You'll get over it. Steve, on one of my holidays, the excursion got really exciting. We went on a visit to Mount Etna. We had to leave very quickly because of an eruption. A few sparks and rocks turned into huge boulders and flames, and luckily the cable cars were working to get us down, says Helen. Yeah, that's the trouble. All these volcanoes now, most of them are equipped with all these seismographs, which they place near the volcano so they can feel under the ground whether or not there is an eruption about to happen. Kate says, I'm working on my final radio project for uni and haven't stopped going since 4 p.m. yesterday. Thank you for making this morning's living hell slightly more bearable. I don't know how people... What is a radio project? Is that something that I'm not going to know about? Maybe she's analysing me. There's a worry, isn't it? Steve, I recently listened to your 2-hour podcast with Ian Den and found it enthralling. Like you, I was born in 54. I left school at 15 with no qualifications. I stumbled into a creative and gossipy advertising industry a few days after leaving school, working in a newspaper and then ad agencies. And this year I celebrated my 43rd wedding anniversary, having married the year you joined LBC. And I've listened to Early Morning Breakfast for 4 years, so a relative newbie. You are. And find your show funny, hugely entertaining and unique. Well, it's certainly a bit different. I knew you couldn't resist, Steve, says Britt. I know you're not a Frenchie fan, but he's beautiful. Don't tell the hubby. But he was, how much? I was nearly spot on with the money. But Kennel Club registered and chipped and fully vaccinated too. Good. And Kevin the Milkman says, I'm now imagining you being British Reserved on the roller coaster, arms in the air shouting, hurrah! We went on one and you stood up on it. No, you're sort of there and you put your arms through this sort of bit of a thing and then it lifts you off the ground, and apparently you have to take your earrings out because of the G-force. I mean, I wasn't wearing any earrings. I mean, I had piercings, but I wasn't going to tell them. And then this thing goes off and you're swinging around on it. It's like they always have one on Winter Wonderland. And that's really good. And it goes up and then all of a sudden your feet are dangling in midair. You go up and then it's a bit scary. And when it goes around the corners, it sort of whips you round the corners, which I don't like, actually. But, Kevin, you're quite right. I would be shouting hurrah. Steve, we bought our cockapoo Louis for nearly £3,000, and he's worth every penny my parents paid for him, says Will. I'm also from Essex, and it really is a lovely place, but everybody I meet from different places in the world thinks it's just like Towie. Personally, it couldn't be further from it. And I know you go to the Essex show. I've been most years. You don't see anybody who dresses like these old bimbos on The Only Way is Essex. I mean, really. Small wonder that most of them are in sort of rehab and things like that, because it's not like that there. It really isn't. And also, I mean, just so awful. I mean, that programme's finished, doesn't it? Went to the Ruislip Lido with the dogs. They loved it, splashing around, and they had dog ice cream. Dog ice cream? It's lovely with the train that takes you round the lake. I've never been, Lewis. I didn't even know it existed. The Ruislip Lido is the only beach in London. Look at that. Well, I've never been. Never been. It's very busy, isn't it? Very busy. It's very pretty. And there's a little train as well. Good God. Well, you live in... Oh, there it is. Oh, it's one of those little... Oh, it's nice. I like little trains like that. They don't frighten me as much as some of the big trains. Well, there you go. There's a place to go to, because you're going to get some good weekend weather. So you must enjoy it. Lee says, where I was brought up was in the middle of nowhere. And I could remember walking through 6-foot snowdrifts on the way home from school. I'm 20 years younger than you, but I love the show. Oh, right. That's okay, is it? I don't think this show has anything to do with age. I really don't. I don't know what it's to do with. I couldn't tell you. I've got no idea. No idea at all. But everybody saying exactly the same thing about the games. What a pile of rubbish. What a pile of rubbish. Hemorrhaging viewers almost quicker than poor old Piers Morgan, who I adore. I love Piers Morgan. But the one thing they haven't told you, and the reason that nobody is now watching it, I thought, what did it go down to the other day in the figures? We were looking at them. It started with 260,000, I think, a little bit more. Then it halved after the first show. And I remember thinking, I mean, even when he was on 260,000, even I can beat that. But on Wednesday night, they were down to 44,000 people. I mean, it's really that bad. Mainly because he got his Trump thing over and done with. OK, that was fine. But can any of you tell me who's been on since? Nobody. I mean, some of the other people sitting on that channel don't really get an audience at all. It's a total waste. A total waste of channel. What a waste of money, really. That's the problem, isn't it? So here is this pudding. This is the trifle to mark the Queen's 70 years on the throne. I can't see her eating it. But this is the show. The show followed department store Fortnum & Mason's bid to find an original cake or tart for the Platinum Jubilee. And they had Dame Mary Berry and Monica Galetti from MasterChef. And they had no doubt about the winner. And this one here is delicious. So it's a lemon pudding, which was served at the Queen's wedding. They did a lemon pudding. And so her gran taught her to bake when she was 6, and her nan's signature dish was a trifle. Gemma is a copywriter. And so this is sort of, it's lemon. So wait a minute. It's like layered with lemon curd, Swiss rolls, St. Clement's jelly, lemon custard, amaretti biscuits, mandarin coulis, whipped cream with candied peel, chocolate shards and amaretti biscuits flaked on top. Sounds lovely. Are they going to make it commercially available? Look at that. I could eat that now. I could eat that. Yeah, I quite like the cake next to it, actually, which looks very pretty. Very, very pretty. I saw somebody doing that once for an ice bowl, for a table decoration. And it's an ice bowl where you have two bowls. One fits inside the other. So you fill the bottom one with water, okay? And then you put into the water flowers that you pick from the garden. and then you put the other bowl inside it, so it's sort of wedged, and you put it in the freezer. And then when you take it out, you take the top bowl out and take the ice out of the bottom one, and you've got an ice bowl which you can put strawberries in and things like that. I've seen various versions of it. It looks absolutely fantastic. Fantastic. But this trifle looks good. I don't know what she's got on the top. It looks like icebergs. But the rest of it, do you think the Queen... I don't know what that is. I've got no idea. It could be anything, actually. Looking at it, lemon custard, mandarin coulis. But it looks nice, actually. It does look very nice. Do you think they'll make it and sell it, or they'll just sort of put it into different places? I mean, the Queen won't be eating anything like that. She doesn't eat stuff like that. And you certainly couldn't get Victoria Beckham to eat it. Although she thought she was going to get her picture in the paper, shoving it in her gob, then she'd probably go for it. But apart from that, not. Steve, my boyfriend has a blue staff. So cute, 3 months old. £3,000, says Sidcup Julie. I've named him Boris. Steve, speaking of Essex villages, I challenge you to find a more picturesque village than Finchingfield, only a couple of minutes out from me. It's the setting to many TV shows. It's very pretty. Very pretty. It's only an hour from London. It's the most photographed village in England, and it feels like you've gone back in time. No, the one where you feel you've gone back in time is where they filmed The Vicar of Dibley. And that is like stepping back in time. That really is. And I can't remember what it's called, but you can go and visit it. It's a proper village. And it's... Wait a minute. We'll find out what it's called. Turville. Have you seen Turville? You look at pictures of Turville. That is like stepping back in time. That's like, going, oh, my God. It's really, really old. And so they use that for the Vicar of Dibley. It's in Buckinghamshire. And we don't want to tell everybody about it, but it's got the windmill there. If you go down a little bit, that windmill down is the one that they used in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Isn't it amazing? I mean, I love some of these places because you know me, I'm a fiend for history. If I had the money, I'd go and live. It's very pretty. We're very lucky, actually, aren't we? We've got some very pretty places, which we never go to. We should do. I mean, I should take the car out more for a spin. But have you seen the price of petrol? I mean, God, you're never just starting the thing up. You've used half a tank. But Turville's lovely. And they also filmed Goodnight Mr. Tom there. So it was, they were looking for a place. And also my favourite film, Went the Day Well, which was very good. Based apparently on a true story of some Germans who'd come over pretending to be British. And they moved into the village. And the idea was that they were going to attack us from within. And the villagers, wait a minute, we've heard them speaking German. And so they then sussed out that they weren't British at all. They were German, and it was a double plan to actually kill people. It was terrible. But good film. Talking of good films, we've probably got something decent on the television today. I like the pictures of Adam Woodyat, who's lost 3 stone by quitting booze as part of a health kick. Trouble is, you don't want to lose too much weight because you look a bit gaunt. And I don't want to look gaunt. Mind you, I got the hospital today, so it makes no difference whether I look gaunt or I don't look gaunt. But I can go and make myself a nice cup of tea. I feel sorry for the former Aston Villa and Man United star Colin Gibson. He's been diagnosed with early onset dementia. He's 62. He said he's fit and well and added, I'm not going to go down without a fight. As a footballer, you don't like to show weakness to opponents. So there you go. And astronomers have shot the first image of the black hole at the centre of the Milky Way, hailing it as the glue that holds the galaxy together. It's, by the way, 26,000 light years away, so no danger we're going to find it anytime soon apart from a photograph. But how cool is that? 4 million times the mass of our sun. Woo!
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the 13th. OK, doesn't matter. We put it all to one side. We don't care. Listen, the world is good, and you're very welcome to the programme between now and 7 o'clock this morning. So looking at these pictures, this black hole at the centre of the Milky Way, they're hailing it. They've obviously got ones of these super-duper electronic telescopes, and it holds the galaxy together. Experts say this gentle giant called Sagittarius A star, or SGR A star, devours any matter wandering within its enormous gravitational pull. Well, it eats it. I do that. They say it's 4 million times the mass of our sun, and it's how many miles across? 2 miles across. 40 million miles across. 40 million miles across. The number of light years Sagittarius A is away from the Earth, 26,000 light years away. So there's no danger we're ever going to get there. You can just look at it through a telescope and marvel at it and go, whoa, isn't that brilliant? But you're never going to see it properly. Katrina and the waves, love, shine a light. It's amazing, isn't it, when you look at the pictures of these sort of things. So what they've done is they've done a simulation showing what the black hole might look like up close in radio light. I found it's amazing. What's that story there? Couple sue son for not giving them a grandchild. It can't be in this country, can it? No, it's in India. A couple in the North Indian state of Uttarakhand are suing their only son and his wife for not giving them a grandchild after 6 years of marriage. Sanjeev and Sadhana Prasad say they used up their savings raising their son, paying for his pilot's training as well as a lavish wedding. They're demanding compensation worth £525,000 if no grandchild is born within a year. Their son and his wife do not appear to have commented. The highly unusual lawsuit was filed on the grounds of mental harassment. Mind you, I heard of somebody who sued... Who was it? It was a girl. He'd arranged a date with this girl, and she cancelled him. And he took her to court. And he won. And the reason being, he'd had to spend money buying a suit and all the rest of it, and the petrol to actually get there, and then she'd said no, she didn't want to go out with him, so he sued. They sue for anything, don't they? Wasn't there a couple in America, a son, who sued his parents for not bringing him up properly? You can imagine what a miserable family they must be. But anyway, Katrina and the waves, love, shine a light. And 25 years ago, it was a different matter. Eurovision says Katrina was most terrifying 2 minutes 58 seconds of my life. I can well imagine. It's all very different today. All very different. She says the UK is my home. I represented it and have everything but the highest hope and the most positive aspirations in this event because she's half Ukrainian. So she's rooting for Ukraine. How lovely. And she got lots of support from Terry Wogan. I miss Terry Wogan doing Eurovision. He just did it, you know. He's not coming back, I know. Chris in Brentwood says, check out Thaxted, Steve, the home to Gustav Holst. More specifically, take a look at Thaxted's Grade 1 listed Guildhall. Oh, we've driven through it. Dates to 1490, as does most of Stony Lane, where it's located. The entire road, even if it's road surface, dates to the 15th century. Yes, we've driven it. All the houses are different colours. They're all different colours in Thaxted. And in fact, we drove through it literally a few weeks back. Where had we been? We've been out somewhere. But, yeah, we've had lunches in Thaxted and everything else. Looks lovely. Really does look nice. Some of these villages are so pretty. You know, at the end of sort of a long day, you can imagine people going back. But all those poor people who commute, but that's their Guildhall. Look at it. I mean, it's an amazing place. All these places you can find on YouTube. You must do it. There's a drive-through, but all the houses are different colour. You never see anybody walking. Very rarely. But, I'd be very happy somewhere like that. Imagine. Christmas time especially. Somewhere as old-fashioned as Thaxted. It's a combination of historic buildings and scenic countryside. You know, but they've only had 1,000-odd views. I think we should boost that up a little bit. I think you should pull your finger out. And also we're needing a few more downloads of the Ian Dale interview. If you want to listen to the Ian Dale podcast, he's never had so much activity on the site, download the Global Player app, click on podcast, search Ian Dale All Talk, and in a matter of 20 to 30 seconds, you better download the 2-hour programme and you can listen to it. A lot of people listen to it in 2 halves because it runs 2 hours long, but it's worth a listen. If you're a radio geek, or you're just somebody who's interested in radio, or you just want to know a bit more about us, then that's the place to go to. Kathy from Cleveleys says, I got married 10 years ago on the 13th in Vegas, which was fantastic. Just the two of us. Not had a holiday for 4 years since we got our dog. Wanted to go to Port Merion, but dogs are not allowed in. Just hope he's not too much of a pain. That's the Whippet, not the hubby. Well, Port Merion was used by LBC for an ad campaign years and years ago, yes. And it started off with a ball bouncing down a beach. And the slogan was, I'm not a number, I'm a free man. And it was the promotion for LBC. We've had all sorts of promotion for LBC. It was very abstract, but it was filmed in Port Merion. They sort of liked that. It was using the prisoner as its theme, and it worked very well indeed. Very, very successful for us. What else we got here? This is the cost of living, and there's one person who says, people know we use a food bank because we have to leave a crate outside for deliveries. My partner's a proud working man, ex-army, doesn't want others to realise how tough we're finding it. And MP Mr Addison's views couldn't be more wrong. It's really, really hard. Yes, this was the one who said people should learn how to sort of, do home economy and start cooking and all the rest of it. I mean, it's so completely out of touch with everything that's going on. It's almost an embarrassment, really. But another one. Steve, Court Castle in Shropshire, a beautiful old village. So is Bridgnorth in Shropshire. Both have heritage railways. Well, here's Bridgnorth, and that is quite pretty. And then it's got a river running through it. Oh, and they've got, they look like they've got one of those railways. What do they call them? Vernacular. Is it vernacular? Funicular railways. It goes up and down. Yeah, funicular. It goes up and down, and it's based on water pressure. You see, I think things like that we have to hang on to. That's what we're famous for. That's why people want to come to this country. But, of course, when people come to this country, and don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of tourists, more the merrier as far as I'm concerned. But it's a case of there's a bit more than just London. There's a bit more than just London. You can sort of stay in London, use it as your base, and go outside London. People go off to Windsor, then you can go further out. Admittedly, Bridgnorth in Shropshire is a little bit far away. But again, some beautiful places, absolutely beautiful places where, people go and see where they filmed things, and that's lovely as well. One of the best looking old villages is Castle Combe in the Cotswolds, Steve. Well worth a visit. No cars were allowed to park in the village to keep it picturesque, says Graham. It is very picturesque. Mind you, I think the Cotswolds are very picturesque anyway. And didn't they have that, somebody had a yellow car there. The neighbours complained because it didn't fit in with the environment. But the Cotswolds is beautiful, very beautiful. Graham's in Southgate, completely different. Talking of guild halls, you should check out Worcester's Guild Hall. They filmed Downton Abbey there, and it's where I got married, says Chris. So Worcester's Guild Hall. We'll no doubt find a picture of it, and then we'll be able to sort of comment on whether or not it's looking as good as it should do in this day and age. All these, oh my God, blimey, that's a bit nice, isn't it? We've got married day. We can get, it's obviously licensed for weddings. Isn't that beautiful? My God, that is really lovely. Yeah, they do weddings and everything. Beautiful place, beautiful place. Gosh. Sorry, I've almost taken my breath away because it's so exciting. In fact, the first time I went to Hampton Court Palace, I remember thinking, I like this. But Worcester goes up there. I'm glad you all live in these lovely places. I'm very, very impressed by this. Very impressed. If not, somewhat jealous, I'm afraid. So front page of The Sun, the mum, Deborah James, who's dying, has been honoured with a damehood, which is very nice. But, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm going to sound terribly mean and everything else and go, it's not going to help her. It's a nice gesture, but it's not going to help her at all. But she's got this honest account. She's now raised 3.6 million. It's gone up 6 million, 600,000 since yesterday, which is amazing. And she's now revealing that she's at end-of-life care. And she said, I can't tell you what this means to me and my family. I'm very honoured. So she's Dame Debs. But she doesn't know how long she's got, which, of course, is like a sword hanging over you. You've got no idea. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Priti Patel has slammed Sadiq Khan's bid to legalise cannabis, telling him to focus on crime. Sadiq Khan's got no authority to authorise cannabis. at all. I think he's jumped the gun a little bit. He's obviously sort of got some inflated opinion of himself. But he announced a commission to assess the effectiveness of UK laws on marijuana. I think not, dear. I think not. We don't need anything like that. Thank you very much indeed. Also, they've got loads of people now, people who are sort of saying well done to the inspirational mum, including the Beckhams. I don't even know if they're in the country or out of the country at the moment. Does anybody really care? The Queen missed the first day of the Royal Windsor Horse Show, but made a secret trip to see her own nags. And Billy Burns, he's a granddad. They call him a pensioner. He's only 66. He looks older than I do, which is quite something. But he got a royal hug from Prince William, and he then burst into tears. It's the effect people have on people. Here they are turning up in court, the Rooneys again, for day 3. They might as well do it like Big Brother, mightn't they? Day 3 in the High Court. Rebecca Vardy turned up, the usual sort of troweled on makeup, the big sunglasses, the whole business, and no hubby because he was playing the night before. And then they got the picture of them where she's been accused of setting up a paparazzi picture with Wags and their respective husbands who aren't in the picture. And they put pictures there, and it's all a bit, I don't really know what purpose Wags serve. They're just people, it's wives and girlfriends of footballers. They're not, it's moral support, but when you look at some of them, you start thinking, oh dear, never mind. I'm sure there's something going on in their lives. I can't think of it at the precise moment. Set free, then shot in the back, these 2 Ukrainian civilians slaughtered in cold blood as they walked away from Russian soldiers, thinking they'd been let go. Russian soldiers had different ideas. They're going to fine you, I keep telling you that. Seriously. One of the 2 survived, and it was caught on CCTV. The soldiers frisked the men. They allowed them to move away, then they walked back, turned their weapons on them. Cowards. Filthy, dirty cowards. Absolutely disgraceful. 5:15 is the time. Let's get the LBC travel, shall we? With Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, a pretty nice to have your company. 18 minutes past 5. It's Friday. Whoopee! I'm trying to get excited about Friday. What's there to be excited about? If you work the weekend, you're not going to be excited at all, are you? Because you're going, what's exciting about this, Steve? The excitement is it's the weekend and it's going to be some nice weather, and you can go to the garden centres and you can, do your little bits and pieces. And it's great. Sidcup Julie said, Steve, the most Christmassy place I've ever been was Berchtesgaden. Really? Oh. In Germany. I know what it is. It was called Hitler's... he had a place in Berchtesgaden. But everywhere looks pretty with lights and snow. And everywhere in Germany has a Christmas market. Bavarian Christmas markets are famous because they look pretty, and if the snow comes down, it's crunching under your feet and it's beautiful. But Berchtesgaden was known as Hitler's lair. That's where it was. Up into the mountains, Hitler's lair. That's what it was. But people love going there because it's so pretty. If you see a tree in the middle of the snow decorated with white lights, it just looks... They don't seem to use coloured lights that often, and they have all sorts of... I bought balls to go on the Christmas tree. I've still got them. I've still got the box of balls. I don't know what I'm still doing. I must give them to my brother, actually. I don't know why I've still kept these things, because I don't put balls on trees anymore. I had some big balls, and I was going to put them on a big Christmas tree, and it never got that far, so I gave them to my godchildren, and they used them this year. They hung them on trees, because they've got a lot of trees. Deb says, morning, Steve. Hope you are well. Thank you. I listened to Ian Dale's In Conversation with You last night. Really enjoyed it. Made me laugh. Made me cry. Everybody, the amount of people who are saying to me now that, we cried as well with you. I can't help it. I'm so sorry. The producer's dreading listening to it this weekend. He really doesn't want to listen to it. Well, he does want to listen to it, but he doesn't want to be influenced. And it's just, it's just one of those things. I'm afraid I do cry. And we do laugh. It's not all desperately sad. Buster from Colchester says you should check out Peace Hall Halifax. Lovely venue for concerts and exhibitions. A couple of bars and restaurants. There you go. Peace Hall in Halifax. We don't know that. The poor producer's working out. His little fingers are going to be worn out to the bone typing in all these places. So here is Peace Up. Blimey. It's big, isn't it? It's in Calderdale. Isn't it enormous? Are you sure it's in this country? It is. It's slightly Roman, isn't it? Yorkshire's most... It's had a regeneration. £19 million. Good God in heaven. It's absolutely huge, but they use it for all sorts of things. Probably weddings as well. I shouldn't wonder. I love some of these places. They've got all sorts of summer events there. And there's a trust which looks after it. I've never been to Halifax. It's North Yorkshire, Halifax, isn't it? So thank you, Buster, for that one. We like people, recommending places for us to go to. So North Korea and their outbreak, apparently, of COVID. I mean, people doubt whether or not, because most of the people of that place to live have never been vaccinated. They've turned it down. And they have stuck for 2 years to a widely doubted claim of keeping the virus out. Don't believe a word of it. Not one word. They tell lies, I'm afraid. And, of course, little Kim Jong-un is the one. He's been wearing a mask in public for what's thought to be the first time now. They've stopped people going out. You will not go out. You will not do this. Because they've got 26 million in population terms. Meanwhile, South Korea said the North fired 3 suspected ballistic missiles towards the sea. I don't know what's the matter with Kim Jong-un, honestly. Is there something the matter with people who sort of, wear ill-fitting suits and look just ridiculous with the stupidest haircut? He's just an attention seeker, isn't he? Oh, let's fire off another thing here. James Corden, his first newspaper interview for 2 years, because he hasn't needed it. He's been very big in America. He said the easiest thing would have been for me to take the money. They offered $40 million for him to stay with the show. And he said, but I sort of felt like, I wonder if there's something else out there. Well, there is. There'll be loads of work, loads of acting work. But he says what Harry's done is very brave. So that's where a lot of the British public are going to be alienated, because the majority of the British public couldn't give a toss about Harry and Meghan. And they're not remotely interested. So he might have sort of disingenuously sort of pushed people to one side on that. The Games aims to be Olympian, but it's a 3-ring circus. Really bored doing it. Lucretia Milanani, is sort of a celebrity now, but she reads the news. I don't think you can be, and they're all doing this sort of thing. But the Games, which ran over 4 series in the mid-noughties, and it's remembered, if at all, for Bobby Davro's spectacular belly flop in the 10-metre driving event. It was axed in 2006. When even Channel 4 realised there was no more mileage, and now they've sort of dragged it back again. I've got no idea why. Christine McGuinness is just the embarrassment to end all embarrassments, and most of the other people you've never even heard of. What's the point of having it on the television? As you realise, in an hour-and-a-half programme, 19 minutes worth of actual games thing there's rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Get rid of it. Poor old Holly Willoughby. The trouble is, she's not Pip Schofield. Pip Schofield, everything he touched seemed to work really well. Holly Willoughby is going to get to that stage where the British public can go, oh, not another show, really. The Chase and Bradley Walsh. I love it. This is the unexpected morons in the bagging area. And the Chase is Bradley Walsh. Which detective inspector first appeared in the novel Frost at Christmas? Nicky. Poirot? I mean, seriously. Tipping Point, Ben Shepherd. Which word for a small house goes before the name of a dish made with minced beef topped with mashed potato? Joe. Shepherds? I mean, these people on... Sorry? I don't want to give you the answer. Well, you don't know the answer. Outrageous, honestly. Clive Myrie. The national park established in West Central Scotland in 2002 is called Loch Lomond and the what? Shazia Mirza. Loch Ness Monster? I don't think they should put people up. It was almost embarrassing as watching poor old Lydia Dim doing that Celebrity Mastermind thing. Not a clue. Not a clue. Which game show would I be good on? None of them. Why would you want to embarrass yourself? I know my limitations, and this is it. I'm doing my limitations. There's no point in doing anything else. Because even though you're sitting at home, you can shout out the answers. But I wouldn't be good on any particular thing. I'd probably be good on that one that, where you go higher, lower, higher. I could do Play Your Cards Right. And I could do the Joe Pasquale one as well, which I think is very good. I'd quite like that one. Which is more expensive, a tin of beans or a fridge? I'd be very good at that. But I just quite... It had to be something simple where you could win something. In America, they had a quiz show. There's a lovely little clip of it. And the woman wins a car, and she goes, oh, not a car. Apparently winning cars on American television shows is completely naff and passé. They don't really want them. They'd rather have the spade and the shovel set, or the money. But there was one woman on there. They'd caught loads of people out on these quiz shows who sort of claimed that they were off work because they were ill, and they turned out they weren't actually. And, that's nice. This is the village of Broughting, 5 miles west of Bishop Stortford. We have 3 pubs and a wheelbarrow race, says Aaron. 3 pubs. Kind of sums it up, doesn't it, really? Why do we live here? We have no idea why we live here, but it looks quite pretty. And they've got a ford. You know, you drive basically across a river, which is lovely. And I like things like that. And they've got a post by the side of it so you can show how high up the water goes. And a weeping willow tree. They always look very festive, don't they? Love the show, Steve. Could you please wish my wife the best of luck as she's doing a 100k Jurassic Coastal Park walk tomorrow and she's raised over £2,000 for breast cancer. Also, Ruislip Lido is up the road from us. It's a nightmare to park on a summer's day. It is chocker. Oh, I can imagine. Wife's name is Justnia. Is it Justna? Farrell. You think Justina, do you? Oh, I'm hopeless at doing some of these spellings. I'm rubbish, aren't I? I had enough trouble with Elliot. You know, we weren't sure if Elliot was his real name or if it's a pseudonym. Who knows? But he's going canoeing this weekend, apparently in Dorset or something like that, where he'll sort of put his little wetsuit on and sort of go out there in the waves, you know, big boys territory, and not with us for 2 weeks. It's a blessing in disguise. I mean, it really is, honestly. We couldn't have booked it if we'd tried, honestly. We've said to them for ages, why don't you send him water poloing or something like that? Something involves a bit of danger. And, you know, it's taken them a couple of weeks, but they've come up trumps for us. They've come up trumps. He's going to have to sleep in his car. Not the biggest car in the world, I have to tell you, and Elliot's sort of fairly tall, so that's going to be very uncomfortable. So when he gets up there, he's going to be sort of bent double before he has to go on his little surfboard, because he's got a surfboard, which is lovely. Surfboard and a wetsuit. I mean, what more could you wish for at a weekend? You know, sounds fantastic. Steve, my partner went to the garden party at the Palace yesterday, had a chat with Biggins. However, there were no cucumber sandwiches, though we had a great time, says Brendan. What do you mean no cucumber sandwiches? That's de rigueur at the garden party. De rigueur. What was Biggins doing there? What was Biggins doing at a garden party? Wait a minute. I think he's eaten all the cucumber sandwiches, and I think he was completing a set of knives and forks, you know. Because you'd have to pinch something, wouldn't you, from the, you know, you'd have to go and, you know, use the bathroom and take a towel or something like that. Didn't Denise Van Outen say she did that some years ago? She nicked something, an ashtray or something, from Buckingham Palace, and then she returned it some years later. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that at all. Harry Styles hopes to follow in Mick Jagger's footsteps by carrying on rocking for years to come. Well, that's all right. Don't have a problem there. And Megan McKenna's heading for Glastonbury. Good God in heaven. The Ruin Your Night singer has been announced as the big act on the acoustic stage. Right. She's come a long way since her days on the telly, and deservedly so. So see you at Glastonbury. Don't forget your... Oh, God, we've got that coming up, haven't we? You wouldn't want to go to it. It's not your sort of thing. No. It's for people who want to sort of go there and wear Wellingtons. And all the boys are called Sebastian, and the girls are called probably Twinks or something like that, you know. And they've all been to prep school. And I think you'll find Paul McCartney, you know, will be headlining. Hey, Jude... Oh, no, you know, Kendrick Lamar's on. Diana Ross is doing the Tea Time Legend thing. Billie Eilish is doing Friday. Paul McCartney Saturday. Kendrick Lamar. I wonder who's going to be the biggest diva. I'll tell you now, Diana Ross. Diana Ross will be the biggest diva. But then there's loads of people there. The Pet Shop Boys are doing it. Robert Plant and Alison Krauss. Roisin Murphy. Skunk and Nancy are doing it as well. Supergrass. Dreamer. You know you are a dreamer. Is that Supergrass or was that was Supertramp? I've just realised. I'm not perfect, but I'm the nearest thing you're going to hear at this time of the morning. Bicep, Big Thief, Black Midi, Blossoms. Ooh, in God's name are all these things? Are these groups working? Look, there's one called Warm Dusha. I mean, Wet Leg, Wolf Alice, the Waterboys, Years and Years, and Eve's Tumour. I don't think I want to go this year. Not going to go anyway. I don't fancy the idea of saying, they've got the Jesus and Mary chain. I mean, do you know, half these people could walk on stage. I wouldn't know who they were, even if they played their hit single. You know, Blossoms, Charlie XCX. Is that right? XCX? Oh, thank goodness for that. First Aid Kit. I don't know if that's actually a group or they've got a first aid kit there which you can borrow for an emergency. Joy Crooks, Casey Musgraves, Leon, I've never heard of any of these people at all. It would be a waste of time. They'd be saying, Steve, come quick. Confidence Man's appearing on stage. And you go, good. I'll stay in the tent, actually. I'm much happier here. And we have to take a break for the news, which is good, because it's 5:30 and here's Simon Conway.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 26 minutes to 6 on a Friday morning. Well done, Steve. Correct pronunciation of Justina. It wasn't I didn't get it right, really, actually. My producer got it right, which was better. Steve, the way food prices are going, says Mike, that question, which is more expensive, a tin of beans or a fridge, could be quite a tricky one. I know. I just threw that one in there, actually, just to sort of confuse myself. Because very shortly, I mean, it is going to be, one of those difficult things. But if people are at the moment going, well, I can't actually buy beans because I can't afford to turn the gas on to heat up the beans in the first place, which is a bit embarrassing. So Britain's favourite cake is lemon drizzle. Now, lemon drizzle cake is delicious. Delicious. And so they tested Asda's, Aldi, the Co-op, Waitrose, Tesco, Marks & Spencer, Lidl Deluxe and Morrison's. And which one came out tops? Well, I'll tell you which ones came out bottom. Bottom was Asda Baker Selection Lemon Loaf Cake, £1.25. It got a staggering 4 out of presumably 10. Next was Waitrose's Lemon Drizzle Cake at £3.25. They say not much of a citrus scent, but there's a crunch from the sugar when you slice a cake. 6, Aldi hand-finished lemon cake, £1.85. Isn't it different? The difference in price from Waitrose, £3.25. Number 7, Marks & Spencer's Lemon Drizzle Cake, which is £3. 8 was the Co-op Irresistible Hand-Finished Lemon Cake. I don't like the idea of hand. What does that mean, hand-finished? What does that mean? Anyway, that scored 8 points. Together with Morrison's, the best hand-decorated lemon cake at £2.75. Lidl's Deluxe hand-finished lemon drizzle cake comes in at £1.85 and got 9 points, but 10 points. 10 points. This is a small, simple cake with lemon drizzle icing, which gives a satisfying crunch. The smell is a little underwhelming, but the sponge is amazing. The lemon, butter, cream and curd filling is heavenly. If it were a bake-off, Paul Hollywood would be reaching out for a handshake. It's going to cost you £2.75 from Tesco. Tesco's finest lemon drizzle cake was the winner. 10 out of 10. Guess who's going to Tesco today to go and get lemon drizzle cake? Sounds lovely, doesn't it, really? Especially being a Friday. You can treat yourself, but I'll have to have it after I've been to the hospital, because we're doing all the numbers today and the number crunching and taking in my blood test results and stuff like that. So there's no way that I could eat, a piece of lemon drizzle, much as I would want to, a piece of lemon drizzle cake and then go and talk to the diabetic doctor about when she goes, your numbers are exceptionally high. And you go, I had a piece of lemon drizzle cake, just to make it sound interesting. Steve, talking to game shows, says Mickey, if you were to do a game show, would you be good on catchphrase? I'd be rubbish on catchphrase. I can't even do it watching from home. So there's no point at all. I mean, I just don't understand catchphrase. I understand what the programme is. I'd be better on that one that Steve Mulholland does, where you roll a big giant coin down a thing. And they do it in the fun fairs, and it's all the thing keeps moving, and it's got 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0. And you roll your coin down, and then it sits in between the lines. Steve Mulholland done it. It's a bigger version of like Tipping Point, only this is... You must have seen it. Is it called In for a Penny? Yeah, it's based on the other machine, but in fact you only win on the other machine if your coin sits within the black lines. You don't win. There you go. In for a penny. Is it In for a Penny? It might. No, it's not. No, it's not In for a Penny. It's a Stephen Mulhern show. In for a Penny is where is this blasted thing now? No, this is something he goes out there and people sort of try and work something out, don't they? And it's sort of, then he sort of gives them money or something like that. No, it's not catchphrase. Try and find Stephen Mulhern new game show. Try new game show. It's wait a minute, new game show. Here we go. There you go. Rolling in it. rolling in it. Have you not seen it? It's based on the Funfair ride, the thing, whatever. Yeah, it's worth it for me to do it. I thought that was quite good, actually. It's quite clever, that one. See, that I could do. There's no skill involved. I'd be happy doing something like that. But it's just that, what sort of programme would I go on? I'd have to go on the ordinary one, because otherwise you go on a celebrity... I wouldn't go on Mastermind. No, absolutely not. No. Not unless I had somebody coughing in the background, the old coughing major. What a buffoon he turned out to be. Yeah. Halifax is in West Yorkshire and not North Yorkshire. I said West Yorkshire, didn't I? Halifax, yes. Yeah. Raymond, I'm never wrong. You should never question me. In fact, we were checking the other day, because you remember Phil Vickery was going to be talking to the lady who invented Coronation Chicken, but in fact she didn't. She sort of changed it and made it more commercial, which I thought was very good. So I learned something new the other day. I think Phil Vickery did as well. So that was very good. And he says, as O'Brien says, Steve Allen is never wrong. Constance Spry oversaw the recipe. Angela Wood perfected it. So there you go. So he was doing a film today for this morning with the lady who invented it. I quite like Coronation Chicken, but as I say, it doesn't like me and my diabetes. But there they were in the middle of a field, and they were sort of doing this thing. It's got lemon drizzle cake and everything. Where's that house? It's a lovely house. Lovely house. I love all these things that they do them for the television. Anything that involves a bit of cooking, I watch, but I don't participate because I can't cook. There's no point, is there really? Another one here. Britain's kindest plumber. You've heard of this one. This is James Anderson. He's helped thousands of elderly and vulnerable people. He does it for free. He's getting a garden makeover from Alan Titchmarsh. He made headlines when a picture of his bill sent to a 91-year-old woman with leukemia was posted online. So he's now going to be on Love Your Garden for a free celebrity makeover. Good for him. Good for him. He lives in a modest semi in Burnley. His front garden is filled with ornaments, including gnomes, windmills and bird boxes. God, it sounds awful. Absolutely dreadful. It's like wind chimes. Wind chimes. I used to buy wind chimes all the time and sort of, but you stick them outside. You only hear them if you're outside. If you're into it, they're a bit creepy, aren't they? Doody 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 doody. Steve says, Sue, my mum made the best lemon drizzle cake. Sadly, no longer with us. What, the lemon drizzle cake? Or your mum? It's all been eaten. All been eaten. Yeah, my mum, I can't remember, Sue, if my mum made lemon drizzle cake. Apparently, if you've got a Tesco club card, the cake will cost £1.65. There you go. There's an incentive. Raymond says, I'll listen to playback, but definitely said North Yorkshire. No, West Yorkshire. That'll cost you a £5, and I'm going to delete you as well. You're never better write ever again. Don't ever doubt what Steve Allen says. He's always right. Some builders in the papers today. 2 builders got a surprise when they were in the loft of a house that they were looking after, Christopher Barnes and Teddy Edwards, and they discovered a perfectly preserved porn magazine hidden in the loft since the 1960s. Must have looked a bit dated. But they flicked through the pages of the erotic novel called Sexy Confessions of a Barmaid, and they sort of... It had a busty brunette plastered over the front and is labelled adults only. It was apparently stuffed behind a beam. I mean, as these things would be. I don't know if it was black and white. It does. Well, actually, you're right. It is black and white. It says black and white. You don't know the book, do you, by any chance? Very good. I don't think you got it from the local library. It features saucy black and white photos of a barmaid being seduced by her French teacher and was one of a series of raunchy titles published by a team of women. Others included Sexy Confessions of a Traffic Warden and Sexy Confessions of a Chambermaid. Oh. Well, there you go. Yeah, that's the one we're missing out of our collection. Sexy Confessions of a Radio Presenter. I love it. Be very short. Not so much a book, more a pamphlet. Piece of A4. Or just a stamp. Steve, do you remember the Golden Shop presented by Bob Monkhouse? Yes, Bernie the Bolt. Yeah, they ended up firing Bob Monkhouse. And for some reason. And then they had to bring him back again because he was very popular. I like Bob Monkhouse. Very clever. Mickey says, good luck at the hospital. It's not so much luck I need. It's basically, to sort of shed a stone in a matter of an hour, which I don't think is going to be happening. And then I shall be rushing to Tesco, picking up my skirts and running to Tesco to pick up a lemon drizzle cake, which I might have this evening, with a cup of tea or a glass of Prosecco, which would be quite nice. Oh, dear. Warnings of deadly pollen, I'm afraid. And a struggling amateur rugby club fears for its future after travellers moved in and trashed their clubhouse. 10 children aged from 8 to 14 lobbed bricks through the windows just hours after caravans set up camp. They also damaged a club burger van. What's the matter with these people? Why would you want to do something like that? That shows great lack of tolerance or anything at all. Ghastly. What else have we got? Bridgerton. Olivia Atwood's been injured, apparently in the games. Good. That's fine. We're not bothered about her coming out of it at all. Doesn't make any difference whether she's there or she's not there, frankly. Nobody quite knows who she is or what she does, but she's been injured, which means she's not been doing it. I'm sorry. Such a mess, honestly, in the studio. Yeah, it's very unprofessional. And if you're in for a hot weekend, don't compromise on style. Apparently, if you're wearing chub rub, which is sort of, if you wear sports clothing made by Lycra and things like that, if you're putting on your little swimming costume, then you have to be careful. It's called chub rub, yeah. Putting on breathable fabrics used in activewear or shapewear means you won't sweat more just because you have an extra layer underneath the dress or skirt. I don't think he's wearing a dress or skirt, but I mean, what he does when he leaves here, I've got no idea. No idea. Have I got tight-fitting clothes? No, I don't do any sports. Although I did look at a pair of sports shorts the other day, thinking they're quite nice. I do have a pair of shorts at home, but they're just normal shorts, which I might wear about the house. But certainly nothing that would indicate, I'm going cycling anytime soon or something like that. I never understand it around our way. We've got loads and loads of cyclists. Loads of cyclists. I mean, there must be cycling clubs all over the place, and they ride 2 or 3 abreast. I don't mean abreast. I mean the 2 or 3, like a little line. Oh, don't forget. Coming up very shortly, brace yourself, just after 6, I'm going to give you the chance to win an incredible holiday for 2 to Bali. I mean, this is super duper. Not only will I give you a 1-bedroom deluxe pool villa, I'm going to give you a private pool, an outdoor patio and dining area, a luxury bathroom, and, the selling point, an extra large double bed. Because that's very important. It might be somebody who's 6'3" who wins it. You want to have enough room. And I'll tell you exactly what you get. We'll cover everything for you. And but you've got to be over 18. So if you're over, and I suspect a few of you might be over 18. But how do you get hold of this fantastic holiday for 2 to Bali? You keep listening to LBC. It's one of my little ploys to make sure that you're still there after the news at 6. 5:45 now. Let's get the LBC travel, shall we? With Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Sponge with sort of jazz. So I'm just explaining to the producer what a Swiss roll is. I think he thought it was some sort of thing that you did if you were in a gymnasium. Now I'm going to do a Swiss roll. It's like Toblerone, isn't it? Which was, there you go, there's a Swiss roll. And it's just basically filled with sort of jam, or you can put cream in it. And we think it possibly originated in Austria or Slovenia. And it's just basically flour, egg, sugar, fruit preserve and buttercream. And you have it in there. And then my mother used to put it in the bottom of a big bowl to make a trifle. Put it in the bottom, then you pour on the jelly and let that set. Then you put on top some cream and custard. And then you put sort of, mandarin oranges, segments and stuff like that. And it's nice. It's nice with a fruity strawberry jam filling. But they're cheap to buy. They're sort of like between £1 and a couple of quid. For something that gives so much happiness. Tina says, I still like a supermarket brand Victoria Sponge or Swiss roll because that's all Mum could afford when we were kids. I know. I mean, we all grew up with stuff like that. You are not alone. Elaine from the original Spikers Facebook group says, if it was still on, you'd be good at Name That Tune. I bet you get them in one. I wasn't bad at Name That Tune. Have you tried Heardle Online? I got today's song on the first bar. Heardle Online. I don't even know what that is. The producer generally does these sort of oh, look, there you go, look, the Swiss roll. That's lovely. It's on the television actually now. They're obviously showing you how to make this trifle. He's got a big grin on his face. He's had a piece, hasn't he? You could tell he's had a bit of action. Since listening to your interview, I've had my Wake Up It's a Beautiful Morning running round my head. I'm off now for a dip in the sea, so I'll listen to the rest of the show on catch up. I don't mind when you listen, as long as you do catch up. What have we got? We've got 10 to 6. Let's have a quick look at the papiers. They're showing you this lovely pudding fit for a queen. I'm assuming they're going to be serving this at the Queen's Garden party. But I mean, can the rest of us make it? Yes, you can, because they've given you It's got jewelled bark in it. Jewelled bark. The recipe on Fortnum & Mason's website. And so for the chunky mandarin coulis, and it's very simple, just some arrowroot, lemon juice, some caster sugar and a tin of mandarins. For the amaretto biscuits, you can actually, they're advertising or sort of advocating you make the biscuits. As opposed to going on to go and buy the blooming things, honestly. And even for the Swiss roll. Preparation time, over 2 hours for this thing. Sod that for soldiers. And the cooking time is 35 minutes, but this one here will serve 20. Or 2 if you're feeling particularly greedy. I mean, I always love it when you go into the supermarket and you look at the things and they've got serves 4, and you look at it and go, don't be so silly, that's a one-person meal. You know, it'll be sort of something like, I don't know, fish and chips or shepherd's pie or cottage pie or any one of those other things, or, you know, tagliatelle or something. And I always think to myself, that wouldn't feed a rabbit. But I suppose we're all eating bigger portions now. Passport office delays are slammed. And the BBC chief who says we offer value for the licence, they're going to take it away from you. I don't know how they're going to fund it. We were trying to work out how much. Do you know how much the TV licence is now? Do you know how much it is? Without cheating? 150, no, £159. So they say it'll be frozen for the next 2 years, and in 2027 it's set to be ditched for a new funding model. Well, how are they going to refund it? I've got no idea. It's really bizarre. He says that the biggest challenge was staying relevant. Yeah, but it's, you know, why should we have to pay for it? Just in case you don't want to watch BBC. Maybe you just want to watch ITV, in which case, do you still have to have a licence? I don't know. I do not know. What was the other one? 3 men have been arrested on suspicion of child abduction. They found that teenage girl that they were looking for, vanished from her foster home. And Frederick Forsyth talking about the Rwanda plan as a nightmare, except for the lawyers. Yes, I mean, we've said the Rwanda plan's just not going to go anywhere. And yet every so often Pretty comes up with something that isn't very pretty. Like, we're going to start, definitely within weeks, to actually start, you know, getting people out to Rwanda. Of course you are, dear. We believe you. We believe you. Can't wait to see how it's going to happen. Oh, and Garcia, they were having a rehearsal for the Royal Windsor Horse Show the other day, and they had to get Beatrice at the show to stand in for the Queen. This is the one with all the teeth in her mouth. Looks like seats. And she's got married and all the rest of it. We think she has a job, but we're not too sure what the job is. And so she was standing in for the Queen. They do that all the time. If they're rehearsing something, when they did a film about Windsor Castle, they had one of the chambermaids there, and she had to stand in for the Queen. So they knew, so everybody would know. You know, the Queen doesn't need to rehearse because she knows she's been doing it so long now. It's absolutely fine. How many people are waiting to start hospital treatment? A record number. 6.4 million are waiting to start hospital treatment. I consider myself very fortunate that I managed to get my hospital treatment done very well. And how do you fancy buying a ventriloquist dummy? What? All right. Something funny in that ventriloquist dummy? Well, it doesn't matter how much it is. It's where it came from. It's where it came from. It was actually used by Ronnie Barker in a 1978 advertisement. He was promoting Seconda watches, and it's a blonde-haired female puppet. The seller is Paul Baker, who got the prop from his late father, thinks the dummy was probably modelled on Blondie. They reckon 600 quid, only because it's got the provenance of Ronnie Barker. I can't even remember him doing a... Oh, right. I wonder if it looks like that now. Seconda, the ad went, a lot of watch for a little money, which is quite nice. She looks a little bit like Miss Piggy, doesn't she? She looks as if she could be a Miss Piggy, which I always used to laugh at, actually. I just thought she was one of the funniest people on the television. Steve, I've just tuned in, and so far we've had lemon drizzle and Swiss roll. Could we have some savoury, please? I don't eat cake or sugar, says Bev. And, yeah, well, you're not having a chicken sandwich either, because we're not doing chicken sandwiches. More than over 100 products containing cooked chicken, including sandwiches and wraps sold at Tesco, Sainsbury's, Waitrose, Aldi, the Co-op, Pret-a-Manger and Marks and Spencer's. Plus, I think there's also Starbucks, Costa and Amazon. All these products with the cooked chicken removed from sale after a salmonella scare at a major supplier from Hull. And what they're doing, they're moving very quickly. It's a sandwich maker called Greencore, and I'm assuming they make sandwiches for loads of different people. The idea is if it's got chicken in it, take it back to where you bought it from. They will give you your money back. They won't even question it because it's too dangerous. We don't want to start, a pandemic all over again. So take it back and they will give you the money back, which is much easier. Another one says, I'm guessing your producers are youngsters. Well, they're not that blooming young. Ridiculous. I mean, they really aren't. I mean, some of them sort of pretend to be young, but they're not. Working with me, they have aged quite a bit, actually, really. I quite like it. I like looking at... I always say to them every morning, just to make them cheerful, I would say, wait a minute, let me just get my felt tip pen out so I can mark those lines on your face a little bit more prominently. Because not one of them, seriously, has got looks. I mean, I'm the best looking thing in here. Yeah, and that is saying something. I'm still marvelling, says Sue, at the passenger who, with no flying experience, landed a plane. It was only a little plane. It wasn't a giant plane because they land themselves. The pilot's got to be there and the co-pilot. This is just a little like 2-3-seater, something like that. He must have had nerves of steel. It's little. It is a little plane. I wish I could show you a picture of it, but of course I'm on the radio and I can't. So you just have to take my word for it. It's a light aircraft, so it's a case of it went into a nosedive. He just sort of had to pull it back, which takes some effort to do, but he still managed it. P.S. The Jubilee trifle, says Sue, looks delicious. Also love a bit of lemon drizzle cake or Bakewell tart. Bakewell tart. I like Bakewell tart. I like a donut, actually. I might go for a donut today, but I can't. All of this is going to be after I've been to the doctors and sworn black is blue that I'm not eating any of these sweet things. Looking forward to listening to you and Ian Dale. Is it on the LBC app? Yes, it is. Just, if you want to listen to the Ian Dale podcast, where Ian interviews Steve Allen, you notice how I talk about myself in third person. It's just unbelievable. I'm always believing he's a real person. A bit like Lorraine Kelly, when she had her sort of run-in with the tax man. She said that the Lorraine Kelly you see on the television is not Lorraine Kelly. She's acting Lorraine Kelly. Which I thought was, I've never heard that wheeze before, but it sounded brilliant. So just go to the LBC website, download the LBC app, and then once you've done that, you can search on the podcast Ian Dale All Talk. Ian Dale All Talk. And then you will find it will throw me up, as they say, and you've got 2 hours to download, but it downloads in about 20 seconds, I think. Doesn't take very long at all. Madeleine McCann's parents prayed for their missing daughter on her 19th birthday. They marked the occasion. You know, they're twins, Sean and Emily, are 17 now. 17. They were just like little children. And it's unclear if the prime suspect for Madeleine's disappearance will ever be charged. I think unlikely. I mean, they've been saying this for ages. First of all, they say that's fine. Then they say it's not fine. And then they go, no, he's got alibis. Then they go, he hasn't got... Yesterday it was, no, he hasn't got any alibis. And so they were going on. And insulting a man as bald is... If you've just woken up, you're going to love this one. Is the equivalent to remarking on the size of a woman's breasts. And therefore, sexual harassment, employment judges have ruled. Hair loss is far more common in men, so the term can be a form of discrimination, according to a tribunal. The ruling by a panel of 3 men who noted their own lack of hair came after an electrician sued his former employers when he was called a bald person. Tony Finn, who is in line for compensation, was fired last May after 24 years at a brewery company. I mean, I can't believe it, that it's now sexual harassment. Unbelievable. A bit worrying, isn't it, really? I mean, I'm constantly getting people saying baldy or, you've got no hair. Well, I mean, not constantly, but I mean, I've certainly had it. Yeah, certainly had it a few times. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. Really doesn't. It's a sign of virility. Steve, I'm enjoying a piece of sponge cake whilst I'm listening to you, and the jam and cream is yum, says Sean in Sydney. Shove it down the microphone. Push it into radio. Push it down. It'll come to us eventually. Then we can all enjoy it, which is very nice. And the former world darts champion Ted Hankey was branded disgusting and deviant as he was jailed for a sex attack on a young woman yesterday. He initially denied the crime, but his offence was caught on camera. Watch the cameras. After the news, we're going to give you the chance to win a fabulous holiday for 2 in Bali. Oh, this is so fabulous. Not just the food and everything exquisite, but your own private pool and a luxury bedroom.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber. and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride. So you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6 is the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's Friday. It's May the 13th, but we try and forget about that because it doesn't make any difference. And Chris says, I listened to your interview with Ian Dale yesterday and loved it. Actually, we're getting fantastic positive results on this one. It's the crying bit, isn't it, I'm afraid. And Yonem says, the interview was fabulous. Lovely to hear all about you. Big fan. And Bernard says, Steve and kids went to visit, it must be you lot, I suppose, went to visit my friend in the Royal Liverpool. There was a young lady playing the harp in the reception. I think that's a great idea. I think they should bring in pianists and just play it. And so a hospital isn't a place where you go into and you go, oh, I don't feel very well. You know, you can sort of have a little bit of music playing in the background. I think they should do the same on buses. I think the driver should have a cassette or a CD player and he could sort of put some stuff in, like a bit of ABBA or things like that, or just some soothing piano music. On the train, they should have the same thing. Because some of the train announcements are not particularly good. You know, where they go, this is your guard speaking. I mean, some tube stations play classical music in areas with lots of crime because apparently it's supposed to soothe you down. Yeah, just before you're robbed. You know, you can listen to Sheep May Safely Graze or something like that. But I like the idea of somebody playing the harp in the reception. I think it's a brilliant idea. You know, Joe Allen's has a pianist who sort of plays. It used to be a guy called Jimmy for years, and Jimmy died. But I mean, he'd been there. He'd always say to me, Steve, he'd always tell me who'd been in Joe Allen's, always on a regular basis, and he was lovely. He was lovely. So today, brace yourself for this one. We haven't done a holiday on the programme for a long time. So today we're going to give you the chance to win an incredible holiday for two to Bali. You'll get a 7-night stay at the 5-star Cross Bali Breakers Resort with flights, transfers and breakfast each morning included. You'll be staying in a 1-bedroom deluxe pool villa with a private pool, an outdoor patio and dining area, a luxury bathroom and an extra-large double bed. The hotel's also got 3 outdoor pools, a restaurant, plenty of bars and a fitness centre. Now, for your chance to win, thanks to Flight Centre, text BEACH, B-E-A-C-H, and send it to 84850. BEACH, B-E-A-C-H, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just a £5 from every text supports our charity. Make some noise, and you know what wonderful work they do there. You've got until 7 p.m. on the 31st of May to enter. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over to see the list of participating global radio stations, and full terms and conditions go to makesomenoise.com. So text the keyword BEACH, B-E-A-C-H, and send it to 84850, and good luck. And you can go online and have a look at Cross Bali Breakers, and you will see your room, and you'll see your pool, and it looks absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. I've never even been to Bali, but I'm very tempted. The food, I should imagine, is absolutely exquisite, and it's a resort. So you literally, your bedroom looks out over your pool. In fact, it's almost there. You step out of your double doors, and there's your pool. You'll love it. The beds are extra big. You can accommodate anybody of any size. And there's loads of restaurants there, but you get your breakfast included every day. People get married there. Looks lovely, doesn't it? Very nice. I haven't been on a holiday for such a long time, mainly because I'm not a holiday person. I don't do holidays. I can't, on the odd occasion I've been on one, it's been okay, but I'm not going to sort of lose sleep over it. We went to Gran Canaria quite a few times, actually. I mean, I've never really been a holiday person. I don't do lying on one of these sunbed things. I'm really not that sort of person. You know, exposing your flesh to the sunlight. No, thank you very much indeed. Although when we stayed in one in Gran Canaria, Dale and I, the Riu Palace, which was very nice. And you could eat outdoors. They had the swimming pools there. And luckily it wasn't full of kids. There were loads of places in Gran Canaria that were full of kids. And as we were driving from the airport, I remember looking at that thinking, oh, God, I'm not sure what this place is going to be like. A bit like sort of, all these other places which are sort of full of kids, which is okay, but you get to a certain age and you don't really sort of need that. And they had all this bougainvillea out in their gardens. Have a look at the Riu Palace. RIU Palace? It's a German group I discovered. And we thought the food was sensational. I mean, absolutely sensational. Out in the gardens, which overlook the dunes at the back, so you weren't overlooked by any other hotels. You could... No, in Gran Canaria. Riu Palace. In fact, they've got quite a few Riu Palaces all around the world, as you can well imagine. But the standard, I thought, was exceptionally high. And it was lovely. Oh, God, it looks even bigger from above. That was my room there on the left-hand side. And it overlooks the sand dunes at the back. But they've got 2 huge pools. And it's in a place called Maspalomas, and it's an adults-only hotel. You know why? Do you know why it's an adults-only hotel? Why would you think it was adults? Swingers? No. On the television, you could pick up pornography. They were actually on the hotel television. No, not even apparently. Not even apparently. And I remember phoning up Dale and going, have you got Channel 36 on your television? Just to get him to check it. But the food was exquisite. Absolutely amazing. And it was nice. So you could sit out by the pools. There was a big undercover bit, like sort of this giant thing there, and they would serve you your food. And it was lovely. But hot. Very, very hot. So the Riu Palace, Maspalomas, Gran Canaria. It's quite, difficult to get into this place because the next time we went there, we couldn't get into this one. We had to go into one round the corner, and that was blooming awful. It was another Riu Palace, Melanoris, I think, or whatever it was. But that was the one with the cats. The cats and the weather that turned on us. Because normally Gran Canaria is the place where you go to and it's almost guaranteed sunshine. It's duty free. The whole island is duty free, so everything was cheap. Taxis were cheap, and the cats would just, you'd be sitting in bed at night. They'd be outside your door. The place is overrun with feral cats. Feral cats. I mean, I've never seen so many cats in my entire life. You'd go down and they'd be sitting in all the garden. It was a bit like sort of the evil cats out of some horror movie. Really terrible, really terrible. But anyway, it's one of those sort of places. So, in fact, that's why we're sending you to Bali. Because that's really very, very nice. Very, very nice. No feral cats, thank you very much indeed. And say hello to the plumbers in Chorley. We don't know what plumbers in Chorley, just plumbers in Chorley. It's obviously a rarity, I suppose. I play your podcast on the building site, and now they're listeners to the show. Oh, God, don't start that one. Listen, I can't cope with scaffolders, let alone plumbers in Chorley. But do have a go for the competition, and you can do some good by raising some money. I'll mention it before the end of the programme, actually. You can raise some money and help us raise some money for Make Some Noise, and that would be very nice. Thank you very much indeed. What have we got here? A genes breakthrough alert in type 2 diabetes battle. I don't think I want to really read about diabetes at this time of the morning. It's especially when I'm desperate for my little piece of cake. Also, as bank branches close and the ATMs disappear from the high streets, the old and the vulnerable are left to pay a terrible price. There's a lady here called Helen Miller who says the closure of her local branch in Barry took away her independence. And all I've got, I think R1 is now coming up for, the NatWest is coming up for closing in Twickenham. It's got a sign, we are closed. I think it closes on the 17th. And Peterborough branch of a bank. However, we're not far away and still able to provide you with the same service from the following branch. You have to go to Peterborough. But the branch that they've got there is not opening. They're just closing them left, right and centres. Mind you, we've got some new buildings being built in Twickenham. We've got a new veterinary practice, which used to be a Halifax, and now somebody's taken it over as a veterinary. It'll probably do very well. I've never heard of a poor vet. Vets do very well, very well. Also, shopping around And we were thinking about, this cake for the Jubilee. We were thinking to ourselves, why don't they produce it commercially? Then we can all eat it. Because I haven't got 2 hours to spare to start faffing around making amaretto biscuits and Swiss roll and everything else. So why doesn't somebody make it commercially and sell it in all of the supermarkets? The recipe I know you'll find on Fortnum & Mason's website, but why don't they make it for Waitrose? Because they do a rather nice rhubarb trifle. That's a bit tasty. That's a bit tasty. And they do a luxury trifle in Marks and Spencer. I like the one with sherry in it. I quite like the idea of getting a little bit tiddled when you're having your sherry trifle. Very nice. Alinka says, when visiting the main hall in Frederick Chopin Airport in Warsaw, passengers are treated to an amazing classical music recital on a grand piano, a lovely free concert. See, I think that's nice. Mind you, all I think of, when you go to airports is our overcrowded airports and not getting people through quick enough. Can you believe the population of Bali is around 4.2 million? I didn't think they'd have that many people. I know. Charlotte Arnold Bampton says, had a lovely holiday at the Rio Palace with my mum too. Happy days. When we went there on the first night, we were going to go out and get dinner. And then Dale said, let's have a look at the restaurant here. And we looked into the restaurant and we went, blimey, they had 4 chefs standing behind. One had lamb, one had beef, one had pork, one had fish, and there was all the salads. In fact, and you just kept going. It was just a constant buffet and everything else. It was just absolutely amazing. The food was sensational. We did go out and eat, in other places, but the food in the hotel was just good. German standards, you see, I think. 6:15, let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Have you noticed how many look-alike products there are in shops these days? Everybody does them. And in fact, there is one here. You've got... in fact, there's a whole range of everything from washing up liquid to flash spray to Vanish to Persil. Everything. There's a look-alike version on sale everywhere. Flash lemon all-purpose cleaner, £1.80. Lidl W5 lemon all-purpose cleaner, 85p. But what happens if you literally have to go around different supermarkets to buy these things? They've got Domestos original thick bleach £1. Go to Morrison's, they've got original thick bleach 49p. So, presumably you could sort of save quite a little bit. Duck Deep Action Citrus Toilet Gel Cleaner £1. Lidl 41p for a similar thing. The supermarket own brand products are always much cheaper. But how different are they from the actual products? That's what you see. I couldn't probably tell the difference. Mr. Muscle Platinum Shower Shine, £2. Daily Clean Shower Shine from Morrison's, 99p. You could effectively save quite a bit of money, couldn't you? It's mainly cleaning products. They've got one here, Mr. Sheen Spring Fresh Polish, £1.60. Multi-service polish from Asda, 61p. I'd had no idea. No idea at all. Oh, there's a new Marmite, and this has got Marmite with truffle in it. Can't be very much truffle in it, can there really? But it's got a recommended retail price of £4.50, which is £1.80 more than an ordinary jar, which costs £2.70. They did say it was posh. In fact, it looks posh. It's a different sort of label on it and everything else. But the truffle flavour is delicately balanced on the right side of love, so long as you don't overdo it. I don't think I've ever eaten truffle. I know that pigs and dogs are trained to sniff out truffles, and they get them, and then they go for huge amounts of money to restaurants. It's a bit like tuna. There's a man in Japan, and he is the acknowledged tuna expert. He can tell you how good it is, and they can look at a tuna and tell you when they actually cut it, because they're huge tunas. They're enormous. And he can sort of tell you exactly what it's going to be like. He can guess whether it's going to be Premier tuna or not Premier tuna, because I don't know where they swim these things, apart from in oceans. But they literally corral them in these huge nets and then take them out one by one. And you look at the size of these things, it's almost like a goldfish that's eaten everything. Absolutely human. They've got yellowfin tuna, there's bluefin tuna. And I think a boat full of these things could be worth millions. And obviously they don't weigh that much, but I've seen them being cut up in the fish markets. But there is this one man in particular who knows all about tuna. Well, yeah, but why are the tins so small? If the fish are so big, is it because they make a lot of money out of tuna? And that must be, you know, a shoal of tuna must be absolutely worth a small fortune. A top health chief has made a shocking confession. Wait for an ambulance. I'd rather take the family to casualty in a taxi. They were saying the other day there was one particular person and the wait for an ambulance was 4 hours. It's supposed to be 40 minutes. That's what they say. How many tins of tuna how many tins of tuna can a tuna make? Well, I don't know, because we don't get very much in it, do you, in tuna? Can't remember if I've ever bought a tin of tuna. I know that they do sort of special tuna. They're quite small. 100, 200, 600 tins out of one tuna fish. I'm not surprised they're worth a fortune. Why don't they just make the tins a bit bigger? It's not like they're a rarity, is it? Well, I don't think so, anyway. Yeah, whole tuna, actually. Steve, don't forget our skip drivers, Ian the Skip and Jamie the Skip. You say, have a wonderful day. Well, we will have a wonderful day. You know why? Because it's Friday, and we like Friday. Steve, on my many visits to the Royal Marsden, there's a piano at the foot of the stairs, and when played, you can hear it over some of the hospital. I've just arrived at Tesco to get the lemon cake. God. My friend Alex is delivering my parcel today. I think I was forgotten in the rush yesterday, so I went in to buy a couple of things from him, and he said, I'll pop it through your letterbox later. And so I said, I can't tell you what's in it. It's confidential, just between me and Alex. But he said he's going to do it at 6:30 this morning. So in about a few minutes, I can't imagine why I'd be doing it at 6:30. He's obviously going to go to work very, very early. What else we got? Tom Cruise roars back. Hasn't changed a bit. He's in Top Gun Maverick. He doesn't age, Tom Cruise. But there again, by the time they put the makeup on and, you know, they blotted out various bits and pieces, it takes away the age. And he also does all his own stunts. He's always done his own stunts, and that's what I quite like. Even though I can't tell you any of his. I don't think I've ever seen Top Gun. I saw him doing. How old is Tom Cruise? 45, something like that. 59. Good grief, he's 59. That's amazing. Chris Lowry says tuna is overfished here because he's in Spain. Him and Steve. So there are restrictions on how much can be fished. But he also stayed in the Riu Palace. He says nice hotel. So convenient for everything, isn't it? So convenient. Those dunes at the back, and but also we thought the food was great. It was a lovely hotel. I bought loads of these Hawaiian type shirts there because they had a little shop in the basement hotel. But it was the food that was good. They had a theatre in there as well. And do you know what's big in all these tourist places? You get drag shows. Even now. Drag shows are the sort of the very, very busy things. And the Jumbo Centre over in Gran Canaria, during the daytime, they sell, you know, dancing hula girls and all sorts of bits. And I promised to God I wouldn't buy one, and I bought one and brought it back with me. And she danced to hula music. It was really good. It was really good, actually. No, not real girls. Obviously not real girls. That would be called slavery. And it was good. But then at night time, it turns into sort of, you know, bars and all sorts. Mainly doing drag. It was unbelievable, actually. Gary Bannister, he says, us lads are on our way to Dorset for another one, for the 100-kilometre Jurassic Coastal Walk Challenge tomorrow. There's about 3,000 people doing it. That's good, isn't it? Actually, I think the AP's going to Dorset. Is it Dorset you're going to? Where are you going to, love? Where are you going to? Pardon? Woolacombe, you wash your mouth out. I can't believe the language on this programme. It's just dreadful. Woolacombe to you as well. And he's going there because Woolacombe is it's sort of a tourist place. And basically people go there to catch the waves. And he's going there. And he's having to sleep in his car. He was trying to persuade me to lend him my car, you know, which I would have done if I wasn't using it. And I could stick him in the boot, actually. You could just curl up quite nicely, actually. You'd love it. Heated seats and everything, which I'm sure you don't have in your car. And also my seats not only go backwards, but they vibrate at the same time. I mean, seriously, it's an experience in itself. And it's very nice. The beach looks quite nice at Woolacombe, doesn't it? Not many people there, but those beach huts. Do you know somebody with a beach hut? No. So you have to get changed in the car Oh, God, even worse. We used to have to do that when we were little. Yeah, but you would stand on the beach, your mother would put the towel round you and hold it whilst you'd sort of pull your pants down to put your swimming jacket. And then my mother would be talking to my auntie, and all of a sudden she'd let the towel go, Mum! Pull the towel up, for goodness sake. Well, good luck for the 100-kilometre Jurassic Coastal Walk. 3,000 people are doing it. It's very pretty. It's a long walk. I couldn't do that, although I probably could. I don't know if I could do that. Do that... The producer says no. What an act of faith you have, then. No, you definitely couldn't do it, Steve. I'm terribly sorry. You're just blooming useless. Just useless. Rebecca Vardy, again, another outfit, and a huge bag full of, I don't know, perhaps OK magazine to see how many times she's mentioned in it. What else we got here? UK to take more control over where aid goes. Liz Truss is going to overhaul the foreign aid budget. I can't believe how much we give away. 4.4 billion of the 11.5 billion spent on foreign aid last year was distributed through international bodies. I mean, I'd love to know how much of it goes missing. I bet you'd be quite surprised. Quite surprised. A bridge too far, 1,000 Russian troops wiped out in a river ambush. I mean, how much of this is true, I've got no idea. But we do know about the looting Russian soldiers caught on CCTV murdering 2 unarmed civilians. Your days are numbered. And also, is this proof that finally the Mayor Khan has gone completely potty? Why does he want to legalise marijuana in London after the catastrophe it's already unleashed in America? Well, he doesn't. He just thinks he's right all the time, doesn't he? He thinks he's right. The capital is in total gridlock. Crime is out of control. And yet here he is posing in an LA cannabis factory. I can't think of anything more stupid in my entire life, but there you go. Also, Simon Fanshawe, co-founder of Stonewall, used to be a very regular contributor on LBC years ago doing newspaper reviews and everything else. And he talks about the people claiming there's no such thing as male and female bodies. Trans activists, he says, have wrecked all the good work of the gay rights charity that I helped found. He said by polarising the debate, Stonewall has caused division. It's completely different to what he co-founded all those years ago. He said, it breaks my heart to see them adopt similar tactics to Trump. And I'm still trying to get used to this. Don't say baldy, it's sexual harassment. Is it? Yeah, I mean, I just, I don't really worry about things like that. It doesn't sort of bother me. You know, if somebody goes, you're bald, you go, yeah, and you're unattractive, but in the morning, I'll grow hair. They did say there was one, I've sort of adapted the old Winston Churchill thing. Astrid says, Steve, Lidl baked beans are very nice, so are their chopped-in tomatoes. See, I think chopped-in tomatoes are great value. Great value. You could do those with anything. Do them on toast. You can have them with sort of potatoes. Also, I love tin tomatoes. And so good, I think. And Jill in Warwick, I know, you can use the post office to do your banking. So the elderly shouldn't worry too much about local banks closing. It's easy at the post office. They'll be fine. Well, in fact, we have a post office that does that in Twickenham. The big post office has turned into a Wetherspoons. And all post offices will help with sort of banking. So don't panic over it. In fact, in our case, you can go on the bus from Twickenham to Richmond and they've still got the banks there. We don't have a Royal Bank of Scotland, but you can do everything. I mean, I do it online, but you can go to the NatWest. So you have to go to the NatWest in Richmond because they're closing the one in Twickenham. I don't know why. It's just one of these sort of things, isn't it, really? Coming up, 6:30 is the time. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill. Woohoo! On a tandem. All right, mate. With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
26 minutes to 7. Something strange is happening at Eurovision. The bookmakers are predicting a good result for the UK. Sam Ryder is second favourite to win. But the trouble is, in Eurovision, it's either win or nothing. There is no second place, no third place, no fourth place. It's either you win Eurovision or you don't. He said, former winner Conchita Wurst is more willing to speculate on his chances. The buzz in the Eurovision community is, oh, the UK is participating again, she told the BBC last month. Whether that means anything. But as I say, you know, good result for the UK. The only good result would be a win. And I don't think we're going to do that at all. Peter says it's lovely at Woolacombe. Well, we looked at the pictures. It looks quite nice. But they always take pictures when the beach isn't swarming with sort of people, you know, sort of taking their barbecue along there and everything else. And very hot this weekend. So everybody is going to be heading for the seaside. Everybody's going to be heading for the beach. I think today about 23 degrees, tomorrow 23 degrees, 22 on Sunday with a bit of rain, Monday 22, Tuesday 24 degrees, and then Wednesday a bit more rain again. So, but it's okay, sunny intervals and a moderate breeze. Just remember so it's basically a heat wave for us. But I'm still not wearing shorts in the high street. Absolutely not. Will says, I've only recently started listening to your show. Love it. Have you ever taken up... Oh, sorry, he's just taken up squash. Ever played? Do I sound like somebody who plays squash? I don't think so. I used to do badminton. I was very good at mainly because the shuttlecock stayed in the air a little bit longer. So it gave you enough chance to sort of, you know, get your wheelchair over to it and hit it over the other side of the net. I quite like badminton. It was quite good. We used to play it on our lawn at home. When we had a lawn, and that was quite nice. What sports was I good at? High jump, 100 metres, relay, hurdles. I played rugby, but only when I was little. I didn't get my kit dirty, and I represented Berkshire in the hurdles, which. I didn't win, but I did represent Berkshire in the hurdles. I don't know how I even got to that stage in it. But it was sort of, you know, 1, 2, 3, up, 1, 2, 3, up. Yeah, I was very nimble, actually. Also, because I had long legs. I think I've shrunk. I'm totally convinced, yes, had long legs. I think they've been cut in half, actually. James in Worcester says, listen to the whole of your podcast with the effervescent Mr. Dale on a work trip to Luton. Made my day brighter. Was moved and it made me laugh in equal measures. So there you go. We like that. Steve, we've got 4 cash points here in Pontyclun. You could walk from one end of the street to the other in a couple of minutes, says Taffy Nige. Taffy Nige. And Catherine says, last night I listened to your podcast with Ian Dale. I love the part we were both discussing how attached you get to your producers. Sounds like a wonderful working environment. Yeah, it was all made up. We don't have any working environment with the producers at all. Yeah. But it is, because you spend 3 hours every day with them. Seems longer, but no, you spend 3 hours every day with them. Of course you do. And then, you know, things change and they get moved to go to different places, and you sort of think, oh, who am I going to get now? You know, and then they sort of show you who the replacement producer is or something like that, and you're supposed to get used to somebody new, and I thought, I'm very difficult to impress. Very difficult to impress. They always go, oh, this is your new producer, Steve. Yeah, whatever. You know, I'm a bit sort of matter of fact about the whole thing, but they have to prove their worth, because we don't have time to start, you know, messing about with things. We're doing a job. I keep telling them we're doing a job. I know it sounds like we're having fun, but at the end of the day, you know, it's like making a cake. You're either going to do it properly or we're not having cake. It's as simple as that. And tinned tomatoes on crispy fried bread with poached eggs sounds yuck, but it's fabulous, says Paul. I could do tinned tomatoes on crispy fried bread, but not with the poached egg. I'm not a huge fan of eggs. Not huge fan of eggs, but they'd have to be done on both sides. I think there's a name for that. It's called finicky or something. And it's a case of, because I don't want any runny yolks going over anything at all. But fried bread I do love. Unfortunately, it doesn't like me. It's one of those sort of things, isn't it? They go, oh, fried bread's lovely. And I go, yeah, but the clue is in the word fried. And the parents of a 12-year-old boy who has not regained consciousness since suffering brain damage more than a month ago are waiting for a High Court judge to rule on the latest stage of a right-to-life battle. His name's Archie. He was found with a ligature over his head at home on April the 7th. His mother thinks he may have been taking part in an online challenge. But the hospital are saying they think it's highly likely he's brain dead and argue that life support treatment should end. Now, we've seen cases like this before, and it has to go through the high courts. And they're saying now that they want to find out whether or not he was not connected up to a machine. Would he still be alive? So they've got a picture of him on life support, and his mum was there with a teddy bear. I mean, he's only 12. He's only 12. It's such a sad situation. It really is. Some of the papers are being a little bit... Now, I'm not sure, actually. When we talked about chicken before, we're talking about every bit of chicken, or we're talking about chicken that's in sandwiches, so it's pre-cooked chicken, isn't it? So fresh chicken is okay. We're okay with... Well, we think we're okay. Jan Moyer, writing in the Mail today. Oh, do check the website of the supermarket where you bought it. You know, and they will let you know what goes back and what doesn't go back. I think if it's raw, but don't take my word for it, but they do have it. It mainly seems to be cooked chicken in sandwiches, in rolls, all sorts of things. Jan Moyer talks about the Wagatha Christie trial, which shows what two women with too much money and too much time on their hands can achieve without too much effort. So far, we've had tears, stupidity, and a chasm of inanity as Miss Silly sues Miss Naughty over who said what to Mr. Porky Pie. In the history of British justice, has such a childish, foolish farce ever been dragged before a judge? I don't think so. It seems preposterous that a court of law should be taking up time with this twaddle, but that's how the system works in this country. At the heart lies the issue of reputational damage. But did Rebecca Vardy or Colleen Rooney ever have a reputation worth saving in the first place, she writes. I mean that in a kindly way, in that if they're only known to the British public at all, it's only through the prism of their successful footballer husbands and not by anything they've achieved or accomplished themselves. So what's the problem? If either woman wants to come out of this well, do you know what they should do? They should knock the whole thing on the head, shake hands and walk away. They should give the millions they would have continued to spend on their expensive lawyers to bowel babe Deborah James, who's dying of cancer and has managed to raise more than £3.6 million for cancer research by sharing her story. Then they should go home, count their multiple blessings, say a prayer of thanks for their own good health, hug their children, put the kettle on and get on with the rest of their abundantly fortunate lives. That's the only way they can get out of this with even a gossamer shred of dignity intact, which is what we've been saying all the time. She just does it a bit more articulately. But it is just absolutely ludicrous. It is ludicrous. You're right. Two stupid people with too much time on their hands and not known for anything else apart from being married to footballers. Have they ever achieved anything? No. But, that money could go for a very, very good cause. So Richard Madeley today, Essex-born broadcaster, finding fame on This Morning, one half of Richard and Judy, now presents Good Morning Britain without his wife. He says, I like being on telly. Judy didn't. Madeley once told former US President Bill Clinton he empathised with his impeachment due to his own arrest for forgetting to pay for items, including champagne at Tesco, adding, unlike you, I knew I was innocent. 66 today. Amazing. Frances Barber, the actress who starred in The Doctor Who and Film Stars Don't Die in Liverpool. And when then boyfriend actor Neil Pearson tried to drive off after a row, she lay naked on the road to stop him. It's all going on, isn't it? I like the idea that her friend Ian McKellen became her living carer. She's 64 today, Frances Barber, so many happy returns. Born on this day in 1941, Richie Valens, the American guitarist, who had hits with La Bamba. And he was... Is that... Bamba, 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 or is it... That one. Anyway, he was 17 and being held as the next Elvis Presley when he died in the plane crash that killed Buddy Holly. Because they decided to take the plane, the weather was bad, and so the plane crashed, they were all killed on board. But he was Buddy Holly, and the quickest, of course, was known as The Day the Music Died. That was the song American Pie with Don McLean. When he talked about the day the music died, he was talking about the plane crash and how they all died. Also, Kylie Minogue in 1989 was enjoying her second UK solo #1, With Your Hand on Your Heart. I was never a big sort of fan of some of these songs. They were bubblegum songs, weren't they? They were sort of, of course the producer loved them. If I don't like something, he'll love it. If I love something, he hates it. That's the way it goes now. God, honestly. Also, what else we got? Actually, hopelessly creased, stained, and one of the glitzy safety pins dangling yesterday. The dress looked the worse for wear in 94. Whose dress would this be? The black Versace gown worn outside here by Elizabeth Hurley at the premiere of Hugh Grant's film 4 Weddings and a Funeral. It overshadowed everybody. It was held together with the safety pins. And she got more publicity More publicity from that than through absolutely anything at all. And in 1982, a man in priest's clothing tried to lunge at the Pope with a bayonet in Portugal, shouting anti-papal slogans. He was tackled by guards and led away. It was almost exactly a year since the assassination attempt on Pope John Paul in Rome. Bit of a problem being Pope, I should imagine. And there's a pair of glasses. You think they'll look like, when you see them in the paper today, they look like just sunglasses, but in fact, they can deliver a 201-inch full high-definition screen at a distance of 20 feet away. The Nreal Air specs, which also boast an immersive 3D option and tiny built-in speakers, are costing 400 quid or 35 quid a month when they go on sale in May. And so it'll be for useful people who want to go gaming and all the other bits and pieces. So that's good, isn't it? I quite like stuff like that. Very nice indeed. 7:15 is the time. Let's get the LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's 11 minutes to 7. So, just in case you're a new listener or you've just tuned in, today we're giving you the chance to win an incredible holiday for two to Bali. I've checked all the pictures out. We've looked at the country. It's beautiful. It really is. And what we're offering is this prize, and you can go onto the internet and you can have a look yourself. You won't be disappointed. You'll get a 7-night stay at the 5-star Cross Bali Breakers Resort with flights, transfers and breakfast each morning included. You'll be staying in a 1-bedroom deluxe pool villa with a private pool, an outdoor patio and dining area, a luxury bathroom and an extra large double bed. I like the idea. That's a feature point. The hotel's also got 3 outdoor pools, a restaurant, plenty of bars and a fitness centre. Now, for your chance to win, thanks to Flight Centre, text BEACH, BEACH, and send it to 84850. Now, there's a voluntary donation of just £5 from every text, which supports our charity, Make Some Noise. You've got until 7 p.m. on the 31st of May to enter. Standard network rates apply, and you need to be 18 or over. To see the list of participating global radio stations and full terms and conditions, go to makesomenoise.com. So text that keyword BEACH, BEACH, and send it to 84850. And good luck, because that's a really lovely holiday, especially if you've had a miserable year. You know, and as they say on all of these competitions, somebody's got to win. Could be you. I hope it is. Although Harry Potter star Rupert Grint joined his fellow cast members in condemning J.K. Rowling for her views on the trans debate, the films continue to cast a spell on his bank balance. Newly filed accounts for the 33-year-old actor's company, Clay 10, show last year it made a profit of £2.3 million. The firm through which he channels his earnings now has a net worth of £23.4 million. I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? Well, I mean, he does seem to be working. He played Ron Weasley, makes most of his money through property investments. So, obviously, very good at making money, although not as good as Daniel Radcliffe, who I believe his personal worth is somewhere between 60 and 80 million, mainly because he just works. He doesn't do the big star. He doesn't do the big I am. He just goes out there. He makes all these films. He's not certainly not ashamed to take his clothes off on stage or do anything else like that. And Radcliffe's net worth, as of 2021, they estimate now 95 million. But the trouble is, he's not affected by money. He really isn't. Out of all the people you'll ever meet, when you talk to him, he's very down to earth. He's a jobbing actor. He loves doing what he does. He just happens to be famous for Harry Potter. You know, he's one of the most grounded people I've ever talked to. Doctors are in the paper today, shamefully ill-trained to recognise the symptoms, as Mariella Frostrup discovered. So here, to help other women like her, she presents the 50 signs you might be menopausal. And there is a whole list, everything from hot flushes, joint pain, insomnia, lumpy breasts, brain fog, irritability, depression, anxiety, loss of confidence, poor memory, dry skin, itchy hair, acne, thinning hair, fatigue, burning mouth, nausea, weight gain, especially more fat around your middle, bloating, headaches, frequent UTIs, pain during sex, incontinence. I mean, there's a whole list of these things, including palpitations, headaches, dizziness, restless legs I wasn't even aware of. I don't even know what they are. And tingling extremities. Back to that poor Peter Andre again, I think, at the moment. Tingling extremities. What a thing there. Alison Boshoff, gossiping in the Daily Mail today, says Simon Cowell is personally taking charge of arrangements for his wedding to his girlfriend Lauren Silverman, reportedly planned for Cliveden next month. Cowell famously doesn't like big parties and even more famously isn't a fan of getting married. He said in an interview he didn't want the fuss of a wedding planner, so he's doing it all to himself. Apparently, it's going to be an intimate gathering of friends and family. Son Eric will be centre stage, and Adam, bride Lauren's son from her first marriage, will be there too. Cowell's half-siblings Michael, Tony and June are all expected to come. June from a home in Mallorca. However, his brother Nick, his only full sibling, looks certain to be absent. Nick is a very successful property developer. He was very close to Simon. Sadly, no, they fell out some years ago for reasons never uncovered. And I can reveal, says Alison, that they were not even on speaking terms until recently, which is odd, isn't it? She said, I don't expect Nick or his family will put in an appearance. But Simon, as I say, he just wants to get it over and done with. So that he knows he's got to do it, but he doesn't really want to do it, which is very interesting. Also, what else we go? Oh, The Play That Goes Wrong. My God, there's a cast list on that one, which is lovely. And it's running at the Duchess Theatre. There's all sorts of people in these things. Theatre looking very healthy at the moment. Just need to get more bottoms on seats. I'll tell you, you've got a rave review. Barry Humphries, the man behind the mask, even though he is at the age of 88. He's on stage now. He's not doing Dame Edna, but what he's doing, he's talking about growing up, and he's talking about, all sorts of things. And Dame Edna Everage asking the lesbian singer K.D. Lang, when did you first know you were Canadian? You can imagine. We learned that his camera-shy mother and catty aunts were the inspiration for Dame Edna, but of his father there is little more than footage of a handsome man on the beach, shot on a Super 8, and we were told he was an amateur filmmaker. And after the interval, Humphries sensibly reclines in a leather armchair, commenting on TV clips. Otherwise, his emu physique is unbowed with age. A nice evening's entertainment. He's sort of one of those people who has the gift of being able to talk to people. I don't know if you've ever been to see Alan Titchmarsh on his show, but he does gardening. He'll talk about his latest novel. He'll talk about all sorts of things, and he attracts a very similar audience to myself, very similar audience, and does it so well because he just does it naturally. He doesn't have any problem with it at all. And Jason says, I also listened to your podcast with Ian. It was wonderful. You managed to put him at his ease and you ended up interviewing him. That's how skilled at what you do and how you put people at ease, he says. So keep doing what you're doing. I hope so. He says, definitely worth a listen for those who haven't done so. Well, it's easy to do. You just literally go to the LBC website, you download the Global Player app, and then you go onto the podcast and you're looking for Ian Dale, OK? You're not looking for me. Look for Ian Dale because it's his programme and he's interviewing me. Although at one point he does say, he said, I'm supposed to be interviewing you. He said, you've turned it around. I said, I can't help it. Chris says, every Saturday I either go to a Wetherspoons pub in Birmingham city centre or my local Morrison's for a tasty cooked English breakfast. Everything in moderation. Yes. Did you see them making Prosecco battered fish and chips on the Best Takeaway show with Sarah Cox the other night, says Bex? I did not. And Sue says that I've just listened to your podcast with Ian Dale. What a fabulous 2 hours. Well, if you've not heard it, it's for radio geeks, fans of LBC, or just fans full stop. And lovely Heather, the Norwich nurse, says, thank you for that wonderful podcast of you chatting with Ian Dale. It was beautiful. I had to listen during the night. Tears, laughter, an emotional roller coaster. The mutual respect you clearly have for each other ensured that we lucky listeners were treated to a fabulous insight. I love you both just a little bit more today. Well, that's very nice. Thank you, Heather. And Antoine says, Steve, Rosemary Hume was the person who really finalised the recipe. I mean, we're not going into the coronation chicken thing again. I've got no idea why. Rosemary was a co-founder, apparently, of the Cordon Bleu School in Marylebone in the 60s. I learned to cook there under her brilliant teaching. Whatever it is, we're not supposed to be having Coronation chicken at the moment because we're worried about where it's come from. So if you're in any doubt, go back to the supermarket where you purchase things, and then you will know what you can have and what you can't have. Okay, I'd rather you were safe than sorry on these things. You know what it's like if you get sort of anything. We've had salmonella before and we don't want it again. Thank you very much indeed. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Excellent. It's Monday, May the 16th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast till 7. We're here Monday through Friday, and we're a podcast. In fact, we're a very big podcast, so please download the programme, please. It's the way it should be. So Ukraine won Eurovision. Where's this draft coming from in there? Oh, it'll be up there with the air conditioning. So Ukraine win the Eurovision, but then we knew they were going to win Eurovision. It had to be that they were going to win it for the first time in ages. They've normally got the novelty acts, and I thought this one was a bit of a novelty act. I didn't rate the song too much. I listened to Sam, it was great. But unfortunately, in the Eurovision Song Contest, there is only the one winner. It's no good coming second, or it's not like a running race where you get first, second, third and fourth, or fifth if it's the national, or sixth sometimes. But, you know, in the Eurovision, and they've said they're going to hold it in Kyiv. Well, I mean, this I can't wait. Who's going to want to travel over there, for goodness sake? You know, I mean, with nothing left of Mariupol, is there at all? But the very idea, I mean, I don't know whether anybody will go to it. This is a year ahead, isn't it? We'll have to wait and see. So we came second, so we should be grateful for that. But to be honest with you, the producer's trying to ingratiate himself. I think, oh, you ever listen to this, Steve? You'll love it. Honestly, it's some dreary thing about, you know, space and whoopee-doo and all that kind of stuff. Not for me. The Thatcher statue is egged in Grantham. Honestly, some prat in the paper today who'd bought specifically a box of eggs. A box of eggs, I ask you. Where are your brains, matey? In your rear end, I should imagine, because they certainly ain't between your ears. He buys a box of eggs when there are people starving in this country and throws them at a statue. What a buffoon. What an absolute buffoon. Really. I mean, why don't you just get sort of luncheon vouchers, dear, and throw them all over the place? Eggs. He bought specifically a box of eggs. You stupid little man. Almost as bad as hearing people yesterday from Liverpool. You know, what did they do? They booed Prince William. They drowned out. What a sad bunch of nobodies. And apparently the answer was from them, because Tom Swarbrick was trying to get an answer out of them on why they bothered doing it. He said, because that's what we do. And it turns out they're just jealous of anybody in authority or anything like that, or somebody who's very rich, you know, and we don't like the establishment. And I'm thinking, God, you saddos. It was really tragic. Was it Birmingham? They've moved to Birmingham. It was the saddest thing I've ever heard. And then some woman phones up from Liverpool and said, these people are stupid. She said, they're nothing to do with people in Liverpool. You know, they're just sort of people. Because there had been some guy who'd been on who was a Chelsea fan, and he'd said, oh, the people from Liverpool are sort of all, you know, benefit scroungers and people like that, and they use food banks and all this kind of stuff. So this bloke came on to defend it and then sort of tried to justify what he did by booing at Prince William. I should imagine Prince William must have gone, oh, God, they've never booed before, have they? I've not noticed it if they have. It just seemed a pointless exercise, I'm afraid, but there again. But the Thatcher, the Thatcher statue being egged by some buffoon who'd specifically bought a box of 6 eggs. Couldn't afford 12 eggs, dear. Why not? Why don't you just throw them up there and have done with it, for goodness sake? Also, the driver's getting a little bit fed up at the moment. Do you know why? The streets that will be shut for the Jubilee parties. You know, and you're going to find your road could be one of those that is, you need to find out, because otherwise you'll need to park a little bit outside of your area so you can get the car out, because once they put out tables and chairs, I mean, how many roads are expected to close? What do you reckon? How many roads do you think? How many roads? I don't know. 10? 15? 133,000 roads. There you go. You've been warned. You've been warned. 133,000, so people can have a street party. And so they will be inaccessible. 8% of people live on a road hosting a council-approved street party. And a further 7% say their road is planning an unofficial party. Oh, it'll be the ones in Liverpool, won't it? They'll be having an unofficial party. Perhaps they just throw eggs at each other or something. Green Flag say that... so this runs June the 2nd to June the 5th. OK, so it's going to upset a lot of people. And, of course, it's all right if you don't, you know, drive or you don't need to rely on your car. But for an awful lot of people, they do need to rely on their car. And that's the problem. The postman who kicked the dog down the drive. is the story of a postman. I think he thought that the dog was going to attack him because postmen get attacked all the time by dogs. I mean, I've never personally seen it, but some dogs go absolutely mad when they see postmen. The Queen has lifted the nation's spirits, which is lovely. I thought she was good. I thought she looked good. She looked about as good as she could do, actually. And Dawn Neeson is up. She was the one who was saying the other day we should have cut out the middleman on Eurovision, just given it to Ukraine straight away. Could have saved a fortune. Could have saved an absolute fortune. But have you noticed every gay bloke does a Eurovision party? It's a big gay thing, Eurovision. You know, and even though we came second, it doesn't make any difference. You might as well have said we flew to the moon, because you only get the prize for the first. The first thing is the one, and that's why Ukraine. But I think Ukraine got it through default, because it certainly wasn't the best song. But everywhere you went, groups of gay men, and I tell you, that reminded me. I was watching First Dates on the television. Have you ever seen First Dates? This is where they get people who quite clearly there's something the matter with them because they can't find anybody to go out with. And so they had a girl sitting there, and she was blonde hair, and I'm listening to her, and I'm sort of watching. Anyway, it turns out she's gay. Okay, so we were okay there. She was just a lesbian looking for love. But apparently she went on dates every Friday evening. And so far she's been unsuccessful. And I remember thinking, well, you look okay, you look passable. What's the matter with you? And then she opened her mouth. And then you suddenly realised she was mad as a fruitcake. Absolutely mad as a fruitcake. So they introduce her to this girl who comes in. She goes, oh, you're nice, and all the rest of it. And they're sort of chatting, and you could tell all this girl wants to do. Have you ever seen Muriel's Wedding? Muriel's Wedding is where this girl just wants to get married. She doesn't care who it's to or anything. She wants to get married, and this girl wanted to get married. So she comes full on to this other girl who works in PR or something like that. And everybody watching it on Gogglebox is going, she's mad, she's mad. This is why she's single. There's something the matter with her. She's not the full ticket. So this girl gets up to go to the toilet. She goes, give me a kiss before you go. She goes, I'm going to the toilet. She said, give me a kiss on my cheek. And I'm thinking, you need certifying, love. You're not in the full ticket at all. Anyway, to cut a long story short, you now know why this girl has probably no friends and is certainly never likely to find true love, because she wants to marry them. And she tells them that within 2 minutes of meeting this girl, and all the people watching it on Gogglebox are going, no, no, no. And it was this kissing thing. Give me a kiss on my cheek before you go to the toilet. She was coming on too strong. And in fact, also, because she was mad as a fruitcake, there's no way. And so when they sit there at the end, and they sort of put them together, say, so will you be seeing each other again? And the other girl goes, I don't think so. I don't think so. And the other girl goes, oh. And I thought, but you can't really think that you're normal. You were coming on way too strong. Everybody said it. Not one person differed from that thought that I had, which was, get the hell out of the restaurant as quick as possible. She's Looney Tunes. She's Looney Tunes. And it was when she said she'd been out, every Friday for God knows how long with all these different girls. But all she wanted to do was get married. She'd planned it. She saw this sort of whether she drank, I've got no idea. But it was this give me a kiss before you go to the toilet thing. It's like me going out with the producer and going, what do you mean you're going to the bathroom? Give me a kiss before you go to the bathroom. They're just really odd. Yeah, I'm not getting any ideas, thank God. That'd be a police case straight away, I'll tell you. But no, it just didn't, I felt sorry for her because she was so desperately sad and so desperately lonely. But the way she was carrying on, she quite clearly didn't know how to deal with people. And she couldn't accept rejection, whereas, I tell them straight away, no chance. You have to be honest with, what's the point of lying to somebody? No point in leading them on. And this girl was quite honest. She said, no, I don't really want to see you again. I think you're very nice, but, not for me, thank you. I thought, no, not for anybody. Yesterday afternoon, says Rob, I was sitting in my garden waiting patiently for a Lancaster bomber flying over, only to find out technical issues caused by the flypast had to be cancelled. And I've just looked from our bedroom window to look at the moon. It's only cloudy and raining. Yeah, today, thunderstorms. It's going to be good, isn't it, really? Thunderstorms today. But the Lancaster bomber flyover was cancelled. Yorkshire crowd left a bit disappointed. Yes. I love these World War II Lancaster bombers. They're really lovely. It was due to fly past over... it's only one of, I think, 2 that fly. Been grounded with engine problems. You don't want to make a mistake. But lovely. Due to pass over Hatfield, a village about 7 miles from the centre of Doncaster, and people went away disappointed. But that was, what can you do about it? It was made famous by the Dam Busters. The Dam Busters, where they had to Barnes Wallis with the bouncing bomb. Did you ever see the film The Dam Busters? You just don't get out, do you, really? You haven't even seen Muriel's Wedding. I mean, that's like an iconic Aussie movie. Muriel's Wedding. Muriel wants to get married, and eventually she finds this bloke who's going to he's a fit swimmer, but he's just doing it so he can stay in the country because he's from South Africa, and Muriel just wants to get married. So she goes into shops, dress shops, wedding shops, and she tries on dresses, and they always go, "Oh, you looking forward to getting married?" She goes, "I'm so looking forward to getting married." Of course she's not getting married, she hasn't got a boyfriend. And that's what this mad woman on the television turned out the other day. Never heard of Muriel's Wedding? It is so famous. It is so famous. You love it. Really, it's your sort of movie. I see you as Muriel. Yes, it's very easy. It's not too complicated. It's just she goes into all these wedding shops and pretends that she is getting married as the bride, and they put the clothes on her, and then she has pictures taken of her in all these wedding dresses. I mean, she's mad as a fruit bat. But that's what makes it fun. What else we got? Wagga the Christie trial should be turned into a musical, say celebrities. As long as you let Vardy go nowhere near it. There's something the matter. Honestly, as somebody said, what a waste of money. You get on one hand people throwing a box of eggs at a statue of Thatcher to be photographed, you buffoon. What a sad, tragic person you must be. It's like the people who went to Thatcher's funeral and they said, "We turned our backs as the coffin passed." And I thought, you are so dumb. It's almost embarrassing, isn't it, really? Harrods have imposed a spending sanction on wealthy Russian customers. Well, how do they know? Are they going to walk in there and go, "Hello, I'm a Russian, and I have only £300 to spend"? What are they going to do? That sounds like out-and-out racism to me. You're not allowed to do things like that. That's like sort of, we were watching on the television the other day. What were we watching? It was something to do... Oh, that's right. We were trying to find out the price because a friend of mine went to a very, very expensive health spa called Champneys. Now, Champneys is very well known. He said it was sad. He said it's looking faded, dated. He said the service, was terrible. He said it really shouldn't be like that because they were staying in a suite which cost the best part for the few nights they were there of £4,800. Okay, for a suite. Now they've got no staff. He said you go into the dining room, he said. I think it might have been Tring. He said the plates hadn't been cleared. He said it was just different from the last time they went there. And if you read the reviews online, there's loads of good reviews for Champneys, but the sort of people who would go there to spend this sort of money are writing, don't bother. It's a shame, really, because he said, this was, nearly £5,000 to stay there in a suite, which was, very nice. He said, but the staff were staying in some of the rooms at Champneys because they couldn't get the staff because, people left during the pandemic and everything else because places were closing. And he said it was really disappointing. Very, very disappointing. So, I'm waiting for somebody to sort of do a feature on it in a magazine to go, because there's another one. Do you remember I told you that Dale used to go to Greyshot Hall, which was out near the Devil's Punch Bowl in wherever that is, in the village of Greyshot? Closed. First time in 50 years, closed. It is no more. And they're now going to decide what to do with it. So I said to a friend I was with yesterday, we went out for breakfast in Marylebone, and I said, I'm going to tell Dale that. He'll be horrified. He was going there since he was about 12. His mother used to take him to Greyshot Hall, and now it is no more. It's closed down, closed permanently after 50 years in business. During, because the pandemic, it closed. I mean, it's got 59 bedrooms, 39 treatment rooms. And what will they do with it? I don't know. It was a leading spa and wellness resort. The closure had become inevitable after the 2 lockdowns for England. Well, I'm telling you, there's going to be loads of these places going. Because if you read the reviews on Champneys, it needs a good... It looks tired. And the one thing you've got to do, if you're charging this sort of money for places, you've got to have it on the money, because if people are spending a lot of money... It's like, I remember watching the programme on Claridge's.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So anyway, just going back to Champneys, and this friend of mine who went there, 2 of them, So they booked a suite, nearly £5,000, this suite. Not cheap. Not cheap. But he said it's looking tired. He said, we thought we'd gone to the wrong entrance. He said, maybe we thought we'd gone to the staff entrance. He said, no, that was the front entrance. He said, the people serving you, he said, are all young. He said, and they've got no idea. And you cannot have that if you're going to spend that sort of money. It was a bit disappointing, to say the least, because I remember watching the programme on Claridge's. And Claridge's are fully booked for ages and ages because we decided to play a game which is called, let's see if we can book a suite at Claridge's. You know, and in all the top London hotels, many of them do not put the price on for the Royal Suite and stuff like that. Like the Lanesborough, there's no price on the Royal Suite. You have to phone up and I think they have to decide if you're good enough to be in their rooms. But we were sort of checking around and I remember watching the Claridge's programme and they had a man coming in and he stayed with them at least 3 times a year. And when he went in there, he had to have his own room, always in the same room. They literally emptied it of everything. It was all cleaned, painted where it needed touching up the painting, and they moved the furniture that he liked into it. So they sort of readied themselves. Champneys looked like it needed somebody to go round with a paint pot and start tidying up and clearing plates and getting people to do things. You know, I mean, it's really... Yeah, is that Champneys? Yeah, they're very basic rooms, very basic rooms. You know, which is a shame. But they said the food was okay, but sort of, you know, if you're paying that sort of money for rooms, do you know an average hotel room in London is between £300 and £400 for a night? You know, breakfast on top of things like that. But if a place is looking tired and if Greyshot Hall is closed, you know, other places better look out because very soon people vote with their feet and the word gets around. We spent, you know, a good half an hour yesterday reading all the reviews. Some were good, but a lot were not very good at all. Not very, you know, and it's sort of, and the dirt in places. A friend of mine took photographs of the dirt and you could see just how bad it was because they hadn't cleaned it properly. And they're supposed to have done, but if they're young, they don't know. My friend Ian, he says, I like the show on Claridge, except they had that elderly couple from America who'd visit once or twice a year. At the end of the season, one of them died. Yes, I remember that. But they know you. It's like, you know, a top-class hotel. I mean, when we went, this is going to sound really weird, because I thought it was weird as well. We went to the Goring for afternoon tea. Me, Michael, my former producer, there was about 4 of us, I think, 4 or 5 of us, and we'd booked the veranda. And I'd never been to the Goring in my entire life. It's the one where Pippa Middleton's family stayed the night before the wedding. It's a family-run hotel, liked by Margaret Thatcher. You should eat in the dining room. It's family-run. It's very nice. We walked in the door, and she went, "Good afternoon, Mr. Allen." I thought, well, how did you... You know, I've never been here before in my life. And you know what they did? No, you know what they did? Once they'd heard that I was going down there, they checked me out on the internet. So that they make it... And also, the other thing that Champneys had, wait for this. Now, if you've been to Vegas or any top hotel, they have robes hanging in the wardrobe. And they always say, if you want it, we'll charge 25 quid to your account. In Champneys, 2 security tags on a toweling robe, if you please. Who in God's name is going to bloody well nick it? 2 security tags on a toweling robe. He said he thought that just to kind of, you know, they must be grateful for every little bit of money that they get in. But, you know, when you go to a hotel, if you go to the Goring, like many top hotels, and you've stayed there once before, they know everything about you. They know what fruit you like in your fruit bowl. They know what temperature your room should be. They know everything. In Champneys, the heating had been on in the room. They had to take the cover off the radiator, turn the heating down and open all the windows to get some air in the room. You know, we're in summer. Well, laughingly. I mean, that's what you pay big bucks for. If you go on holiday and you've paid a lot of money, then, you know, you expect top service. In fact, it's not even a case of you expect top service. You should get top service. You're paying big money. You know, 5,000 quid. I call that big money. Big money. Anton Deck are on big money. They're just about to sign a deal with ITV for £30 million. So, no, well, I think that's split. That's split between them, which is going to be quite nice. And so it's a golden handcuff deal. I think it's for another 3 years, so you're going to get the same old garbage you've had for every other year from them. There won't be anything new. Unlike the bloke who's just finished reading the auto cue on BBC's Breakfast Time, whose name we always forget, Dan somebody, who's now disappearing into obscurity by going to Channel 5. Name me any other Channel 5 newsreaders. Anybody? No, thank you. I rest my case. And he thinks he's going there to sort of present all these shows to sort of elevate him from Mr. Beige into something more interesting. I think highly unlikely, dear. Highly unlikely, but there you go. Doesn't matter, does it? Steve, very impressive lightning impression, says Peter, the professional Toastmaster in Malvern. Can you do it again? Send money and I will. Yes, don't do anything for free on this programme. Thank you very much indeed. Deborah James, I was right. You know, the lady who's dying. And the amount of people I've had writing in saying, are you sure she's terminal? And you go, yes, she is. You know, if you're terminal, you don't have to look as though you're about to drop dead within about a week. Although, you know, I think it'll be a couple of months. She's passed the £6 million mark. £6 million. You know, and you think to yourself, good for you, babe, good for you. And so what it will do is go towards funding clinical trials and research. Isn't it embarrassing? We have to raise money for cancer research. Somebody has to actually go through the dying process so they can raise money so that people can do cancer research. I mean, I just find it unbelievable, because we must spend a fortune on cancer research. I mean, how many cancer research shops are there? Loads. They must be making a fortune. And where does the money go to? Into research. I mean, how much research do we do? Got no idea. Dean says, is it the National Trust you're a member of? I'm not, but it's the richest charity, I believe, the National Trust. I'm pretty certain. No, National Trust is bigger than Historic Royal Palaces. I'm a member of Historic Royal Palaces, but I mean, you're miles away, Dean. It wouldn't be any use to you. But National Trust could be good for you. You know, if you actually look at them, and you look at the charities. So, I mean, look at these ones here. Actually, the most popular charities: Macmillan Cancer Support, then Cancer Research. 2 charities doing the same thing. St John Ambulance, Guide Dogs for the Blind, British Heart Foundation, Marie Curie, Samaritans, Great Ormond Street, the Alzheimer's, WWF, World Wildlife Fund, and the Lifeboats, the Sally Army, Royal British Legion, RSPCA, Alzheimer's Research, NSPCC. God, they go on forever, don't they? But how much are they worth? See, National Trust is there, but which are the richest charities? Not the most popular, the richest. And I think National Trust would be up there. I think it would be one of the top charities, worth hundreds of millions of pounds. Hundreds of millions of pounds. Because people like joining it. It's an elderly person thing. So you're all right, Dean, you're in good company. But it's an elderly thing. It's only the 8th in the richest charity. How much? So have you got the list of the richest charities? Okay, here we go. The top charities. The Wellcome Trust. Ever heard of that one? 20.63 billion. Garfield Weston Foundation, 12.72. Wellcome Trust, way up there, aren't they? Church Commissioners, 6.33 billion. Mind you, they're closing churches left, right and centre. And the Esme Fairbairn Foundation, 908 million. The Henry... I've never even heard of these things. What are they? I've never even heard of these things. The Children Investment Fund Foundation, 2.82 billion. What's that when it's a home? The National Trust, 1.01. So that's the only one you've heard of in this list. The National Trust, they're number 8. I like the idea. I mean, the Wellcome Trust, 20 billion. I mean, it's a charitable... It's based on health research, I think established in something like 1936 with legacies from Henry Wellcome to sort of fund research to improve human and animal health. They've got a big place on the Euston Road, like a museum thing, which I've been to on quite a few occasions. But the endowment is worth 25.9 billion. They've got 2,500 employees. And I bet most of you have never even heard of them. Isn't it funny? But the National Trust is the nearest one that you might have heard of at number 8, just over £1 billion. It's like all these other charities when they sort of appeal for money and you look at how much they've got in reserve and you go, but you've got all this, why don't you do something with this now? And of course they don't want to touch that. The idea is that they put up pictures of... I mean, I often want to check on these pictures of children they put on the television who are drinking dirty water, and they say a child is going to die every hour through drinking, and we've just filmed a child drinking dirty water. And you think, oh, to God, they're all right. Mind you, I watched a programme on the television the other night. Oh, my goodness. I wonder if it was new or whether it was old. Louis Theroux tries to investigate the Scientologists. Oh, my God. Have you ever followed that one? I don't know if this was an old programme of his. He goes to America because he's found people who used to be part of Scientology and now they're not, because apparently they're a religion. But they don't come over as very well, considering they're supposed to be religious. Was it 2015? Because at one point they're interviewing this bloke and there's a couple over the road filming him. They're from the Scientologists. They're filming him, and he says to this woman, who's obviously a chain smoker, because she's very sort of protective, and so he says, "Why are you filming us? I can't talk to you." And then the other woman turns up. She was a nasty piece of work. "You're on private property. Move. I'll call the police. Move." And this is the Scientologists. And I remember thinking, what have they got to hide? They didn't come over very well, I'm afraid. They really didn't.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Do you know that toothpaste, costing as little as £1, could be as good as the more expensive stuff? Because I bought a tube of toothpaste a while ago, £10. £10. I know it seems a lot. It's a special one. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think it is. But it's special because it was £10. I'm thinking, this sounds like the miracle toothpaste, doesn't it? But really, you could just use salt. In my day, we used to have a thing called, and it was like a cake of toothpaste. And you got your brush wet, and then you rubbed it in this tin, and then it was like salt mixed with a few other sort of peppermint and stuff like that. Because apparently you can use salt for doing things like that. How they coped in the early days, I've got no idea. Ashley says, hello to my friend Jack. He's had a rough time over the past few months, and it would cheer him up. God, he must be desperate if this is going to cheer him up, just because he gets a mention. Blimey, how rough's his time been? And Ash in Leytonstone needs a hello. He's skinting on the pot noodles. Well, I wouldn't eat those. You can get much better food. That's just ridiculous. There you go. Tooth powder. It was like talcum powder or crushed seashells mixed with essential oils such as eucalyptus or camphor, thought to fight germs. Yeah, tooth powder. Eucryl used to do it. I remember Eucryl was a tooth powder, and it was quite nice actually. And then all of a sudden, toothpaste became the thing, which was very lovely. You can still buy it on Amazon. Eucryl tooth powder. Look at that. This innovative high-performance formula contains fast-acting, deep-cleaning, whitening granules. It could be salt. That's what it'll be. It's about £3 something, so cheaper than 10, I suppose, for me. Tom Parker, the autobiography, is coming out very shortly. You know, Tom, who died at the age of only 33. Plus, the Sunderland football fan who is travelling to Wembley via Menorca. Why? Because it's cheaper. It's cheaper. He can fly to Menorca and then he gets a plane from Menorca back to this country, and it's cheaper than the train journey. Rip off. I think the train was about 160 or something. He was doing it for like 40 quid. It was just unbelievable. He said it was cheaper to do things like that. There you go. So, oh no, the return rail ticket is 260. He can travel to Wembley via Spain because it costs only £23. James Jelly, the Sunderland resident, has paid £12.50 for a Ryanair flight to the Mediterranean island and then another £10.50 from there to Stansted. So a direct return train from Sunderland to Wembley Stadium, getting in at 13:21 on Saturday and leaving after the game, cost £260 on train. Rip off! Rip off! Most tickets are already sold out. Well, you need to take James Jelly's advice. And you could do it for 20. I think how much more money you can spend on booze. I mean, honestly, 260 quid. And also, no guarantee of a seat. There was a picture of somebody on my Twitter feed earlier on. And he said, this is about the second time I've come down to London. And the second time I'm sitting on the floor because there's no seats, because paying for a ticket does not guarantee you a seat. That's part of the deal, even though some people say, you know, there was one bloke, very funny, it was on YouTube. It's people losing their temper. And this is a bloke who's there, and his wife's got one of those mobility kind of frames in front of her. And he's in a car park at one of the airports, and they're repairing the lift. And so the engineers are in there. And so this old boy starts kicking off, silly old man, and starts going, "What are you doing?" He went, "We're repairing the lift." He said, "Did you not see the sign?" And he goes, "Well, how's she supposed to get up to the thing?" He went, "Well, we're repairing the lift. We're called in. We're not just in here for the fun of it." So the woman barges past them. Didn't really help matters, but there you go. Steve, I've stayed up all night to get a photo, says John in Slough, the blood red moon. It's persistently coming down. Back to bed. I've got a lovely picture. Lovely picture of it. It really does look quite nice. Is that what the moon is? So in other words, every time we go and land there, why don't we go and land in a different place? Because there might be people on there wandering around going, "Nanu, nanu," you know, things like that. E.T. phone home. The Earth will come between the sun and the moon just before dawn in whatever she's doing there, I don't know, in Western Europe, making the moon appear brick red as it falls into the Earth's shadow. And the effect is caused, as you know, by the Earth's atmosphere bending some of the sun's light towards it. Isn't it clever? Isn't that clever? It's so exciting. So exciting. It's only happening, this year's only full lunar eclipse is only happening during a supermoon, when the moon is at its closest point to the Earth in its orbit, making it appear larger. I could do with that. And so could Peter Andre, but we don't talk about him anymore, do we? Poor old Petersykins, honestly. But, John, no. The only good thing, says Nicky, about not being able to sleep is listening to you. Need a shout-out to make me smile. What are these shout-outs this morning? It's not two-way family favourites or something. God in heaven. Harry Styles has got an album out. You know that because there's interviews everywhere with him. And old Sarah F. You remember Sarah F.? She was married to Prince, who we don't talk about, and she got those two daughters, who, again, we don't talk about. And she's mad as a barrel load of frogs. Apparently she's got a book out. I love the way, though, that she's doing all the interviews, but in fact it's ghosted. She's got a novel out with Mills and Boon, and the woman who works for Mills and Boon has written 60 of these books. And so she's written it with Sarah Ferguson, who now thinks she's an author, which is so funny because she probably also thought she was a television presenter. Did you ever see her doing any of these children's things? I mean, seriously, go get some help, love. Get some help as quick as possible. Chris Packham is backing the UK's biggest probe into household waste. A third of fish and chip shops face closure. Can't afford it. They can't afford to stay open. Apart from that, you can't get the oil anywhere. And 800,000 10 and 11-year-olds are overweight or obese. Why? Fast food. Fast food. But the food shortage... Oh, that looks nice. That fish and chips looks lovely. I don't like those chips. They're not the best looking chips I've seen. They look a bit dry, those chips. And they've stuck a gherkin next to it. I mean, who in their right mind has a gherkin with fish and chips? But so what they're going to do is they'll either have to increase the prices, because the National Federation of Fish Fryers have said 50% of oil used by British fish and chip shops comes from the war-stricken country. That's where Ukraine gets its sunflower oil. And the alternatives like rapeseed oil and palm oil have shot up in price. 40% of cod and haddock comes from Russia. Not buying anything from them. And Britain's sanctions on Russian whitefish will make these North Sea supplies scarcer and pricier. Well, we'll just have to eat something else then, won't we? Vietnamese river cobbler is fairly popular. They used to serve that years ago, because most people couldn't tell in a fish and chip shop what the fish was. I used to think to myself, I wonder what that fish is I'm eating. Is it cod? And in a lot of cases it was river cobbler, but the only one that I'll go for now is haddock, because I can taste it. And do I know what the fish is in fillet of fish? No, I should imagine it's air blown off it by the sound of it, where they sort of, it's reconstituted, isn't it? Isn't it like fish fingers? Fillet of fish. There you go. It's pollock. No, you heard correctly. Or hoki. Crispy breadcrumbs, cheese and tartar sauce, and a steamed bun. For that read, we've kept it alive longer than is necessary. That's what they do. Do you know you can buy machines now that will refresh bread? You put the rolls in there and it will sort of... and we'll steam them to make them thing. I mean, delicious white hoki. What in God's name is hoki? You ever heard of that? I've never heard of it. And pollock, I mean, a few people have said that to me in the past, but I've taken no notice. And here it is. They've got sort of... Oh, it's quite a big fish, isn't it, really? It's sustainable. I mean, to be honest with you. I don't know what... I wouldn't buy hoki if you paid me. I really wouldn't. You know, it's like sort of... At the moment, I'm not touching chicken. I've decided, I'm staying well away from chicken. So what's the fish in fish fingers? Unless it says what it is, like, cod, 100% pure cod fish fingers or whatever else. I want to know what the fish is in these sort of things, in most fish fingers. But if it just says, sustainable, I'm not keen on trying it. Made using white fish such as cod, hake, haddock or pollock again. This pollock's very popular, isn't it? So if somebody comes up to you and goes, pollock, and you go, you wash your mouth out with carbolic, It's like omega-3. What's that? What's omega-3? Is that supposed to make you live longer? God dear, I'm not sure about that. We'll come around to the postman, I think. And what was the other one? Oh, the sunny spells giving way to flooding. What sunny spells? We never had sunny spells. We didn't get any sunny spells over the weekend. There was a little bit. Was there yesterday? Oh, right. Oh, well. You need to find out about these things. And the postman who kicked the dog down the drive, the post office have said, we will investigate, but a lot of postmen get attacked by dogs every year. And so, sometimes though the dog's behind the door, when you put the thing there, and they get very overexcited, don't they? Fast food addiction fuels the nation's obesity disaster, and the government have decided to change. They're not doing special offers on food, because they think that leads to obesity, and that in turn leads to diabetes. And that's the way it goes. You can't do anything about it. And also the government's idea of, we're going to reduce, prescription charges, cut back on those. I thought, yeah, but who does that affect? Hardly anybody. 90% of people don't pay for their prescriptions. 90% of people. It's everybody gets free prescriptions. If you're diabetic, you get free prescriptions. Loads of people get them. If you're over a certain age, you get free prescriptions. There was a woman who was on the television the other day and she was sort of moaning about the fact she had to pay for her prescription or she had to spend the money on giving her daughter food. And I thought, well, this must have been like this for years, because unless you've only just gone on to the medicine, people come up with all sorts of crazy things, don't they? Steve, on the subject of travel and tickets, I'm off to Gibraltar on Sunday for a day trip. Cost me £63. Says Andy, for the flights. Then 3 weeks later, I'm going to Hamburg. That was £55 for the flights. I've also got Venice coming up, which was £69 return, and Athens for £81. The price of train fares in this country is ridiculous. So when I worked out I could do day trips to other countries cheaper than a train from London to pretty much anywhere up north, I figured, why not? So there you go. You're keeping me company this morning as I'm looking after my poorly 8-week-old son after his immunisation. Andy's in a place called Malden Rushet. But you're right. If the trains are too expensive, tell them to stick it. Hit them where it hurts. Don't take trains. Take aeroplanes. It's cheaper. You can't believe it. It's just absolutely ridiculous. God dear. And somebody says, can I be excused to have a glance at the moon? No. Can't just wander off from this programme. This isn't some sort of social service we're offering, courtesy of your local council. You're either listening to the programme or you're not listening to it. And if you're listening, take the radio with you or your phone or whatever you're listening on. And then you can I see the blood moon? Yeah, if you can see it, send us a picture of the blood moon, actually. Don't cheat and take a picture off the internet, because we'll know, because we have photo recognition. Yeah, we have people who check. There's an army of people behind the scenes here who check the pictures. I remember a friend of mine, Graham, told me something some years ago. He said it was a picture of whatever it was. And I said, that's an internet picture. And he went, no, it's not. I said, bloody well it is. It was as well. But I love the idea. Please, sir, may I be excused? Please, sir, I want some more. More? I love it. A little bit like Mr. Bumble. The Clarkson auction. Jeremy raises 16,000 quid for his local Lido. They still don't like him, do they? Because they're snobs. Oh, we live in the countryside. Oh, you can't have a car park and a farm shop. What are you on about? These people are peasants.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
I see that Sweden will officially ask to join NATO. That'll upset old Boris, won't it? Not Boris. Putin. I don't know why I think of him as Boris. I really think of him as a Doris, but there you go. And aliens have been seen in the UK more than how many times last year? 250 times. That just proves what a serious alcohol problem we've got in this country. That really, what did you see, love? So an alien. And they go on television, these people, and, basically perjure themselves by making themselves look as stupid as possible. Buy British plants to protect native species. I've just ordered some more, actually, some giant plugs to go in, and then I'm all ready. And now it's because we've had a bit of rain, and I watered again yesterday. And, one of those things. Connie says, morning, Steve. Me and my son had a fantastic afternoon at the Royal Albert Hall on Sunday. My son is a massive Tim Peake fan. So we went to the Royal Albert Hall to see Space Station Earth. Amazing, fascinating, and the music was brilliant. Best time I've ever had at the Royal Albert Hall. Yes, it's lovely, isn't it? Were you in a box or a seat? I was in a box. When I went to the Royal Albert Hall, I was in a box. I think I win, actually, on that one. It's like, if you sit in a box, it's lovely. It really is very nice. Helen says Greyshot Hall has to be my favourite spa, and hearing it's closed is sad. Yeah, 50 years. And they closed immediately. Immediately gone. When I stayed there, somebody told me a story about one of the James Bond actors who was there with a group of friends. Alcohol was banned because it was a health spa, but apparently they went out in the evening to the nearest village, which actually is Greyshot. It's in the village, this place. They sneaked back into Hall, held a party by the swimming pool. I wasn't told who this was because everybody was sworn to secrecy. Oh, I reckon loads of people went there. I mean, Dale used to go there before he started a series, but only so he used to say it so he could lose a bit of weight. I mean, he didn't drink, actually, at the time. Philip says hoki is a nice fish. I've had it on my visits to Australia. It's like cod. I remember my local supermarket carried it some years ago. Sounds horrible. Sounds horrid. I wouldn't eat that. I'd only eat haddock. I love the way whenever on Sky News, they have a reporter out there and they go, this is Sky News, this is the studio, and here's a man in central London. He's not in central London at all. He's standing outside the BBC, which is further up. Central London's Trafalgar Square, sweet peas. Why don't you get it right? Nothing worse, is there? Nothing worse, honestly, than people who central London. I suppose if you live, up north, you go, oh, that must be central London. They're opposite. They're the Langham. Oh, God, honestly, I'll give up. Give up. What else do we have? The Chinese vase found in a house clearance sells for £128,000. Wish I'd found it. Everything up to the Euston Road is central. The heck it is. Don't give me that. Central London is central London. I mean, I'm more central London. I'm far more central London. I am central London. Look at the Queen looking lovely. Tom Cruise looks lovely. He's coming up 60. Coming up 60, bless his heart, which is very good. And who have we got today to celebrate? Oh, lovely. Pierce Brosnan, 69. And Megan Fox, she's in Transformers. Perhaps that's what I was watching, Transformers. It's a very clever film. Have you ever seen it? It's very... Oh, do you watch? Of course, I should have known that would be the sort of film you'd watch. It was very interesting. It's sort of partly set on the moon and partly set here, I think, unless I was watching a different one. Isn't that Transformers, robots in disguise? No, something else. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. The Queen beams during the TV special. Omid Jalili, lovely. Damian Lewis. Alan Titchmarsh. Well, I mean, you can't go far wrong, can you? And for some reason, Helen Mirren dressed up as the Queen again. I don't know why. Not our one, no, somebody else's. And they've got a horse rider galloping past holding a flag. We've seen this before, it's nothing new, because the Queen likes horses. Philip Schofield and Tom Cruise all set for action. Yes. Because I fell asleep, actually, listening to Philip Schofield. It's only because I woke up and I thought, oh, God, is this morning still on? And apparently it isn't. Plus, former Strictly star Rachel Riley has accused the BBC show of being fixed and says bosses know who they want to win. Well, they might do. But just remember, Rachel, they are making a television programme. It's a programme, it's designed. So in other words, when we used to watch it, when they had all these people, if somebody was getting particular huge rounds of applause and everything else, then they would do their best, obviously, to maintain, because they'd be the vote catchers. I mean, Eurovision got a huge number, whereas Piers Morgan, apparently, somebody was saying the other day, a very cruel person, at times he's got 0 watching. And I said, well, that's not nice, is it, really? I mean, I know the rest of it is pants. There's nothing you can do about that at all. 10.6 million watched Eurovision. I mean, when you actually look at it, you can understand, how it sort of costs that much to put on. And then you look at the EastEnders set, which they spent 85 to 95 million pounds on, and nobody's watching it. Why? Because it's rubbish. It's, just ridiculous. Went outside to top up the water tank on the narrowboat, and it's cloudy. So, no view of the moon, Steve. I'm fed up, as last week was diagnosed with something else. This skin rash. Oh, I know about rosacea. That's good news, says Mike. The bad news is it can take up to 12 weeks to clear up. Well, don't worry, at least they can clear it, which is very good. Women get special makeup. You can get green makeup that you can put over to sort of deaden it down, deaden the colour down. Green, yeah, it's green. Don't ask me why. Green makeup, yeah. It covers it. You don't look like Shrek. It's not nice, is it, honestly? So unnecessary. Rob says Malden, Russia is where Valerie Singleton and Blue Peter was filmed, taking Valentine the Lion into a corner shop. Chessington Zoo was just up the road. Ooh. Look at you being all posh and everything else, which is nice. Movie stars at the Cannes Film Festival have been warned to watch out for thieves who pose as cleaners to get into their rooms. Last year, Jodie Turner-Smith had jewellery stolen from her suite. Security boss John Moore says they're all drawn there. And of course, if somebody's got, jewellery sitting in a hotel or whatever, then somebody's going to try and thieve it. I mean, people thieve. I was waiting for the car this morning, and a bloke gets out of his van, and he goes to a bank, and he's standing there, and a bloke had already gone past on a cycle, no lights on, and he looked dodgy. You know when somebody looks at, and he looked at me as I was looking at him as he cycled past with no lights on his bike. Strange enough, he goes all the way up the road, then he turns around, and then he decides to use the cash point next to the other bloke, and I started filming him. Because I thought, you're going to thieve. I know what you're going to do. You're going to thieve his money. I could just tell by looking at him. I'm never wrong. Never wrong. I spot shoplifters. No, he didn't, because the other bloke literally took the money out quickly and then sort of obviously realised maybe something got a wrong. Because I was glaring. I was giving my my Paddington stare, which always works a treat. Mylene Klass demonstrates her monthly home fire drill. So she blindfolds her two older daughters and gets them on all fours and finds different exits in her flat. Can't feel it's getting a little bit desperate, dear, at the moment, really. Mylene says the kids enjoy the challenge, which she displayed on TikTok. She got the idea from her father, who used to carry out the same drill at 4 a.m. So, not really a lot you can say, actually. Yes, I mean, any excuse. Any excuse. Sweden will officially ask to join NATO, as Finland pushes for its own applications. Russia is thought to have lost a third of its invasion force. Not going well, is it, Putes? Not going well at all, really, matey. I thought you thought it'd be over in a few days, but not. And here's another family, and somebody else who's decided to take aeroplanes. To see a dentist, they fly to Brazil for a checkup. It's better, apparently. Dad Stuart says it's cheaper to fly his wife, Kedma, and young son Jacob than go private in the UK. Yeah. Well, I mean, the worst thing is you have something done. If it all goes wrong, you've got to fly all the way back out there again, because you won't find a dentist over here. Yeah, probably still cheaper. And a chicken takeaway owner is looking for a manager fluent in Klingon to beat a Facebook ad ban. Neil Maynard rewrote his recruitment ad after the original was blocked. He invited applications from non-humans for the £25,000 a year role, saying, "We would welcome the ability to speak Klingon." Neil, who runs Peckish in Deal in Kent, thinks the site banned the original for being discriminatory, as he specified a need for experience. He said, "I thought it was pretty daft." Oh, I love these people. Don't you just love them? I love them. Oh, I think you'll find that's discriminatory. Yeah, lovely. One Direction, Harry Styles taking off his shirt again. Nice to see he's filling out, as they say. I think that's what they call it. And Ed Sheeran fans could be in for a treat, as the Bad Habits singer has worked on a top-secret track. Oh, lovely. We do like him. We do like him. He's a nice person. He seems a nice person. And Mabel enjoyed a good old knees up over the weekend, whoever she is. Who's she? Mabel. She's a singer, is she? Oh, apparently. The Don't Call Me Up star wore a black lace suit as she celebrated the launch of a new book from the designer Jeremy Scott. Who? Another reason we like Ed Sheeran is, of course, because he actually helped out with medical bills during Tom Parker's treatment for fatal brain. Oh, look at this, honestly. Did we get toast as well? Can you imagine having a piece of toast first thing in the morning? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? We're not going to get it, are we? No, not the budget we've got for the programme. Could I have a muffin or something? I could do with a muffin. I haven't had a muffin for ages. What did I have yesterday? Oh, I had smoked salmon and I had a craving for scrambled egg. I don't know why. I get cravings for things, and sometimes it's okay, and sometimes it's not okay. Dart says Peter Wright celebrated his latest World Championship with a pot noodle. I like a pot noodle, actually. I mean, to be honest with it, it is rubbish. It is whichever way you look at it, it's a bit of rubbish. But it's sort of like, I don't know. It's like student food. Talking about an illegal migrant, an asylum seeker, has staved off deportation because of what? She said she would be at risk of harm because she's going back to her native Iraq. She lost an asylum claim in 2016, was told her appeal rights were exhausted 2 years later, but our tribunal heard that of her on her shoulder of Paul McCartney's song Blackbird showed she was a thoroughly westernised woman. The inking bears the words, "Take these broken wings and learn to fly." So she said if the Fab Four inkings were seen in native Iraq, she'd be seriously harmed. And she said she ditched Islam, feared the motive would put her at risk of being persecuted by her family. And so we can't send her back there. Yeah, right. Better than trying the old gay trick, isn't it, really? It's amazing, isn't it? So they'll all be getting Beatles, get a Beatles tattoo. Have you seen that programme in Kavos? What happens in Kavos? It's people, boys, generally speaking, people of a lesser sort of family, and they go there and they have tattoos done. And the girls, you go to Kavos apparently, and you've got to have a tattoo done. And they have the most disgusting, revolting tattoos you've ever seen in your entire life. Of things I can't even describe, and on parts of their anatomy that shouldn't be even seen in the dark. It's as bad as that. And all the blokes can barely string two words together, and the women, the language, unbelievable. Don't have a tattoo. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC, and it's Monday, and it's yuck. Nobody likes it. The weather's bad, but at least we've got a red moon. If you can see it through the mist, which is not so great at the moment. So far, not one picture. You know why? The weather's terrible. Terrible. I mean, I don't know if it's raining at the moment. It's not raining. I hope it doesn't rain till much later. I'm having a sort of a lazy kind of day today. I ordered some more plants because I love these plants that arrive through the door. I think they're amazingly good fun. And these are giant plugs. I've ordered 12 of them. And what they've done is they've colour themed them, so you could put them all in one basket. But I'm not. I'm going to put them in a tub so they'll all overflow, and all the colours mix in together. So I can't wait, actually. I mean, I'm not sort of very good. A friend of mine bought 2 hanging baskets yesterday because they seem quite good value, 20 quid. I don't think you could, if you don't spend any more than that, as long as you remember to water them and as long as you remember to give them a bit of tomato feed. Karan in Yorkshire says you should be on prescription. That's a bit of a worry, isn't it? That's a bit of a worry. Just what I'm trying to cut down. It'll cost you. And Steve, that a great podcast with Ian. Do you know, we've had so many texts over it. We've got to be his #1 podcast. It can't be anything else, can it, really? I shall visit that pub in Bethnal Green. That's the Blind Beggar. And the only reason you should visit it, because it's not exactly a remarkable pub. It's only remarkable in the fact that it's been there for donkey's years. And the Krays used to go in there. And that's where George Cornell was shot. Because I think it was, what was it, we're going back to 1966, I think. Albie Woods and George Cornell went into the Blind Beggar pub, and it's not huge, it really isn't. Ordered some light ale, sat on stools next to the bar. At 8:30, both men were approached by Ronnie Cray, who was mad as a fruit stick, and a Cray associate, Ian Barry. Upon seeing him, Cornell smiled and said sardonically, "Well, look who's here." As a warning to the barmaid and a few others in the pub, Barry fired 2 shots into the ceiling, whilst Cray walked towards Cornell, took out a 9mm Luger and shot him once in the forehead just above his right eye, because apparently Cornell had called Ronnie Cray that big fat puff. And that was what tipped him over the edge. I mean, to be honest with you, a bit of a mistake, I think, on that one. And but that's why the pub is famous. It's famous because the bullet holes in the wall of the Blind Beggar are no longer visible. They were all filled and plastered over. Whereas, in fact, people used to go in there to look for them. I've been in there to look for them. And they were covered with a piece of plastic so you could see them. And I suppose that was too much of history. But the only reason is that bit of Bethnal Green hasn't changed in God knows how long. It's become much more multicultural down there. You know, it was never that multicultural. But the pub, the Blind Beggar, you go in there because you say, we've been in the Blind Beggar. And my friend Ian and my friend Rich, when we go off to Wilton's Music Hall, which we have done for quite a number of years, we go to the Blind Beggar first, just have a couple of drinks. But it's a totally unremarkable pub. It's only famous for those people who, you know, the Crays used to go in here. And they went in loads of places. And it's fascinating when you sort of look at it. And I don't think it's changed at all, actually. I don't think it's changed at all, you know, since those early days. I mean, a bit of the furniture might have changed, but apart from that, nothing at all. But it was when George Cornell got shot by Ronnie Cray. Mind you, they were evil. But now both long since dead. Long since dead. I'm not even sure if gangsters exist anymore in the East End, do they? I mean, before it was, as I said, it was the Cray family and then it was the Richardsons, and each one had, you know, one side of the river or the other side. I mean, those sort of gangs used to rule by intimidation, and there were lots of drugs and also protection money. You paid protection money to make sure, and the Crays were thick as bricks. I mean, they were so dumb. They were so dumb because they could have made loads of money out of gambling. They had Esmeralda's barn, but they didn't understand the gambling, you know, rituals. And so they didn't make much money. So they hung around with, as you know, Barbara Windsor was friends with them, and all sorts of Dinah Dawes. Loads of people were sort of friends because, you know, it sort of, it wasn't a Cray shit. No, she didn't know. She married Ronnie Knight. He was another gangster. They all had... The trouble is, London was very misty in those days. You know, the people used to talk about the London smog. I can remember the London smogs and the pea supers. You'd go out there. I can remember driving near Osterley and very near Sky Television, and the mist came in and rolled. I can't remember why we had mist, but anyway, we had this mist. I couldn't even see the end of the car. It was so dangerous to drive because there was a big junction up at Osterley where you turn right to go to Skye, which in those days wasn't, and it was a case of a car could have smashed straight into the side of it. You wouldn't even have seen it coming until it was too late. So the pea supers in London were, you know, really quite something. The great smogs of London, 1952, I think, was severe air pollution, and they said 4,000 people died as a direct result of the smog. 100,000 more were made ill by the smog's effects. I mean, London had suffered, I think, probably since about the 13th century, suffered with poor air quality, but it really was bad. I mean, it was so funny when you think about it that you just couldn't see anything. Nelson's Column, you know, surrounded by fog. It was just sort of, you could see it in front of your hand. It just sort of swirled around. It was quite something. This racist teen filmed himself driving to a supermarket. He's another. They should have shot him dead. It would have saved them an awful lot of time and trouble. He killed 10 people. And there's another one who's also been out there as well. This is a guy called Peyton Gendron, who live streamed the afternoon's attack in Buffalo, New York State. He wrote a 180-page manual. I mean, he's sick. 10 people. And it's just... I mean, he dressed in military gear, drove to Buffalo from his home in Conklin in New York, which is several hours away, and then he was gunning down people at point-blank range. Would have been easier to blow him to pieces. The one of the guards there did, but he apparently missed. This person was pure evil. He's appeared in court on Saturday and denied murder. Hello? And then there was another shooting in California last night. How can you possibly deny... What do you think you were doing? Knitting? I mean, seriously, you know, whenever they give the death penalty out in American states, and there's not that many places which have the death penalty, and, you know, what else can you do with somebody who's as evil as that? Why should you even waste time looking after them in prison at sort of, you know, certain amounts of... You know, it's like we've got this Levi Belfield going to marry this barking mad woman in prison. They're trying to block it because, to be honest with you, he's a convicted murderer and paedophile. His ex-wife has been in the papers over the weekend saying he's a paedophile. He shouldn't be allowed anywhere near anybody. He's in prison. You know, and they go, oh, just let him get married. I don't think so. What else we got? Apparently, rock star Pete Doherty. Rock star? Since when was Pete Doherty? Well-known has-been, I think. Has revealed he's had both earlobes bitten off. Oh. One was in a paparazzi bus stop. You really are a bit of a disaster, aren't you, actually? I don't think we should bother with Pete Doherty. But I'd quite like to read the Tom Parker book. It's called Hope, My Inspirational Life, and presumably somebody finished it. I mean, you know, he was 33. This other lady who's raised this huge amount of money. I think it's going to... You know, it wouldn't surprise me if she got it up to 8 to 10 million. It really wouldn't. You know, the public, you are absolutely amazing at times. Absolutely amazing when, you know, something will just touch you. And for somebody who's facing up to end of life, palliative care, and she said she's going to go out with a smile and a glass of champagne. And I think that's entirely possible. That could be entirely possible. Paul Burrell, the most boring man under the sun, talk about trying to milk your relationship with the blooming royal family. God in heaven. He was Princess Diana's rock, so he said. We haven't got any evidence that she ever said that at all. But it's sort of basically bought him some cheap kind of a career thing where, you know, they drag him out every so often. And they now want to put him on I'm a Celebrity. Again, the last time he was on, it was 2004. This is the same programme. They're doing a celebrity version. I mean, he's not a celebrity. He was a servant. That's what he was. He was a servant. Honestly. So ITV producer. Well, he was funny, but only because he's a bit peculiar anyway. And so ITV producers are desperate to sign him up for this year's All-Stars in the same way that ITV producers are desperate to sign Gillian McKeith. They're desperate to sign just about any old has-been. You know, it doesn't get any better. You know, poor old soul. But anyway, there he was. And I think he lost out to Joe Pasquale. But if he signs up for the I'm a Celebrity reunion, well, they haven't asked him yet. It's also set to feature stand-up, fall-down Gillian McKeith. There's a right old fraudster, honestly. What's the matter, Gillian? Oh, she's out again, isn't she? How marvellous. And he might just be one of 2 appearances he might make. And top telly chef Gino D'Acampo will return to his homeland for a cookery show called Gino's Italy. He hasn't been there for donkey's years. What are you on about? He spent formative years in prison. Wasn't in Italy. God in heaven. And Danny Dyer is hosting a Netflix quiz show. A Netflix quiz show? That'll be seen by nobody. Danny Dyer, the man who's successfully managed to reduce the audience for EastEnders, so it's almost invisible to track. A new show as well, featuring celebrities trying to feel their way around in the dark, has been commissioned by Channel 4. There's nothing new here. There's a restaurant in London where you eat in pitch darkness. The waiters and waitresses are all blind. Yes, and you eat in the dark. This 6-part series, and that's a bit of rubbish, isn't it? We'll see famous faces. It's pitch black. How are you going to know? Forced to complete tasks and get along with their fellow contestants without barely any light. Channel 4 are calling it groundbreaking. The sooner we take this station away from them, the better. They've quite clearly lost the plot. It's worrying. So here we go. Still loads of adverts for Piers Morgan. Are you thinking what he's thinking? I assume he's actually thinking, where's the audience? The answer is, they've gone. They've deserted. Oh, look, nice picture of the Best Lunar picture. Who's that from? Will? That's quite nice. It's quite clever. That's very impressed by your quality. So it's turning sort of blood red, isn't it? It's the way that it's reflecting. The sun's coming up. The sun'll come up tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be. When I look at that day, that's grey. It's only. I love songs from Annie. It's no good. Listen, you can't take the showbiz out of the boy. You can take the boy out of show business quite easily.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Ronnie Knight is 88. There you go. He's a former British nightclub owner and convicted criminal. 88. God in heaven. I interviewed him years and years ago. In fact, strangely, I sort of thought he was going to get back with Barbara, but then Bar discovered Scott, who was like stunning looking. And but as I say, Barbara, I still miss her to this day. You know, she had stories the like of which you've never heard before. Absolutely unbelievable. They call Ronnie Knight a true crime legend. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, actually. Sam says, long-time listener. You get me through my security night shift, so thank you for that. I just wanted to say my boyfriend and I went to the Blind Beggar not long ago, and it's completely changed. It's become rather hipsterfied, and there are lots of odd cartoon shooting pictures on the wall and what happened, but lots of mullets and vegan food on offer. Such a shame, because it's really gentrified, no longer a Bethnal Green great. Oh, I'm a bit disappointed now, actually, because that was the whole idea about it. The whole idea is that it was a complete dive. I mean, the whole area's undergone regentrification, hasn't it? Which is a shame, because I think Peter Dean's family used to have a stall down the Bethnal Green Road, and you go down there, and it is like stepping back in time a little bit. But once they start doing up pubs and gentrifying them, it's a shame, really, because that's the whole idea. It's a bit of history in the making. It's history which is there because something happened in that pub. And to cover everything over, that would drive me mad. It's like saying it's very nice to have the Tower of London, but, I mean, do you not think maybe council flats would be better? Or Buckingham Palace? I mean, how many rooms does the Queen want, for God's sake? Does it turn Buckingham Palace into a gastropub? Imagine. I think Barratt Housing could do quite well with that one, don't you think? I like that. Somebody was saying to me, when we were talking earlier on about, these big country houses, that they turn into spas, and then they get above themselves. Champneys have taken out a huge loan to presumably revamp the building up again for something like £5 million, which it's a lot of money. But if Greyshot Hall is closed, you worry, because people, now that we're going into whatever they call it, a recession or whatever it is, food's going to cost more, people will not have that kind of money to splash around. I mean, there's going to be loads of hospitality closing it did close during the pandemic, some of which never reopened. Again because they couldn't afford to do it. And that's what's such a shame, because these big old country houses, we were talking about Cliveden, which is beautiful. You ever seen Cliveden? Oh, my godfathers. Well, that is lovely. That's where Simon Cowell's going to get married. And that was Profumo. I think it was owned by the Astors. I think Nancy Astor owned Cliveden. And that's just, you look at the size of these places. I was looking at Blenheim Palace the other day, and I mean, just beautiful. And it's still the Duke of Marlborough, isn't it? I think Blenheim Palace. And I remember looking at it thinking, you imagine picking somebody up in a bar and saying, do you want to come back to my place? I can absolutely love it. It's got the best staircase I've ever seen, I think, at Cliveden, which is really, it's really nice. But you can only turn them into spas, or failing that, you turn them into sort of luxury accommodation, which I'm assuming is what Greyshot Hall will be. A developer will go in there and they will convert into so many flats. You've got the grounds, and you'll pay service charges. And, if they've got 59 bedrooms, well, you could get 30 flats out of that. If you look at 30 flats at sort of $1.5 million each, something which is quite easily possible, parking and all the rest of it. Yeah, could do very well indeed. Very, very well indeed. But, some of them, have to keep sort of trying to reinvent themselves, because if you don't do that, you're not going to survive. And we did see during pandemic all sorts of businesses just around here, especially. We lost about 5 businesses, just us next door in Leicester Square, down the corridor there. We lost a pizza place. We lost a few little restaurants. The only one that seemed to survive are the Italian restaurants. Only because I suppose pasta's cheap, I suppose. Here's a picture of this teenager. 11 of the 13 people shot were black. He'd been charged with first-degree murder. He pleaded not guilty. These people are stupid. But he also, apparently, London Mayor Sadiq Khan, described as a Muslim invader, was on a hit list in a 180-page dossier found at his home. I mean, he's quite clearly, got some mental illness or something like that. There's no reason for it. He didn't know any of these people. He knew nothing at all. But shame they didn't shoot him. I know it seems a bit harsh, and you might think, mind you, who was on LBC the other day? Oh, somebody was talking to Tom Swarbrick about Putin, and this bloke was discussing the war, and he said, can you believe, he said, there are still people who are praising Putin for what he's doing. They're supporters of Putin. I think, no, they're not. These are just stupid, sick people, people who have no idea about war and wouldn't understand anything if it came up and bit them on the bum. Paul says, watching the lunar eclipse here north of Chicago. Quite interesting to see. I'm glad the clouds parted. They haven't done that yet. We haven't got our clouds, but mind you, it's a bit difficult to see it anyway because we've now... The sun will come up tomorrow. Steve, it's a wee bit cloudy here at the minute, though promising for the fancy pants moon. Hopefully I'll get to see it, though, says Kim. I don't know. It's all but disappeared. It's a little bit late now. I think it was only operating until about 5 o'clock, wasn't it, or something? Well, I don't know how it... They said they might have a union up there. I've got no idea. Have you said... What did I read about the National Union of Students? There was a story about the NUS in the paper the other day, and what was it to do with? Was it anti-Semitism in the NUS, and they've taken away privileges, or they've done something? It's just in the back of my mind. I just remember anti-Semitism and the NUS. That's right. The government have cut the Students' Union links over the anti-Semitism concerns. This is university's minister, Michelle Donnellan, said it meant the NUS would not be eligible for government funding. She said she was horrified some Jewish students might feel ostracised by a group that should be a voice for all. And last month, the union announced it was allowing an independent investigation to take place following a number of complaints by Jewish students. So the government have done exactly what it should have done, cut ties with them, hit them where it hurts. Really, I mean, seriously, you can't believe it, can you? Mind you, I can't believe any of the stuff that goes on at the moment. So we're going to be blitzed by thunderstorms as our 27 centigrade sizzle goes bang. A second heat wave will see an even hotter 28 degrees roast on the cards for the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. So not only will you not be able to get down any of the roads because they'll all be closed, but you'll be sweltering in the heat at the same time. Ghastly, isn't it? Kevin the Milkman says large parts of East London have been gentrified and overrun with hipsters, but at least the immediate area around the Blind Beggar is still the same council estates and tenement blocks that were there in the craze time. Proper wipe your feet as you leave areas. I wish that they'd kept in the road where they used to live, because the end of the road where the Crays used to live has been chopped off, so their houses disappeared, but there's still the rest of the road there. I think they should have left it. So you can go, the Crays used to live there. Was it Valence Road? And Valence Road there's another road that's gone right through it. So basically it chopped it and their house vanished. Because I'd love to see something like that. You know, because when you look at the house that was up for sale, but it's all gone now. All of those houses are gone, and they put up some modern thing. Yeah, it looks absolutely ghastly. I mean, whoever allowed an architect even free rein on that? Because at one time, the Crays house was up for sale. The old house would have been, can you imagine keeping it exactly as it was? Don't change anything. Leave the furniture, leave everything. I mean, that would be a museum. I know that some of the gangsters, they do tours of the East End, of, where things happened and, things like that. They became sort of almost minor celebrities. Enforcers, as they say. I think their favourite cafe is still there. Yeah, this place hasn't changed in donkey's years, has it? And this is called Pellicini's. Pellici. Have you ever been there? It's exactly the same inside as it always was. I've never been, but it's quite fascinating. It's a little stepping back in time. It's Mama, she make other things, and look, we make chips and things like that. It's been run, I believe, by the same family for donkey's years. And it's lovely. Same wood panelling on the walls. And you get what they call good, cheap food. Good, cheap food. That's the sort of place I'd eat at. Pie, chips and peas. I'd be quite happy with that. Quite happy. And it's lovely. And it's interesting. The food arrived. There's a picture of Ross Kemp there. Signed photos, newspaper cuttings. They've all been. Even David Schwimmer has been. Not just the famous Crays who were fans, but loads of other people. And I might have to go, actually. Full of builders. Can't mix with builders. It's I'll fit right in, won't I? Because I'm like one of the lads. So, Kevin, thank you for that. So the favourite cafe is still there. There's still bits you can see. And what you need to do is take one of those walks through the East End with a blue badge guide. Diane Burstein does Jewish East End, and she'll do all sorts of things. And they're the best places because she'll show you things that you'll go, I pass that every day and I've never noticed it. In fact, there is the Guide to the Underworld. There's the Naughty Bus, Gangster Tours. hosted by Mickey Goldtooth. Special. I mean, you couldn't make it up, could you, really? But they all seem to like it because it shows you what it was like. You know, I think I might sneeze, actually. And there's the... Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Ridiculous, honestly. Hope I didn't spread that. I love it. I love it. Right. McDonald's has been banned from saying McMuffins contain butter. It must be referred to as liquid vegetable fat and dairy fat blend because it's 75% sunflower oil. Where are they getting that from? Nobody else can get it. Nobody else can get it. And liquid vegetable fat, that sounds disgusting. I don't think I'd want to eat that at all. And tough starts in life. Kerry Katona. You know, all these people, they milk it for their entire duration. It goes on forever and ever. Christine McGuinness. Apparently, Christine, the model's dad, she's not a model. She thinks she's a model. It's just because she goes out and sticks her boobs out. They call them models nowadays. Her father was a heroin addict. She said, we didn't have it easy growing up. Sid Owen saw his early years on a council estate. Well, I mean, loads of people did. Alan Davis. Remember Alan Davis? Jonathan Creek. I love Jonathan Creek. I thought it was one of the best programmes, actually. He was abused by his father when he was 8 to 13 years old. That came out a while ago. Richard Madeley, he was beaten by his dad. He said, I was seriously beaten. He said, I'm still angry about it. Ronnie O'Sullivan, well, the family business for the O'Sullivans was porn. Eminem, the rapper, grew up in a Detroit trailer park. That's a caravan park. His dad left. He was badly bullied and had a turbulent relationship with his mum. Good Lord. And Ian Wright, the football pundit, says of his stepdad, he was a weed-smoking, coming home late, gambling his wages, womanising kind of guy. Well, that kind of summed him up, didn't it, really well? Not, as the case may be.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, dear. 3 in court, or is it 5? I can't remember. For the Vardy Colleen bandwagon. I mean, honestly, you've never seen anything more stupid in your entire life, really. People dying in parts of the world, and you said this, I said that. God in heaven, honestly. More stupid than you can ever imagine. Tommy says, what 27-degree heat wave? We've been hearing for the past 3 weeks about these heat waves in high 20s. Where are they? I don't know. I'll just keep repeating what the papers have been telling us. Scott says, have you seen the BBC archive clip on YouTube showing the late, great Bob Hoskins talking passionately about the redevelopment of 70s London? There's that, God, what's it called? You'll know because I've plugged it unmercifully over the years. And is it The London Nobody Knew? Or The London... It's a DVD with a very famous actor going through London. I can't remember. Somebody will remember it. I can't. I'm having a brain freeze today, and I can't remember. Is it The London Nobody Knew? And he goes through London, and he meets all these, genuine people that, and things that I remember seeing in London when I came through it back in the 60s and stuff like that. The London. There you go. The London Nobody Knows. This is it's with James Mason. You must get it. You must get it. It came out in 1969, and it's a time capsule. And he walks through London, and you see some of the street performers, people who used to do the sand dance and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it really is good. He talks. He goes to Spitalfields. He goes into a pub. He sees, buskers. He goes into a toilet. The toilets which were all over London at the time. It really, it's a good snapshot of London. I think they came out, there were 2 DVDs on the same thing, but The London Nobody Knows with James Mason. And as he's filming, you could see people looking at him going, oh my God, it's James Mason. But it was filmed back in the 60s. You should definitely get it. Definitely get it. Steve, I had the privilege, says Kim, of listening to your interview with Ian. I loved it. You really should write a book. Gesundheit. Thank you, Gesundheit. Nobody says Gesundheit anymore. Only my dad used to say Gesundheit. I've got a competition for you. I mentioned it the other day, and it's a chance to win an incredible holiday for two to Bali. That's right. You will get a 7-night stay at the 5-star Cross Bali Breakers Resort. You can check it out online, with flights, transfers and breakfast each morning included. You will be staying in a 1-bedroom deluxe pool villa with a private pool, an outdoor patio and dining area, a luxury bathroom and an extra large double bed. The hotel's also got 3 outdoor pools, a restaurant, plenty of bars and a fitness centre. Now for your chance to win, and somebody's got to, thanks to Flight Centre, text BEACH, BEACH, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just a £5 from every text supports our charity. Make some noise. Now you know how important that is. You've got until 7 p.m. on the 31st of May to enter. Standard network rates apply. You've got to be 18 or over. And to see the list of participating global radio stations and full terms and conditions, just go to makesomenoise.com. So all you have to do is text the word BEACH, BEACH, and then send it to 84850, and you could be on that 7-night stay at the 5-star Cross Bali Breakers Resort. Everything included. You've got your own private pool. Probably do it naked, I should imagine. But, and you get your breakfast every morning, which is very nice. And they've got restaurants and outdoor pools and everything, and it sounds lovely. But somebody's got to win, and we seem to be particularly lucky on this programme, because most of the nice prizes tend to be won by people who are listening to LBC, which is good. Ashley says, I went to Mr. Wu's in Chinatown the other day. Have you ever been? One of the best Chinese buffets in London. They used to do really cheap. There used to be a Chinese place down here next to us, and they used to do all-you-can-eat Chinese food, £4.50. But I have to be honest, it was just basically, I think they did prawn toast, chicken. Oh, it was a few years back. And what else did they do? Because I always used to want just sweet and sour chicken. And I did have one time, a few years back. I happened to be having to come through Leicester Square. I haven't done walk to walk, no. Is that good? Oh, right. And I picked up a Chinese takeaway from one of these places where they sell slices of pizza. And they had sort of a chicken. It was a sweet and sour. It was delicious. It was rice. And then on top of it, I mean, the pizza looks a bit sad, doesn't it? I wouldn't ever buy a slice of pizza. I think that's just the saddest thing I've ever seen. What can you afford a slice of pizza? When was that made? Week last Tuesday. But the Chinese was delicious. Absolutely delicious. I haven't had Chinese food for a long time. I bought some Thai food the other day, and I keep sort of thinking, perhaps I'll have some. I had some more haddock chowder, which was very nice the other day. I do get obsessions with things. It's like when we were at Marylebone Market the other day. They have a big market, and they had lots of asparagus. So a friend said to me, he said, "You're going to buy some more asparagus then, seeing as you're now addicted to asparagus?" I said, "I couldn't eat any more at the moment. I couldn't eat any more." Oh, yummy noodles. I haven't had noodles for ages. That's walk to walk, is it? Just round where is it? Just round there. Oh, right. Okay, show me the menu. What else do they do? Because they're obviously doing, and so Leicester, the Granby, no, it's Leicester. What am I talking about? So here we go. Oh, right. Oh, should you watch them cooking in the window? Ah, that's right. I know where it is then. I think I know exactly where it is. And there's some, strange enough, there's some white people in there cooking, aren't there? I seem to remember looking through the window going, my goodness me, they're all over the place. Googe Street, Reading, Argyle Street, that's the Palladium. Here we go. So you choose your favourites. So you choose your base, which is $5.95, with fresh vegetables and egg. And then you choose your favourite, which is chicken breast, pulled beef, barbecue. Oh, it's got everything, isn't it, really? Pak choy, cashew nuts. And different prices. We advise a maximum of 4. Not cheap, is it? So you've chosen the base at £6, and then you've got 4. Yes, six quid for rice or noodles. That's a lot of money. And then on top of that, you can have toppings, peanut. God, I mean, you could be looking. So if you pick 4, just suppose it's £2 each. That's 8. You're looking at 13 quid. Mind you, the sauce is free. Blooming well think so too. Sounds quite nice. And also your toppings, fried onions, fresh coriander. Actually, I like the idea of vegetable mix. Broccoli, mushrooms, pak choy, cabbages, carrots, soybeans, sprouts and spring onion. That sounds a bit nice. Could eat that now. I feel a bit healthier, actually. And then, so they advise 4. Of course they do. They'd probably advise 10 if they could get away with it. Wong Key's always my favourite, Stu. Yes, we know Wong Key very well. Steve, I see the James Mason London documentary recently on London Live. Yeah, they get some good stuff on London Live. They really do. Some of the things, I'll talk about it and blow me down. The blooming thing pops up on the television. And, Steve, I've just glanced at my phone after being woken up by cramp. I thought you said it was 6:30. So I put you on immediately. Then you said it's 5:30. Yeah, no, I wouldn't have said it was 6:30 if it's 5:30. The producer's never wrong. Producer's very hot on things like that. Very hot. And Graham says, my Springers, Monty and Willow, getting an early walk today. There's a bit of thunder forecast. A bit of thunder, you're joking. Thunderstorms. And Laura in Shenfield says, wasn't Sam Ryder fabulous on Saturday? Lovely guy, he did so well. Yeah, but I mean, since 1998, they don't like us. They don't like us. No, they do. They like us now. You know why? So we'll all band together. So all of a sudden the French are our friends. Woo, whoopee. Yeah, and they gave us 12 points. I assumed somebody on their committee was drunk. I can't think of any other reason why they gave us 12 points. Cliveden. Look at that, Pamela, thank you. In my opinion, the most beautiful woodlands at Cliveden are by far better than the house itself. My dog loves it there. It's beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful. I love places like that, when you can sort of walk along. I don't think my car would like it very much, but that's very pretty. Very, very pretty. But the Cliveden House, so we've got a picture of Cliveden House and the staircase inside. I love things like that. I love looking at these stately homes. And you look at them and you go, my God, can you imagine what sort of people lived there in the early... How many servants you had? Look at it. Sorry, I'm talking to myself here. Getting very excited about the whole thing. It's beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. I mean, it just oozes elegance. Yes, I mean, it's very similar to my place. Jewish Regency. A lot of gold. Afternoon tea at Cliff. Oh, you can have afternoon tea. Right. Inside the retreat's been loved by the royals for centuries. I bet it didn't look like that with all that furniture in there. They do a nice afternoon tea, don't they? How much is that? How much is afternoon tea? Little sandwiches. Oh, they do it. There you go. Look. Platinum Jubilee afternoon tea from £45 per person. See, that doesn't seem too bad. 45. I know you might think that seems a lot, but this is a treat, remember. A treat. And I think £45, for afternoon tea, the weekday menu. Here we go. Well, let's have a look at, there you go. You can have, it's £45, includes your choice of hot drink and our food selection. Or the Berry Explosion cocktail is £24, or the champagne afternoon tea. And you get all the different teas. They do everything. But here we go. Coronation chicken, soft roll and coriander. You get all different things. Savoury, scones, open smoked sandwiches, salmon and dill, roast beef, horseradish and rocket. They always do those. Cucumber and cream cheese. And then the sweets, rose and lemon mousse, verbena shortbread, queen of puddings, custard, berries, cream and meringue. Well, that sounds a bit nice, doesn't it? Victoria sponge, strawberry jam and cream. Small wonder people listen to this programme every day. It's cheaper than eating out. But I'm still getting over the... what on earth is that? Scotland. Cullen skink tart with whipped saffron cream. Cullen skink tart. We don't know what that is, so we're having to investigate it. Here it is. Oh, it's smoked haddock fillet, potatoes, butter and whole milk. Oh, well, that would do me fine. I like the sound of that. Oh, that looks lovely. Doesn't that look nice? I might go a quiche, actually, this morning. I could just eat a little quiche. So it's thick, milky smoked fish soup with leeks. So it's basically like leek, potato and haddock. Sort of a soupy type thing. So, yeah, it's me to a T. If only... I should really have that with asparagus. That'd be very nice, I think. Oh, dear. Steve, I've listened to your podcast with Ian Dale twice, says Joe, over the weekend. I have to say your stock has risen in my humble opinion. My stock has risen. Good Lord. I wasn't aware there was stock in Steve Allen. He said, thank you for being honest, open and, of course, unique. Well, listen, I said on the podcast, you can't fool radio people. You can't fool... You can listen to the radio and you could tell if somebody's being genuine. I mean, I can. I listen to somebody and I think, nah, that's not you. Definitely not. Steve, Walk to Walk wasn't that great. So much MSG and so salty. I was parched, says Jacob. Well, it seems a bit expensive, actually, even by my standards. £13 for something thrown together in a wok, even though I do like people cooking in woks. Have you ever eaten Cullen skink? There you go. Eddie in Harlington's talking about it. No, I haven't, but I mean, probably a variation of it I've had. Steve, do you remember slam door trains? The last one was withdrawn from London in 2005. Seems crazy as you could open the doors whilst the train was moving. Yes, I remember them very well. Very well. People used to lean out of them and go, "Daddy, my daddy." You know, it never worked, but I mean, it was just, have to open them yourself, yes. And also, they were individual little carriages, some of them. So it was a bit dangerous for single women because, people could get on and you were stuck in that carriage. I don't know why there was it was like compartmentalised. I didn't like it at all. But I remember when you could sit on trains and smoke, and on the underground, smoking on the underground. And that was quite normal. Never thought anything about it, actually. How they ever cleared it, I'll never know.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to May the 16th. Welcome to, oh my goodness me, the weather's going to change. And yet we're supposed to be having a heat wave. And so far I see no evidence of it at all. The Queen stepping out for a royal giggle. Her Majesty looked fantastic. And everybody was very pleased to see her, unlike the Liverpool game where they booed Prince William for some peculiar reason. To be honest with you, they just don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. And some bloke was sort of saying, oh, that's right, what was he complaining about? Privilege. They were talking about privilege. And he was saying, so what advantage have these multi-millionaire footballers given you? And he said, well, it made me and my son very happy when we went down to Wembley. And he said, oh, right. So it's okay if it's a multi-millionaire footballer who's contributed absolutely nothing to your life at all, apart from kicking a piece of leather around. He didn't really have an answer for that, actually. He was sort of losing the argument big time. So Helen Mirren dressed up as Elizabeth I. She spends a lot of time dressing up as Elizabeth I. And the Queen enjoyed her laugh. If it's got horses, she loves it. She loves it. She really has a nice time. Yeah, she does look well. She does look very, very well. She's smiling. And, she's been fairly animated. Can you imagine actually chatting to her? I don't think she's a great conversationist. I know that seems a little bit odd to say, but throughout her life, you don't enter into a conversation with her. She has to initiate the conversation, and then you're allowed to sort of follow it. Yes, what do you do? We saw this before when I think she went to an old people's home when they did this sort of behind-the-scenes thing. And I think it kind of spoilt the royal family for us because she didn't really know what to say. It's very nice in here, isn't it? And they were sort of going, yes. I mean, I think, she must be sick to death of smelling fresh paint everywhere. And secondly, small talk, because nobody knows what to say to her. I think it was somewhere. Did she go to Australia where the Premier put his arm around her? I thought she was going to pass out. Never used to anything like that. They don't show affection. The royal family do not do affection. They don't do anything like that at all. Kids sent off to school, nannies look after them, and occasionally you see them before they go to bed at night time. London and the southeast of England could run out of water in 25 years. Because, thank God I won't be here in 25 years. Thank God I'll be all right. Thank God I'll be all right. A Christian Aid study raises the prospect of mass droughts. Because they've got this in Vegas. I'll be 93 in 25 years. No chance of being around, is there? That'd be very odd, wouldn't it? They go, I'm still here. I didn't think I would be. But still be here, chatting away in the morning, They say it's very sweet of him to make the effort, but frankly, he's gone gaga, hasn't he? Labour will try to shame the Tories into backing a windfall tax on fuel giants to help families in the cost of living crisis. Yes. Because I paid $1.80 something for petrol the other day. They're just ripping us off. They're just blatantly ripping us off. It's a shame we can't run our cars and anything else. I mentioned the third of Chippy's going to close because they can't afford to get the sunflower oil and the fish as well. We don't want anything that comes anywhere near Russia, thank you very much indeed. And a grieving daughter who couldn't afford flowers for her dad's funeral has set up a business renting silk flowers for families on a budget. Samantha Qureshi was devastated when her beloved father, Sean, died suddenly after contracting sepsis. Left to arrange the service, the mother of three says she was priced out of the floral tribute she wanted to buy, so had to buy supermarket roses instead. So she says, feeling like she'd failed her dad, she founded Forget-Me-Nots to help others in her predicament. Never heard of that, rented. Mind you, I've often thought if you go to cemeteries or crematorium, for Mum's Day and stuff like that, the amount of flowers you see is almost obscene. And I see no reason why you shouldn't rent flowers. You get a very nice display, and so you rent them, and then at the end, somebody comes along and collects them, and they put them back into stock again. I don't see any problem with that at all. So she rents silk ones for families on a budget. Thailand make the most beautiful silk flowers, and it's sort of the kind. I mean, it's quite good. I'm surprised nobody's thought of it up until now. You rent a wedding dress. Why shouldn't you? My friend John from Paul Cooper's got married yesterday, which was a lovely affair, they tell me. And so he'll be off on his honeymoon very, very shortly. And he was sort of doing, all sorts of bits and pieces. I can't wait to see the photos, because I know that Paul Cooper's mum was there as well. I should have been, but unfortunately we had other more pressing engagements. Graham says, you probably didn't see the Queen's Platinum celebration at Windsor last night. I'm not an emotional person, but Helen Mirren delivered a dedication to Her Majesty dressed as I thought it went a bit over the top. She's the most marvellous, she's this, she's that. We've heard it all before. But he said, I was choking back the tears. Pull yourself together, for goodness sake, honestly. Can't worry about things like that. Steve, great listening to you in Sydney. Left the UK 20 years ago. My dad was a staff photographer on the Daily Express, William Lovelace, and got an exclusive iconic photo of the Cray twins with a cup of tea just before they were arrested. My dad told me he was sent by the Express to their place in the East End, and the brief was just try and get a photo. He knocked on the door, was invited in, and I can't read the rest of that. How do I read the rest of that? It sort of disappeared, that last one there. How do I read it? Can you make it bigger? Is it possible? You can make it bigger. Oh, right. So my dad said he knocked on the door, invited them in, and they willingly posed for the Daily Express while drinking tea. He said, thought I'd mention it as you've been talking about them. That must have been quite a thing. Because they used to have their meetings at the home in Valence Road. Their mum would be sitting downstairs with her mates, and they'd be upstairs having meetings with their gangster friends. Bizarre though it might seem. So the controversial statue of Margaret Thatcher was egged 21 minutes after going up. A rather ridiculous little person called what's his name? Oh, he was a protester in a white T-shirt pictured throwing eggs at them. What a stupid man, honestly. How ridiculous. And from behind a temporary fence, another man arrived on the scene wearing a Coal Not Dole T-shirt. Oh, God, honestly. South Kevasteven District Council agreed to take the statue on after fears were raised it would be targeted by a motivated far-left movement. But apparently, a lot of people said they would attend, but they didn't. But this particular bloke, so they sort of haul it into view, and then this buffoon who's been out and bought a box of 6 eggs throws them at her. What a stupid little man you must be. A stupid little man. But Britney Spears and her partner says we will have a miracle soon after she miscarried. And we wish them the very best of luck. And a farmer has driven a 61-year-old tractor from John O'Groats to Land's End at 13 miles an hour all the way. Can you imagine being stuck behind that? Vic Brook took 11 days to make the 874-mile trip as he raised money for an air ambulance. He covered 80 miles a day on his restored Fordson Super Major. Before setting off, he said, providing I don't look around, I won't see any traffic. Exactly, they must be piled up behind him. And he's doing 13 miles an hour. Took 11 days. God in heaven. But he did raise some money for charity. But you can imagine people sitting behind there. When we used to go on caravanning holidays years and years ago, I used to dread looking out the back window of the car. Mainly because all we saw was a caravan, because behind that there'd be a tailback. And if you got a hill in the way, that was even worse. Even worse. So Jeremy Clarkson raises £16,000 for his local Lido. Top prize was a tractor driving lesson from Clarkson's farm co-star Caleb Cooper at £1,000. Other items included an electric Mini and a game of tennis with media executive Rebecca Brooks' husband Charlie. The Lido at Chipping Norton is said to be Clarkson's favourite pool. He lives nearby in Chadlington. Before the auction, the Lido trustee Claire Jarvis says the event will help the pool withstand the energy crisis and remain open. So he's done something nice, and still the pigs who live around there going, oh, you can't have a car park. Oh, we don't want a car park. We live in the countryside. Ghastly. Even though he's lived there for 20 years. Ghastly people. Steve says, Alice, I've been listening to LBC all night long. Oh, it sounds like a song title. Oh, doesn't matter. As I can't sleep. Now all this talk of food is making me hungry. Well, you have to get up. There's no point in lying in bed. That toast won't make itself, will it? And you're now going to work out, aren't you? You've got no peanut butter, have you? Or Marmite with caviar. Or any of those nice things. Or Rose's lime marmalade. Got none of those things at all. Mind you could just have a quick fry-up. Shove a couple of pieces of bacon in the frying pan. And a couple of eggs, some sausages. Sounds lovely. Yeah, Marmite with caviar. It's the latest thing. Have you not seen it? Yes. Oh, truffle. Is there a difference? I don't know. I've never been able to afford stuff like that. But a quiche would be very good. Have you ever been to New Zealand, Steve? The last time I wrote, I was in San Diego. Now I'm in Auckland. Have you ever been? Beautiful here. Some say even prettier than Twickenham. I think the rainfall is higher, isn't it, in New Zealand? Every time people go there, it rains. It's lovely, actually. It's very nice if you like that kind of thing. It was they used it for filming Jurassic Park, and it looked quite nice. It's fairly built up. But there's also the wilderness, isn't there? Oh, that looks nice. What is that? The best hotel? What is that? Just like sort of it's a hill. Right, it's a hill. But it's an odd-looking hill, isn't it? Did it used to be a fortress or something? Was it something interesting like that? Oh, it's called Mount Eden. What is it, a volcano or something? Because New Zealand's full of volcanoes, isn't it? I always thought so. Don't want to go there. Thank you very much indeed. That's going over there. But it is quite pretty, bits of it. And Mount Eden dominated. So look at that, honestly. It'd be lovely to get... Yeah, I mean, I think that's quite... It's a volcanic cone. How lovely. I could do with a volcanic cone right now, actually, but you can't have everything, can you? Anyway, that music means that we've got the news at 6 o'clock coming up. I know. Time goes by really quickly on this programme, really quickly. So get yourself up, get yourself dressed, quick wash, lick and a spit, isn't it? Or spit and a lick? I don't know, I can't remember. But whatever it is. Yeah, just a little quick wash, and then get yourself off, because otherwise you're going to miss the train or the bus. Monday, May the 16th, which doesn't time with anything at all, apart from the fact that we've got delightful pictures of the Queen all over the papers, the stars coming out to say, thank you, ma'am. Boris warning the EU will act if you don't change. Boris says he'll rip up the Brexit deal. Honestly, it's just non-stop arguments, isn't it? Why can't people be nice? Russia loses a third of its troops. It's not going at all well for little Putes, is it? And Countdown stars Fix-It blast at the BBC is strictly unfair. The BBC have denied it emphatically. It's not fixed. It's a carefully edited programme, isn't it? It's put together because they're making a television programme. And if they find somebody on there who's a bit stupid or simple, you know, and they cause hilarity or they become the clown of it, because it's never anybody who's any good. I mean, we couldn't really care less either way, could we? You know, it's always ticking all the boxes. But then they'll obviously look forward to hoping that you're going to keep these people in there because they make the show. You know, an awful lot easier, isn't it? Can you believe how many people watch Eurovision? 10.6 million. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal amount of people. And I wonder if next time round whether or not we'll... because I'd never heard of this Sam bloke at all. Never heard of him. Sam Ryder. I did watch a little bit of it. I mean, it just didn't get to me at all. It really did. Because unfortunately, unlike any other competition, it's only one winner. It's like the lottery. You can't have first, second, third and fourth. You either have one person who wins a lot or nobody wins it at all. And in his case, he came in second, which is good. It's a lot better than we've been. Mostly everybody hates us. But we got more votes than the last 11 entries combined, which was very good. I mean, to be honest with you, Ukraine's song wasn't that. It wasn't all that. It was okay. But they got the sympathy vote. You know, they'd been given special permission to come and perform. And so they got it. We did predict that. We said all the way through, Ukraine were going to win. There was no two ways about it. So they won. So they go home. What they do with, I don't know what the prize is. Do they get cash prize, or do they win a trophy or a box of chocolates each, or, you know, in their case, a new tank or something like that? I mean, what would you buy? The country that's at war? Well, they're not really at war. But, you know, Russia's at war with them. Although I can't believe that 90% of the Russian people they get a trophy. How nice. A trophy? Does it have all their names engraved on it? No, you just get the trophy. Oh, is that it? It looks like, I don't know what it looks like. It looks like an old-fashioned microphone. Is that what it is? Very exciting, isn't it? I am quite clever. I can work these things out by myself. It looks like it's covered with Swarovski crystals or something like that. To be honest with you, it's a bit rubbish. It's a bit. I'd rather have the box of chocolates, packet of Spangles. That'd be quite nice. And so that's what you get. And then, but how do they do it for? If there's sort of 6 members of a group, do they all get one, or do they? Oh, very nice. I like that idea. And then next year it'll be held in Kyiv. Oh, it's Mariupol. Are you sure? Because they said Kyiv before. You think Mariupol? I'm not sure about that. And there's not much of Mariupol left, is there? Where are they going to be holding it there? I thought that's why I thought they said Kyiv. Oh right, plans to one day host the. Oh, is it one day host the final? No, they might not actually do it. It was the Kalush Orchestra's win, but they've got it and they all get a trophy, so they go home happy. Nowhere to put it, but at least you've got the thing, which is better. But that was good. At least we had a good time. I wonder why it was that France gave us 12 points. Do they owe us money or something? Have we got anything going on with them? Perhaps they're so grateful we've taken so many asylum seekers. Was it 8,000? Good song. What did France have? Did France have a good song? Oh, it was really... Oh, dear. Kieran said it was bad. Not so good. Yeah, they used to be really good years and years ago. Some of the French songs were fantastic. And what's my favourite? Oh, Lord, loads. No, not Waterloo, not one of my favourites. I like the ballads. The women singing the ballads. I didn't even like Johnny Whatsit singing What's Another Year? I liked all the early Eurovisions. The entries, which I thought were good. Yeah, I mean, but also a lot of the foreign songs I liked. I liked some of the Germany ones, but that wasn't very popular, was it? Don't want to vote for Germany because of the war, so we didn't do that. I liked Lordi. Hard rock, hallelujah. I mean, that was just so freaky. It was amazing. Steve, Caroline here, visited Little Italy in Soho on Saturday. Had a lovely bowl of pasta with a glass of wine and a quick catch-up with Tony Pelledri. Fabulous afternoon. Yeah, he popped up on my television the other week, did Tony Pelledri at Little Italy, which was quite nice. Nice man. Very nice man. But fabulous afternoon. It's nice to do things like that, isn't it? Eddie says, Steve, I listened to your interview with Ian Dale. It was absolutely riveting. I'm glad people said that, actually, because when you do those interviews, you don't think about it. You're not thinking, oh, I'm on the radio. I don't. It's like a chat. It's a conversation, which is what it's supposed to be. Kevin the Milkman says, I would Google the charity tractor driver who drove from Land's End to John O'Groats, but heaven knows what would pop up on my phone screen. Please don't do it. Please don't. We're all forbidden round here. Not allowed to put the word tractor in or anything like that. Just in case. Steve, just in case. Robert says, I'm moving back to Dublin next month with my guide dog Coco after 17 years in Perth. All very exciting, but so much to do. I bet. Wow. You can travel with your guide dog all the way back. After how many years? 17 years, Robert. Good Lord above. That's going to be nice. That's going to be very nice. You're going to like that. Very nice indeed. Major new biography by Andrew Morton. The Queen's tension with Charles over Diana and how she feared the death car was sabotaged. It's interesting. They're all talking about this because the Queen's lifted the nation's spirits, making her second public appearance in 3 days. She got a standing ovation. I think people were so pleased just to see her, to know that she's okay. She looked as though she was having a good time. It was all very pleasing. Tom Cruise looked at... A lot of people tell me I look a bit like Tom Cruise. And I think in a certain... What? I think in a certain light, I think there is more than a striking resemblance, because they wanted me as a double. Or did they say have a double before you made it? Anyway, I can't remember what it was. But anyway, so I mean, a lot of people say I do look a little bit like Tom. I just need to chisel a bit more off the face. And then I think we've sort of achieved the object. Thank you, Kieran. I don't need that kind of... that kind of talk. Joan Collins looked fantastic. I mean, she just looks amazing in her 80s. And I should imagine the Queen still, when you think her husband's not been gone that long, really. She's got a lot to think about. But they had Edinburgh military tattoo dancers. They had the performers from Azerbaijan, who I've seen before, actually. They're horsemen. And so they do a lot. And the Queen loves things like that, only because she couldn't lean off the saddle or do a backflip. Not that we'd be expecting her to, would we, really? Here he is, Jeremy Webster, buffoon of the moment, how to look like a complete turnip, the man throwing eggs. He's an arts boss. In fact, actually, he threw 3 eggs at the statue, but only 1 hit the target. It's a huge statue. What an even bigger idiot you are, matey. Hurls an egg, you silly little man. Honestly, grow up and get over yourself. Labour MPs criticised for failing to condemn Liverpool football fans who booed Prince William. When contacted by a newspaper, none of the city's MPs responded to requests. Of course, they didn't. Do you seriously think they would have done? Nope, nope, nope. And guess who's back in the TARDIS? It's David Tennant and Catherine Tate after 12 years. It's to mark the 60th anniversary. I can't believe it's been going that long. I really can't believe it's been going that long. It's amazing. And the billionaire entrepreneur John Caldwell has launched a scathing attack on working from home culture and urged civil servants to get back to the office. Well, I think they'll get rid of, what did they say, 90,000? Something like that. As everybody was, they don't get good press, civil servants. They don't get good press at all. It's a case of people saying, listen, what do they do? And somebody said, well, they watch Netflix all day. That's what they do. They'll have to probably pay them off, I should imagine. Can't see how it's going to work any other way. Steve, Nicky French, Don't Play That Song Again is my favourite ever Eurovision song, says Mark in Bradford. Puppet on a String? No. We like Sandy, but not. And Robin says, I'm intrigued on how well your baskets of sweet peas are doing. I don't have any baskets of sweet peas. I don't have any baskets at all this year. Nothing. So I don't know what planet you're on. So here they go, pages and pages. Where did Sam Ryder get those clothes from? Is there some sort of discount charity shop operating so he can help himself? And Russian troops have mocked Ukraine's Eurovision win with sinister messages scrawled on bombs. Don't worry, your mother will be receiving you back very shortly. They say that Russia's lost a third of ground combat forces, mainly because they're too young, they're too inexperienced, they're not trained properly, and they're just children. Which is, the way it goes, I suppose. Online traders are cashing in on the HRT shortage by selling vital treatments over the dark web. Do you know, I've never quite understood this dark web. People tell me it's a dark web, and you go, so it's not for me at all, is it? I mean, I don't want to appear naive on this one. You might have to help me out a little bit. Is it available to everybody? Is there some sort of magical code you put in, and all of a sudden it goes woo? And there is the dark web, or is it some? I mean, because I don't know. I've got no idea. I mean, is it on my telephone as well? Oh right. Oh, don't like that idea. I panic over things on the telephone. I like the secret hospital train saving wounded from the front line. This is the train intended to transfer patients from hospitals close to the front lines in the east to hospitals in the west of Ukraine. It's been developed by Médecins Sans Frontières. And it looks fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And it just looks like a Soviet-era train transporting millions of refugees. But this one is a hospital train. And so it's got all the right things on there that you need. The postman kicking the dog. A family have complained. The postie was handing over a parcel to a teenage girl when the pet ran up barking. A doorbell camera... Got to be careful of these doorbell cameras, they're all over the place. Appears to show the postman kick out, after which the dog is seen to tumble down the drive. The girl's mother, who was at the back of the house, has complained to Royal Mail, saying the dog now wets itself every time the doorbell rings. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. It just seems a bit strange, doesn't it? You know, the postman is alleged to have done something, and now every time the doorbell rings, the dog has a wee. I'm sorry. Shouldn't laugh at all, actually, because it's quite serious if he did kick the dog, but it's just the fact that it now has this strange reaction.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
It's interesting, isn't it? The BBC had a panorama programme on November the 3rd last year, and without having taken an interest in climate change, probably found themselves a bit terrified. That edition of the Beeb's flagship documentary series, called Wild Weather, Our World Under Threat, began with the corporation's climate editor, somebody called Justin Rolat, who told viewers the world is getting warmer and our weather is getting ever more unpredictable and dangerous. The death toll is rising around the world and the forecast is that worse is yet to come. Although it turns out he's not basically telling you the truth. He's the false prophet of doom. His wife supports Extinction Rebellion. His sister has been fined from protesting with Insulate Britain. No wonder, writes the Mail today, that the BBC insiders say their climate editor, Justin Rolat, is more campaigner than reporter. Just doesn't seem to know the truth about certain things. He just sort of makes figures up. It's quite interesting, isn't it, really? But, makes no difference to me whether his wife supports him or not, but he really shouldn't be in that job, I'm afraid, because he's obviously sort of doing it under false promises. Steve, 60 years of Doctor Who, and I've never seen a single episode. What have I missed? I don't know. I mean, I'm in the dark as well. I'm in the dark about it. I've never thought about it. I have watched Doctor Who, but that was, years and years and years ago when I was a kid. I never got into the whole sort of genre of the whole thing, where sort of people become obsessed with Doctor Who. I interviewed a few of them, and that was about it. But I was sort of speaking really as somebody who doesn't know anything about the programme. Mind you, I don't think the people who played the Doctor knew things about the programme. The fans knew more about stuff like that, than anything else. The chief suspect in the abduction of Madeleine McCann, they've now shoved this away on page 19 because everybody knows what a load of old rubbish it is, has had surgery to change his appearance. Months after she vanished, it's been reported. He had his teeth straightened and his jaw reset. They'll come up with any old twaddle, won't they, really? This is just going nowhere at all. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, there was a birthday we were celebrating. Oh, no, sorry, there wasn't. I knew there was something. It's the migrant arrivals for the year pass 8,000. Priti Patel has told us they're sending 50 back. 50 people are being sent to Rwanda. So in other words, I mean, would they send them in a balloon? Or are they actually going up in a plane? And if so, planes hold about 300 people. So there's going to be 50 people on a 300-seater plane. What a waste of money. I told you this wouldn't work. This sounds absolute drivel. Yes, we're going to start, telling the people who came over first, you'll be going to Rwanda. So they're here at the moment, but they're going to pop them in a plane to Rwanda. 50 of them. How's that going to work? Are they going to put security guards on with them? Are they manacled? Are they chained to make sure they don't try and do anything? Ridiculous. This is a book found in a Croatian library. It checked out of Ipswich 64 years ago. And it's clocked up the fine at the rate of 43 pence a year. I don't know. So it's been returned. It's a hardback copy of The Loving Couple by Virginia Rowans. It should have been returned to the Gainsborough Library in 1958, having been loaned for 2 weeks. Do people still use libraries now? Do people still go to them? I know as kids, as children, we used to go. Because, you just went there and you'd sit there and you'd pick out the books you wanted. I think in our day, we could take 3. We could take 3. There's a fascinating story. You'll love it, actually, by Barbara Davis and Barbara McMahon. It's the Made in Chelsea star, somebody called Victoria Barker Harbour. Never even heard of her. But apparently, her art dealer boyfriend, but then he's just been found guilty of a £70 million fraud and now faces up to 20 years in jail. So how long, they say, would the socialite wait for her swindler? There's a picture, well, as nobody knows who she is, it doesn't really make any difference, does it? But I remember reading about it a little while ago. They don't learn, these people, do they, really? Birthdays today, Christian Lacroix, 71. The French designer counts Madonna and Helen Mirren among his fans. And I think also Ab Fab could be included. They were always mentioning Christian Lacroix, weren't they? In fact, I think he turned up in one of their shows, I seem to remember. And Megan Fox, the actress who starred in 2 Transformers and 2 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle films. And so she celebrates today. She's 36. 36. Very, very young indeed. And other ones here. The first Academy Awards ceremony was held in Hollywood in 1929. 1929. The winners have already been named. And in 1990, the puppeteer Jim Henson died, creator of the Muppets. And they still go on today. They still go on today. We love the Muppets. They were just so brought to life by the puppeteers. Very, very clever people. And as an expert commentator, he seemed strangely lacking in relevant comment. Back in 2006, viewers of the BBC News 24 channel listened intently to the internet music analyst enlisted to explain the implications of the court judgment involving Apple computers and Apple records. But his replies left them more confused than ever. Last night, it became clear why. It was a case of the wrong guy. Instead of ushering into the studio Guy Cuny, editor of News Wireless, a producer brought up Guy Gomer, who'd arrived for a job interview. Do you remember? I remember sitting there watching it. He sat there and they're interviewing him, and he's coming up with these. I mean, how thick do you have to be at the News 24 channel to not realise who you've put on there? Yeah, he went. Well, of course he went. He probably thought he was being interviewed for something. He was. Nothing that he knew about. And I just love the way that people get things so wrong, and they're supposed to be the experts. I think finally the penny drops that he's not the person they thought he was. He isn't Guy Cuny. He's the other one, and he didn't know. I'd love to see the red faces. He was mistaken for Cuny, a music industry expert, at the reception. I mean, it just went from bad to worse. Mind you, I did that. I had that years and years ago. Well, I had two ladies in. One was in the Archers, and she'd written a book, and the other one had written a book about coffee. And they brought down the wrong guest. And so I start talking to this lady and saying, you know, it's a marvellous book. I said, I didn't realise how many different coffees there were. No, it was a prereq. And so she said, yeah, there are, I think. Yeah, quite a number. And I'm thinking, well, you should know. You've written a book about it. And so we sort of pursued this avenue of questioning. And I'm saying, which would be your favourite coffee? She said, well, I don't really have a particular favourite. And she said, are you confusing me with somebody? So I said, I don't think so, no. I said, you've written a book on coffee. She said, no. She said, I'm in the Archers. Exits Steve Allen, very red-faced. Yeah, she was fine. She was absolutely fine. I then produced her book and went, I'm so sorry. It's like, you know, what can you do? I mean, I can't tell you some of the rude things that we used to have. I can't tell you some of them you'd die laughing if you heard them. I had to check with my boss if I was allowed to ask the question. I won't tell you what it is. I'll tell you, it was something to do with the budgerigar. And that was it. I'm not telling you anything else. I just can't. Motorists in London were clobbered with more than £33 million in fines over the last year. It's not our fault. 80 an hour, caught by cameras policing the controversial schemes. Lovely. Lovely. Motoring Group said the statistics were the tip of the iceberg, as dozens of LTNs, which include cycle lanes, wider pavements and closing streets to cars, have been created outside of London. Amazing. Charlie Girling said that made me laugh. We've all been there, haven't we? We've all done that. LTN, by the way, is low traffic neighbourhood. Low traffic neighbourhood. But I get confused. You know, sometimes you see yellow boxes. Well, I was always told when they're like, don't go anywhere near the blooming things, they'll capture you in there. The amount of people I see in London who are blocking traffic, and at the weekend, even if you've got a wheel in it, you're going to get done. They've closed off the Marylebone flyover because they're doing work on it. Well, I say work on it. I've never seen anybody actually working up there because I've been driving down on the other side of the road. They just seem to be standing around having cups of tea. I mean, it's about time they got on with it. I suppose it sort of drags the money out there, doesn't it, really? And did you know that older women in broadcasting have been feared and disregarded, bundled out of jobs at an alarming rate? In 2013, a shocking 82% of TV presenters over the age of 50 were men. Once women hit 50, their days were numbered. And what I remember is there not being very many women, and not many women older than me, recalls Rita Chakrabarti when she joined the BBC in 91. To be honest, my mentors have been men, admits Lindsay Hilsum, the international editor at Channel 4 News. It's interesting, I never even thought about that, actually. In fact, I was watching Countryfile the other day, and I did think about it, because there was a woman reporter on there who was a lot older than all the other people. I mean, well, actually, there were a number of women at LBC. A lot of our news editors were women, and we had Jill Pyra, and there were various other people who were working. She had sort of a women's-based programme. So there were quite a number, because Fleet Street seemed to have more women. But this is sort of women in television, where they sort of went, oh, you're too old. Can't put you on there, too old now. So they started. There was that lady who took them to court because she'd been sort of sidelined. It was Countryfile as well. But then I saw this lady on Countryfile yesterday who was a bit older. I didn't know who she was, actually. But she was a bit older than the normal ones I was used to seeing. And I remember thinking, well, that kind of balances up a little bit. But normally, as Rita Chakrabarti says, you know, you don't find people older than me. Actually, you want to come into radio, it's even worse. Bev says, my birthday is today. I'm 64, but I'm in Amsterdam, and the weather is 24 degrees, and all is beautiful. That's all we need to hear.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 26 minutes to 7, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Monday, May the 16th, and it's miserable. Honestly, we're going to have bad weather today. Whether it's just going to be in London, I've got no idea. Whether it spreads across the country. But for one person, they're having a total hip replacement today. Total hip replacement at the age of just 20. I'm not supposed to tell you people's ages. I hate telling people's ages. I feel so awful about it. And so Julia says, can you wish lots of luck to my daughter Nick, who's having this total hip replacement today? She's very nervous. She had 2 operations when she was 7, so she's quite anxious. So we've had a bit of a respite then. We have to be at the Royal National Orthopaedic Hospital for 7 a.m. and we're setting off at 5:45 after a 3-day isolation. She's very long suffering of me and her sister. Words of encouragement would be just what we both need. And luckily, we both love your show. Well, look at that. Win-win-win situation, and you get a total hip replacement. See, I don't know anything about these sort of things. I mean, God knows, I've had operations and bits and pieces, but I don't know anything about you seem very young to be having a total hip replacement at 20. Listen, they do it all the time. That's the thing I have to convince myself. Every time I go into hospital for anything, and you think, oh, not sure about this, not sure about that, and they go, listen, they do it all the time. To them, it's like, it's like bakers. They bake bread all the time. It's always going to be perfect. I've never heard of anybody having total hip replacements go wrong. So, and also you won't know anything about it. That's the good news. That's my favourite bit. My favourite bit is the being put under. Seriously, I mean, I could do anything. I couldn't care less. I thought it was fantastic. You sort of think, because I only remember when I was little and I had an operation. I had a growth in my mouth, and I can't remember what it was. But anyway, I had to they gave me this injection. It looked like Vaseline in a syringe. And then they said, count from 10 backwards. Oh, pathetic. 10, 9, gone. And they don't even do that now. They don't even bother asking you to count. I was out in seconds. And for a total hip replacement, brilliant. Just think how life is going to be much better after it's been done. Good luck, Nick. Good luck. I'm sure it'll be fantastic. There'll be loads of people listening who've said, oh, I've had that done. That's easy. Just think of all the food you can go mad with afterwards, because you can't do anything beforehand, can you? Because you've got to sort of watch everything you eat. At the moment, it's nil by mouth, as they say. But it'll be fine. And just think, all that resting. How lovely. I live in hope. So good luck today. Steve, I still use libraries, says Cass, the advanced novice spiker. But I'm a historian, and my favourite library is the British Library, which also has some fabulous exhibitions. Oh, don't tell me about it. I've been a member of the British Library for a long time. And I love looking at some of the books down there. Absolutely fantastic. Fantastic. And Lindsay in Caterham via Malaga. He says, I love your interview. I brought you on holiday to Malaga with my sisters, and now you've got 2 more fans, which is lovely. So we're always very grateful. I like having lots of fans. Thank you very much indeed. And Philip says, older ladies, Melanie Parker was a big attraction on LBC's breakfast show in the 70s with Bob Holness and Douglas Cameron. Never heard of Melanie Parker. Nor did she do. And I was here during the 70s, so I've got no idea what she did. I remember most of the contributors to the programme, but the name does not ring a bell with me. Chris in Whitby says, if it's any consolation, Steve, it's raining here in Whitby. Listen, I can well imagine. And Tina says, only when the Queen is in the company of horses do you see her face radiate a real joy that you don't see on other occasions. Animal have that special effect on us because that's how it's meant to be. You're right, absolutely. For her, there was a show on early LBC called The World of Melanie Parker. Was there? What was it? The World of... Do we know what it was? Oh, right. The World of Melanie Parker. Well, it's escaped. Actually, vaguely it rings a bell, but I'm not sure what it is. Was it before my time? Well, I joined 79, so if this was 70s, perhaps it was... What was it? I mean, it sounds like something from Thunderbirds, doesn't it? The World of Melanie Parker. I mentioned earlier on, I mentioned it again, actually, because he's doing this show in Hazelmere Hall, in Hazelmere in Surrey. This is Wayne Dobson, who, as you know, has been in a wheelchair for many, many years, but he's doing an international evening and an inspirational evening of magic and comedy. And Wayne Dobson is fabulous. His right-hand and left-hand man is Mike Sullivan. They'll be doing Ringo Rabbit down there as well. The tickets are only £15. I met a man at Prop Dog on Saturday, and he said he was thinking about getting tickets. He's another magician, quite clearly. And this is on Friday the 24th of June at 7:30. £15 is very reasonable, very reasonable. And Hazelmere Hall is on Bridge Road, Hazelmere in Surrey. So if you fancy going along, you will have a very, very nice time. Very nice time. And he had 3 series, did Wayne Dobson. And during lockdown, he tried out a couple of shows and was overwhelmed with the response. So they're taking it to Hazelmere. He's the honorary vice president of the Magic Circle. So go and see him. Go and see him. And Mike, who'll be doing the magic for him, and Wayne will be talking you through it. Seriously, you'll have a very, very nice time. Very nice time. Margaret says, Steve, hip replacement was the best thing I ever did. So please tell the young lady, Nick, not to worry. Well, I think I gave that impression. That they do it all the time, and it changes your life. Changes your life. Just arrived back from USA, Steve, says Danny. Was strange listening to you at midnight. You sounded amazing. Say well done to the global team for producing a great app and show. Well, I'm not doing that. There's no point in inflating their ego. Good Lord above. That'd be just dreadful, wouldn't it? And Catherine says, please tell your listeners I cannot sing the praises highly enough of RNOH, which is Royal National Orthopaedic Hospital. My son at the age of 9 had a huge... can't even read that word, removed off his shoulder blade. Very caring staff. Oh, listen, I have total admiration for the NHS staff. Total admiration. So I always say to people, listen, they do it all the time. It'll be fine. It'll be brilliant. And you'll be a changed person. Steve, I had a total knee replacement 4 years ago. All good and the best sleep ever. I could do loads of things now and kneel. Tell that lady's daughter, Nick, to just do the exercise after she's told. I was young to have it done, but very lucky. Happy Monday. I think it'll be fine. Absolutely fine. I have no doubt of it whatsoever. I have every faith. You know, my urologist and Dr. David, they were just absolutely unbelievably fantastic. Unbelievably. I seem to have like an army of people at the moment. So I spend most of my time in and out of hospitals and having bits and pieces done or new tablets or different tablets. And, you know, we're getting there slowly but surely. You know, we're clinging in, holding it all together, which is quite nice. The drinks, you know that all the different companies like Harrods and Selfridges and Fortnum Masons, they're all doing hampers for the Queen's Jubilee. And they vary in price. You know, you can get a hamper from 47 quid going up to a couple of £100, depending on what you want. And they've got all sorts of special drinks which are being sold, including Moet and Chandon Rosé Imperial Platinum Jubilee, 44 quid a bottle at Waitrose. I'm not big into champagne, actually. I quite like it occasionally. Platinum Jubilee Ale, £3 from M&S. Pimm's Jubilee Bottle, 16 quid at the Co-op. I like this one. M&S British Strawberry Gin Liqueur, £16, M&S. Also, Cotswolds Distillery are doing a Platinum Jubilee Gin for £35. And Whispering Angel is at Sainsbury's La Vie en Rose, 20 quid. The English alternative is English Sparkling, £35.99. Platinum Jubilee English. One style of wine we can compete with the French on. So there's loads of sort of things. I think even House of Chocolat are doing special boxes of chocolates and stuff like that. And I think I looked at one the other day and I thought, I bet I might buy that for my brother and his wife. But it was 60 quid. But they do deliver if you pay £5.95. And I thought I might actually do that, just to keep them going with the things. And also the new toxic body trend, it's thin shaming. Thin shaming. Daisy Buchanan didn't expect she'd be judged for it when she lost 3 stone. And people then go, you're too thin. So you can't win. You're either too fat or too thin. Now we know there's 800,000 children from the ages of 11 up to about 13 who are considered obese, clinically obese, or vastly overweight. And it's fast food. It's only fast food. And it's these special 2-for-1 offers. So the government were going to clamp down on that. Now they're not going to clamp down on that because they said people can't afford to do it till next year. Then they'll sort of come up with something. And you think it's fast food. That's all it is. It's salt in everything. Somebody was talking to me about salt and saying, because I said, I've had KFC before. I do like KFC. But I said, it's very salty. You just get very thirsty when you're eating it, but you can't eat it quick enough. And Wok to Walk was the salty thing, wasn't it, as well? Yes, we were looking at that one too. But that seemed much more expensive than the KFC. As I live near Whitby, says Eileen in Scarborough, it's raining here in Scarborough as well. Got soaked walking to work, even with a brolly. Not a happy bunny. Oh, don't panic. It always amazes me the people who will go outside when they've got no umbrella with them or anything like that, and they look like drowned rats by the time they come in. You know, I didn't bring an umbrella this morning, so I'm hoping to get home before it rains. Oh, it's not. Is it chucking at me out? Oh, don't say that. I got quite panicky there because it ruins my hair. You know what my hair's like? It goes frizz. It goes frizz. I don't want to mention it again, Don't want to be seen as a complaining person, so I won't be.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's 11 minutes to 7. So I told you about my competition to raise some money for Global's charity, which is Make Some Noise. Sorry, let me just... And it's a fantastic charity. It helps lots and lots of little charities survive. We've given away millions of pounds. And every year we like to either have a competition. I think last year we had a car. And we also have something specific to my programme as well. And so you'll learn about that a little bit later on in the year. But today I'm giving you the chance to win a holiday for 2 to Bali. If you've never been, you need to check this out. Go onto Google and type in Cross Bali Breakers Resort. You will not be disappointed. So I'm offering you, for 2 people, 7 nights at the 5-star Cross Bali Breakers Resort, including flights, transfers and breakfast each morning included. You'll be staying, and you can see these pictures online as well, in a 1-bedroom deluxe pool villa with a private pool, an outdoor patio and dining area, a luxury bathroom and an extra-large double bed. I don't know why they've made a big deal about the extra-large double bed. The hotel's also got 3 outdoor pools, a restaurant, plenty of bars and a fitness centre. Although I was thinking maybe the extra-large double bed would be the fitness centre. For your chance to win, thanks to Flight Centre, text BEACH, BEACH, and send that to 84850. A voluntary donation of just a £5 from every text supports our charity, Make Some Noise, and we like to make some noise. You've got until 7 p.m. on the 31st of June to enter. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over. Now, to see the list of participating global radio stations and full terms and conditions, just go to makesomenoise.com. So text the word BEACH, BEACH, and send it to 84850. And good luck, because somebody's got to win. And it could be you. I would like to think that, could be somebody listening this morning who sort of texts in and you get pulled. And if you go to Bali, you're likely, and then you could have that fantastic holiday. I mean, how nice! Have a look at the pictures online. You won't be disappointed. You really will not be disappointed. Other stories which are running in the paper today, apart from the Queen looking, I think, sensational, and she's smiling, which is all we wanted. We didn't want anything else. We were getting a bit panicky over things, thinking, is it too much for her? And the answer is if it's horses. She loves it. And I think the other day she turned up as well at the Windsor horse show because she just goes anywhere for horses. I think that's her comfort blanket. She absolutely loves things like that. So that's good news. So if you see all the pictures in the papers today, you will love it. Little Julie says, from the wonder of the seas, Winnie and I currently cruising around the Mediterranean. We've just docked in Palma. Wow, how lovely. So you're on Wonder of the Seas. So that's what's its ship, isn't it? The Wonder of the Seas. I'm trying to think. Come on, there's a cruise line. Wonder of the Seas. Is it P&O? P&O? Is it really? Oh my goodness! I thought it was. I nearly said Pirates of the Caribbean. No, I don't know. Wonder of the Seas. There you go. Oh, it's Royal Caribbean. They're very good. The funny thing is, when you look at the size of these ships, you think that looks big. See that against the QM2. This looks like a tugboat. A classy tugboat, nevertheless. But the construction was on this one from 2019. How lovely. So Winnie and little Julie having a very nice time, which is good. Steve, I'm 44. And I had a partial knee replacement, changed my life. Was always told I had to wait till I was over 50 for a full knee replacement. But then I found Professor Cobb, been 3 years now. Most people don't know that a partial knee replacement is an option. He does hips too. She's very clever. Richard says, at the risk of stating the bleeding obvious, unhealthy food is the main cause of obesity and costs far more than healthy food. Oh, I know, you don't preach into the converted here. Tanker driver Phil says, my late mum, Steve, had in her lifetime 3 new hips and a new knee. She had that much metal in her body, she woke up every morning facing north. The old ones are the best. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. 3rd of fish and chip shops could close due to food shortages. So many chippies have changed the menus, and the National Federation of Fish Fryers say the key ingredients for a traditional fish and chip meal are so deeply affected by the Russian invasion, shops have been forced to change the menus, raise prices, or in the worst instance, close down. We have 2 fish and chip shops in Twickenham. We have 2 fish and chip shops, I'm pretty certain. And there's probably a couple in, at least 3 in Richmond. And I don't know how much it is now. I've got no idea how much fish and chip costs anymore. I know that you go to certain places in London, takeaway fish and chips, like 16 quid. And I suppose if the fish is in shortage and you can't get the oil as well, and the other oil's gone up in price, they've got to pass the price on to you because they can't absorb that price. Children, we're told now, because of this fast food addiction, fuels the nation's obesity disaster. I think it's the salt in everything. I think it's salt that makes you sort of go back. Children are less active than before COVID. You know why? Telephones and computers and stuff like that. Mum Karen Jennings would serve up deliciously healthy meals to her family while secretly binge buying treats to stash away. She had to go cold turkey to kick the sugar habit. How much does the obesity crisis cost the UK each year? 58 billion. 58 billion. And when you look at all the nice things, the cakes and the biscuits and the burgers and the fries and the chips and the kebabs and all the other nice things, it's a case of little and often. You can have these things, but you just got to have them in moderation. It's a case of, if you've got a mum or a dad who don't cook, then they're going to find it easier to get takeaways. Although, to be honest with you, the price is going to go through the roof very shortly. And people are going to start debating whether or not, we start making things for ourselves. Because most people don't cook nowadays. It's a rare thing to go and find somebody cooking nowadays. People either do sandwiches or, they'll get stuff in, or they'll have pizza delivered. The cheapest thing you can have delivered, even though it's the thing that's got the most profit on it for the people who supply them, is pizzas. Now, whether or not we get to that stage where people start going, we can't even afford to do takeaways now, then things might start changing. So, but at the moment, battered police officers have demanded more respect and better pay. After 2 years during which staff were vilified for enforcing COVID rules and overlooked in a public sector wage rise, they've warned ministers time is running out. Not Priti Patel's name again, please God. Going to be anybody but Priti Patel, because we don't hold out much hope there. And the drivers warned of these long delays during Platinum Jubilee weekend, as an estimated 133,000, count them, roads will be closed due to street parties. Green Flag say the results of the survey suggested that access to these roads could be restricted at some point over the bank holiday weekend, which runs from June the 2nd to June the 5th. It's not that far away. And you need to check with it, because you might not know whether your road is going to be closed off. The council should be putting up signs. Commercial Director Mark Newbury says many of us will be planning trips away to make the most of the 4-day weekend. We're urging drivers to check their route for closures and look out for pedestrians, because there will be, and I can't remember the last time we did this. It seems ages ago, but everybody was sort of doing it, and they were all enjoying it, and fantastic, and people come together. But they will be closing the roads off, and you won't be able to get down them, and that's the big problem. James Wales says today, so the Prime Minister wants to cut 91,000 civil service jobs. How would we even notice they were gone? It's not like the country would grind to a halt without them. I didn't realise how many there were in civil servants. There's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of them. It's ridiculous. Somehow the number on the public payroll has crept up to the equivalent of 475,000 jobs. So a bad thing, but the good news is that Deborah James powers on raising money, and it's fantastic. I mean, really, she's just absolutely unbelievable. I think it'll top at least, £7 million. I think at least £7 million. It's one of those things that I think just grows like topsy. Just about it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Do have a go at my lovely holiday for two to Bali. That sounds quite nice. I wonder what the weather's going to be like over there. Probably gorgeous, I should imagine. But you do get your own swimming pool.